Hello, hello, mic check. Hello, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Hello.
हेलो माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो हेलो टेस्टिंग माइक टेस्टिंग कैसे 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6
Hello, 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 hello,
Hello, mic testing. Hello.
hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello.
टू नंबर माइक क्यों नहीं काम कर रहा पोडियम वाला ये टू वाला इसमें लाइट आ रही है माइन भाई हेलो हेलो माइक चेक चेक कर लेते हैं
Hello. Oh,
Hello?
is that true? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today. We, last finally MBBS at Rehman Medical College, and
Fatima Mohsin, second year MBBS at Rehman Medical College.
with your host for today. Distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, innovative minds, and the future of Pakistani healthcare, our students, we are honored to have you with us here at HEAL 2026. Today is the second day of the HEAL Summit, to which we welcome you all. Yesterday, all five colleges within RMI got together for various activities where the different goals of our summit were discussed, involving both the faculty and the student body. The results of the HEAL Day 1 will be shared in the final summit declaration. Healthcare, education, artificial intelligence, and leadership. Four words and one powerful vision. Today, we bring these words together under one roof. Before we begin, however, we invite you to center your minds and hearts as we begin this with the recitation of the Holy Quran, to which we invite Professor Abdul Ghaffar Saab to please grace us with the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم الله العظيم शुरू अल्लाह के नाम से जो बड़ा मेहरबान निहायत रहम करने वाला है। इरशाद बारी है, और अपने रब के नाम से जिसने पैदा किया, जिसने इंसान को खून के लोथड़े से पैदा किया। तू पढ़ता रह, तेरा रब बड़ा करम वाला है, जिसने कलम के जरिए से इल्म सिखाया और जिसने इंसान को वो सिखाया जिसे वो सुबहान रब्बिक रब्बिल अम्मा यसिफून व सलामुन अलल मुरसलीन वल्हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन।
Jazakallah, sir. We now request our audience to please rise for the national anthem. I'd like to now call upon Dr. Maroof Ikram Shah, Head of Department Medical Education at Rehman Medical College. She is also a PhD scholar in the integration of AI in medical education and is subsequently the chief organizer of the Heal Summit 2026. To please come on stage and please to introduce the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmad, and thank you, Fatih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning and assalamu alaikum, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected colleagues, healthcare professionals, educators, innovators, students, friends, welcome to HEAL. When future generations look back at this era, they may remember it as a turning point in human history, a time when artificial intelligence moved from possibility to reality, a time when healthcare became more connected, more data driven, and more personalized than ever before. A time when education could no longer rely on yesterday's methods to prepare learners for tomorrow's challenges. In the midst of all this transformation, one question emerged. Will we simply adapt to change, or will we lead it? The question lies at the heart of HEAL. Because while technology is advancing at a remarkable pace, our greatest challenge is not technological. Unfortunately, it is human. The challenge is ensuring that innovation serves people. Because while the intelligence remains guided by wisdom, that efficiency never comes at the expense of empathy, and that in a world increasingly shaped by algorithms, we do not lose sight of the values which define us. Today, we stand at the intersection of healthcare, education, artificial intelligence, and leadership, not as four separate disciplines, but as four forces that will shape the education of tomorrow. The education of tomorrow will need to embrace innovation. The leader of tomorrow will need to navigate complexity that no previous generation has ever faced. And all of us will need to have the courage to ask difficult questions, challenge conventional thinking, and imagine new possibilities. That is why we are here, not merely to discuss trends, not merely to showcase innovations, not merely to predict the future. We are here to shape it. Throughout this summit, brilliant minds from diverse backgrounds will share ideas, challenge assumptions, and explore solutions to some of the most important questions facing healthcare and education today. Yet, I believe that the true value of this gathering lies beyond the presentations, the panels, and the discussions. Its true value lies in those conversations that will spark new ideas. The collaboration which will begin with a simple introduction to each other. This perspective that we have and others have that will change our own. And the inspiration that will compel us to leave this hall determined to make a difference. Because every meaningful change in history began with people who are willing to come together, think differently, and act boldly. Today, we have that opportunity. As chief organizer of the summit, I'm deeply grateful and humbled to our speakers, the panelists, the partners, the faculty members, the volunteers, and the organizing team who dedicated their time and energy and brought this vision to life. More importantly, I appreciate and thank each one of those brilliant brains who are putting their efforts in that declaration we will be making at the end of today as well. We will have a commitment to better healthcare, a commitment to better education, and a commitment to responsible innovation. But most of all, we will have a commitment to leadership that will serve humanity. As we begin this summit, I invite all of you to be curious, be courageous in your thinking, and be generous in sharing your ideas. And be open to possibilities that may transform not only your work, but the lives of those that we ultimately have sworn to serve. Because the future is not built by technology alone, it is built by people, you and us. People with vision, people with purpose, and people who are willing to lead. And today in this room, I definitely see those people. Thank you. Welcome to HEAL, and let us begin. Thank you.
And now, before we officially begin, I'd like to let you all know that attendance is going to be marked 3 times during the course of this event. The first one, which you all should have done, was going to be at the ground floor. The second one is going to be during lunchtime here on the ninth floor, and the third one, third attendance, as well as the certificates, are going to be both done together here on the ninth floor once again after the closing ceremony.
Now, starting with our first keynote speech titled The Doctor of 2035, Clinician, Leader, or AI Collaborator. What will medicine look like in 10 years? Will the doctor of 2035 be the same trusted clinician we know today, or will they be something altogether different? Part scientist, part strategist, and part AI collaborator. The opening keynote session dares to ask the questions that define the future of our profession. Are we ready for it? Our next speaker not only believes that he must be, he's also making it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a scholar whose career sits at the very intersection of public health, epidemiology, and the future of health professions education. Professor Dr. Ijaz Ahmed Khan is a professor of public health at the Health Services Academy in Islamabad. He completed his advanced studies in public health at Mahidol University in Thailand, and his research studies epidemiology, environmental health, and global burden of disease and analysis, and non-communicable diseases, a testament to the reach and impact of this work. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Dr. Ijaz Ahmed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum again. I have been here a time before, and then the hall was much more populated than today. That day I spoke in national language, but today the start is with English language. I don't know, but I will try to speak English, Urdu plus English with आपके लिए अटेंडेंस जो है आपके लिए मैंडेटरी की है ताकि आप बैठे रहें लेकिन इस सेशन इतना इंटरेस्टिंग होने लगा है कि आप बुलाएंगे तो आज की आपने ये थीम तो सुन ली हमारों पे भी कोई डिटेल से बताया so I'll pitch it with this starting point an AI trained on 2 million retinal scans detects diabetic retinopathy more accurate than average ophthalmologist क्या ख्याल है आपका कि आप कल ऑप्थेमोलॉजिस्ट बनते हैं लेकिन एआई स्कैन जो है वो आपसे ज़्यादा ऑप्थेमोलॉजिस्ट से काम कर रहा है आप क्यूरियस होंगे आप इम्प्रेस्ड हो जाएंगे या आप थ्रेटन फील करेंगे ये जो चीज़ है इसका जवाब जब आपके जहन में आएगा तो ये मैं कोई पॉलिसी पेपर तो वो इम्पैक्ट नहीं डाल सकता कि इसका जवाब आपके जहन में डालेगा दैट्स व्हाट ये आपका 6 है इसके बारे में बात कर रहा है तो एग्जैक्टली डॉक्टर है फॉर द टू करना चाहिए नहीं करना चाहिए है करता क्या है मशीन इज देयर वर्किंग फॉर इन प्लेस ऑफ डॉक्टर सो एग्जैक्टली आजकल का जो डॉक्टर है 2035 के अंदर जो डॉक्टर होगा वो होगा क्या इस टाइम को देखें ये रियलिटी नाउ दैट इज वेरी क्वेश्चनेबल डीप माइंड मींस को अगर देखें डीप माइंड एक एआई एक इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ एलएलएम है एआई ट्रेंड के ऊपर जो है वो जनरेटिव इट acute kidney injury 48 hours before clinical intervention 8 hours का जो विंडो है उसमें सर्च कैपेसिटी हमारे हॉस्पिटल्स में नहीं है तो 48 आवर्स का अगर आप जाता है तो उसके अंदर जो है ट्रीटेबल कॉम्प्लिकेशंस को ट्रीट कर सकते हैं आप जो है रिलेटेड के बेड जो हैं वो अवेलेबल कर सकते हैं फिर उसके बाद एक और ज़ेब्रा जो है ज़ेब्रा मेडिकल है सीटी स्कैन्स को जो है वो 60 सेकंड से कम के टाइम में रीड कर लेता है पल्मोनरी एम्बोलिज्म बता देगा क्रेनियल हेमरेज है तो वो बता देगा फ्रैक्चर बता देगा अगर हम रेडियोलॉजिस्ट को बिठा दें और उनके सेंसिटिविटी एनालिसिस करें तो उनकी आपस में इतनी अच्छी जो है वो diagnosis मैच नहीं करेगी ये लग जाता है सिमिलरली हमारे पास जब स्टैनफोर्ड में एक सीएनएन कम्प्यूटेशनल न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स हैं दे कैन डिटेक्ट स्किन कैंसर जस्ट बाय फोटोग्राफ और उसके लिए कोई उन्हें मेडिकल कॉलेज आने की जरूरत नहीं है कोई पूरी पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है दे कैन जस्ट लुक एंड डू इट बेटर एलएलएम जो है डिफरेंशियल डायग्नोसिस कर देते हैं क्वेश्चन आंसर के जवाब दे देते हैं मोस्ट ऑफ द वर्क इज हम जो है टुडे एआई का जो एजुकेशन पैनल होगा तो देयर आर 4 across that I'll be posing questions to panels which I'm going to discuss today एक तो ये कि हम स्टिल क्या टीच कर रहे हैं हम स्टूडेंट्स को क्या सिखा रहे हैं हम सिखा रहे हैं clinicians के लिए दैट्स द फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल इज फीलिंग ऑस्कल्टेशन करें पेशेंट करें डायग्नोसिस उसके अलावा जो है वो क्लिनिकल रीजनिंग हिरार्की में जाएं तो प्रोसेसिंग है हमारे स्टूडेंट्स एट द मोमेंट जो वर्क शुड add is the AI literacy, critical algorithm thinking. That is not there. Medical education में, medical curriculum में भी नहीं पाई। जहाँ पर AI biased हो। AI biased कब होती है? Anyone from the students? Students समझना चाहिए what is AI, what is bias? हाथ उठाएं बोलें। जी प्लीज। नहीं आप तो कैमरा सीधा कर रहे हैं भाई। और बोले bias is something which is inherent, which is due to some, यहाँ पे जिस bias की बात है, से आता है। So, यहाँ से मेरी से कहने का मतलब ये है कि ये जो AI का bias आता है क्योंकि ये इंटरनेशनली यूएस में ट्रेन हुए सेट्स हैं जिनको हम यूज कर रहे हैं, उन प्राइवेट चीजें कर रहे हैं, वो तो लोकल लोकल कॉन्टेक्स्ट पे नहीं है, लोकल पेशेंट्स के ऊपर नहीं है, लोकल पॉपुलेशंस पे नहीं है। ये सब bias वहाँ पे कंस्ट्रक्टिव जजमेंट वहाँ पे चाहिए। ह्यूमन डिसीजन मेकिंग बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है। उसके अलावा कंडीशन में जो है वो कहाँ पर है, सारी डॉक्टर्स को जब लीडरशिप लेनी है, each student what AI can already do better. We are not educating doctors so slow prone algorithms. ठीक है? That's the problem. So identity crisis है। तीन responses हो सकते हैं जिनमें से दो फेल करते हैं। नंबर वन जो सीनियर्स हैं, जो जूनियर्स हैं, जो हम सोचते हैं नंबर वन डिनायल कि ये डॉक्टर नहीं है, तो ये तो डायग्नोसिस कर नहीं सकते, इट्स अ डिनायल। It is going to do a lot of things. It is going to do. You'll miss the even scale of the change, which is going to come. Don't you think ऐसा नहीं है? Second, let them do it. AI uses systematic errors in edge cases, जहाँ पर के contextual difference होती है, जहाँ पर के आपके पास studies ऐसी आती हैं रेगुलर नहीं है, नॉर्मली आप नहीं देखते हैं। डॉक्टर who has outsourced cognition cannot out इस टाइम के ऊपर हम सब के हाथ में सेलफोन है, हम सबके मोबाइल और पड़े हुए हैं, हमने अपनी कॉग्निशन जो है वो रिसोर्स आउट कर दी है। अब हुजूर साहब ने कुरान पाक की जो आयत अल्लाह ताला से फरमाता है कि मैंने इंसान को कलम से लिखना सिखाया, उसको इल्म दिया कलम से। ये जो हाथ से आप लिखते हैं, the people who are neurologists, neurophysicians, psychiatrists understand कि writing by hand improves your cognition. आपका राइट झगड़ता है, आपकी जो है उसकी लड़ाई होती है। कुरान पाक में फरमाता है कि मैं क़यामत के रोज़ जो गुनहगार होंगे, उनको उनके अंग्रेजी में तर्जुमा है कि they will be dragged from their forelocks. This is the brain, this part, which is important, which do the cognition, क्योंकि डिसाइड करता है आपने क्या करना है। तो अल्लाह ताला ने हमें डिसाइसिव पावर इसीलिए दी है, हमारी इसी बुनियाद के ऊपर हमारी जो है वो हमारी अकाउंटेबिलिटी ब्रेन दैट डिसाइड्स। तो ये जो डिसाइडिंग पावर है अगर आप एआई को दे देते हैं अगेन, तो आप उसके यहाँ पे आप फेल करना क्या चाहिए? व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट? लिबरेशन। use AI as a partner, make it better. Interrogate its outputs, apply sexual judgment, cannot replicate. Maintain the clinical reasoning to override when it is wrong. तो ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब फ्यूचर का जो डॉक्टर है उसको आपने लेवल पे नहीं करना है, उसको यहाँ पे भी नहीं छोड़ना कि जहाँ पे वो एआई करके बैठ जाए या एआई को समझे कि वो कुछ नहीं कर पाता। सो एआई है इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एग्जांपल के तौर पे डॉक्टर क्लिनिकल एनकाउंटर होता है 2035 में, वो अपने क्लिनिक ये चार जितने हेल्थ रिकॉर्ड्स वो पढ़ चुका है, उसने 3 जो है वो एबनॉर्मल ट्रेंड्स को फ्लैग भी किया है, इट हैज जनरेटेड डिफरेंशियल स्क्यूड ड्राई, और उसके अलावा वेरिएबल जो पेशेंट ने पहना हुआ था उसे तकरीबन 12,000 से ऊपर जो है वो डाटा पॉइंट्स भी कलेक्ट जो कि आम आप नहीं कर सकते। 2035 वेरिएबल अपनी भी एआई है, सेटिंग में भी एआई होगी, तो वो सारी चीजों के साथ आता है। He knows the AI has value on North America. अब ये लोकल डाटा अगर नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा? हर पेशेंट इज चित्राल, इट्स नॉट लाइक शी इज सिटिंग इन पेशावर इन आरएमआई और वो वहां पे उसके पास जो पेशेंट वो आ रहा है, शी अप्लाइज कंसेप्चुअल जजमेंट टू एल्गोरिथम्स, नहीं कर सकते वहां पे उसे कंसेप्चुअल शी लुक्स एट द पेशेंट व्हाट most about this. यहाँ पे communication और leadership की चीजें बड़ी जरूरी हैं। Patient के साथ उसके informed decision making बड़ी important है जो AI नहीं कर सकती। AI के साथ इंटीग्रेटेड नहीं होगी, इस चीज को नहीं समझेगी कि ये जो एल्गोरिदम्स हैं ये कैसे काम करती है, उसने उसके डेटा पॉइंट्स हैं उनको असेस कैसे करना है और कंसेप्चुअलाइज करना है और लोकल डाटा के साथ कैसे मैच करना है, एंड देयर विल बी शी इज नॉट अ क्लिनिशियन और लीडर और कोलैबोरेटर, ये तीनों है, ये तीनों होगी और हमें आइंदा जो प्रोफेशनल तैयार करने हैं वो ये तीन होंगे, एक शख्स के अंदर तीन खासियतें होंगी, तब जाके वो इन तीन खसूसियात के साथ वो कल का 2035 का जो है वो आपका प्रोफेशनल क्लिनिशियन बनेगा। सो सिमुलेशन बेस्ड लर्निंग पर्पस है कि आप इसके अंदर जो है रेप्लिकेट नहीं कर सकती, वो प्रिडिक्टिव रिस्पांसिबिलिटी है, वो बस जनरल कंडीशन में कैसा होगा वो जज नहीं कर सकती। सो दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि हमारे पास वो पेडागोजी सिस्टम है, इन टूल्स को हम यूज कर सकें, वो डॉक्टर्स बनाने के लिए जिसको कल एआई रिप्लेस ना कर सके। So we are not going to let the AI replace traditional doctors. We are going to educate them जो कि उनके साथ काम कर सके। So पाकिस्तान का मसला ये है कि पाकिस्तान में कॉन्टेक्स्ट डिफरेंट है। यहाँ पे क्लाइमेट वल्नरेबिलिटी जो है वो टॉप 10 में आती हैं। हमारे एआई डेटा सेट जो लेस देन 5% हैं, पीएससी फैसिलिटीज 70% हमारी बिलो मिनिमम फंक्शन कर रही होती हैं। जीडीपी स्पेंड हमारा आप देख लेंगे जो है वो कम है। तो एआई टूल सारे के सारे एआई टूल ज्यादातर जो हैं वो हाई इनकम ट्रेन, जब तक हम इसको लोकल लेवल पे ट्रेन नहीं करते नहीं आता, उस वक़्त तक जो है हमें इम्पोर्टेंट है कि हम ये चीज़ें साथ-साथ करें और उसको भी एक उसके साथ मर्ज करें। कि हम तैयार करें। हम इस पे भी ज़ोर दें कि हमारा जो डाटा सेट्स हैं वो लोकली बेस्ड हों। हमारी ईएचआर्स काम कर रहे हों, हॉस्पिटल्स के अंदर काम कर रहे हों, जहाँ से जो डाटा आ रहा है, उसके ऊपर एआई हमारी लोकल डाटा के ऊपर ट्रेन, दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अदरवाइज़ बायस आएगा और फिर उसके अंदर बाद में ट्रीटमेंट जो आपके डिसीजंस हैं, उनके प्रॉब्लम्स आएँगे। सो आज की जो कमेंट है वो उसके आपके जो आई वुड लाइक उसके अंदर कुछ चीज़ें इम्पोर्टेंट हैं जो मैं एक्सप्रेस करना चाहूँगा। नंबर 1, ये समिट जब डिक्लेयर करे तो उसकी डिक्लेरेशन में ये 3 चीज़ें जो हैं वो कहीं न कहीं स्पष्ट हों। रीडिज़ाइन मेडिकल एजुकेशन, प्रायोरिटाइज़ कैपेबिलिटीज़ एआई कैन नॉट रेप्लिकेट, कंसेप्चुअलाइज़ जजमेंट, एथिकल रीजनिंग, थेरेपेटिक रिलेशनशिप, अनसर्टेनिटी become not a language. Second, demand contextual validity. Before any AI Pakistani system, with our patient, with our epidemiology, our context, not just an international clinical trial without local data. जहाँ पर भी clinical trial international हैं, उनमें local parts नहीं हैं, local data नहीं शामिल, वो हमारे किसी काम का नहीं है। Build digital leadership literacy. The next generation of Pakistani health leaders must have digital health governance skills, not as an add-on, as a core professional competency along with clinical examination. ये बड़ा important है। तो हमें ये आज हेल्थ केयर के अंदर एआई लीडरशिप तैयार करनी है। हमारे पास जो है ये जो इसको अंडरस्टैंड करना और वो स्किल्स जो हैं ये होना मस्ट है। So a clinician, जो doctor in 2035 should be a clinician, he should be a leader, he should be an AI. One doctor with responsibility to produce and mentor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ijaz, for your valuable input on healthcare and AI. Now, moving on to our first panel discussion for today.
Titled AI in Medical Education: Hype versus Reality. Artificial intelligence in medical education is a conversation everyone is having. Are we asking the right questions? Is AI genuinely transforming how we teach and assess future doctors, or are we in danger of substance innovation for substance? This panel brings together four of Pakistan's most distinguished and respected voices in medical education. all in the same room, and we invite the audience to be a part of this conversation through a live poll. Would you trust AI to assess students? Now, I'd like to call upon Dr. Maruf to once again join us on stage in order to moderate the segment. Now, allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. Our first panelist has shaped medical education at one of Pakistan's most respected private institutions. Professor Dr. Muhammad Amir serves as Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences at Shifa University and Principal of Shifa College of Medicine in Islamabad. He is a cardiologist and a senior academic, and his work bridges academic medicine with real-world clinical practice. Please welcome Professor Muhammad Amir. Our second panelist has dedicated over 2 decades to rebuilding medical education from the ground up. Professor Junaid Sarfaraz Khan holds a PhD in medical education and currently serves as professor and course director at the Health Services Academy in Islamabad, where he leads cutting edge programs at the interface of AI and clinical training. He is also a general surgeon and has previously served as Dean and CEO of the Lady Hospital. Please welcome Professor Junaid Sarfaraz Khan.
Next panelist is Professor Dr. Abida Shaheen. She is a highly distinguished medical educator and researcher from Shifa University in Islamabad. Besides teaching, her academic and administrative works are centered around pharmacology, therapeutics, and health professions education. Please welcome Professor Dr. Abida Shaheen. Lastly, but by no means the least, our final panelist is joining us online. She is one of TV's most accomplished figures in health professions education. Professor Dr. Rehman Jameel is a professor and director of Institute of Health Professions Education and Research at Khyber Medical University, which is the premier body driving medical education reforms across the province. She holds a PhD in medical education from the University of Dundee, and she has collaborated with prestigious organizations such as WHO, ICRC, and UNICEF on multiple projects. Welcome, Professor Dr. Online.
IT team, please ensure Dr. Brechna is in line. Welcome, Dr. Brechna.
अनम्यूट कर लें।
Dr. Brechna, if you could hear me, please bear with us just for a few minutes. Yes. If you would speak, please. No. Hello, Dr. Brechna.
मैसेज कर दें उन्हें।
Gigi, hello, assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Okay, now we can hear you. All right.
I can hear you, but your voice is very slow.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, good
fine
enough. All right. So we are going to start the session. I will give you all, my distinguished and very respectable guests. We are this is a very non-conventional. We are not talking of conventional ways, sir. So a little bit of non-conventional. I'm going to start with a rapid fire unit with all of you, sir. So I request you to look back at the screen. And Dr. Brechna, can you see our screen?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So it's just a quick activity. There are questions. And I would be just needing a very quick response, the spontaneous response that would come from my panelists.
From the
No, sir, from the panelists. From the panelists. So the activity is called fact or fiction. And after this activity, we will move on to the more serious questions. But can we move on to the next slide, please? So either you have to say one by one whether it's a hype, a reality, or it's too early. One at one. And I will repeat. Dr. Ahmed?
Reality.
Reality. Reality. Dr. Bretna? Dr. Bretna, is it a reality, hype, or is it too early?
I can't hear any. मुझे आवाज नहीं आ रही.
AI will replace the traditional lectures. AI will replace the traditional lectures within 10 years. Is it hype, reality, or too early to tell?
Well, I think it's both hype and so the hype comes from the belief that AI will replace teachers, universities, or even doctors. The AI. So the
Okay.
reality however, is that it is already changing how students, how educators teach, how institutions offer.
All right. So the next question is then, every medical student should learn prompt engineering. Dr. Amir?
Reality.
Reality, Dr. Dr. Abda? Dr. Brehna?
Yeah, reality.
AI will improve clinical reasoning. Dr. Amir? Reality. 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 AI will make exams obsolete. Dr. Amir?
Hype.
Hype.
Too early to tell.
Tell.
Yeah, I would
Hype. Okay. Next slide, please. AI will worsen academic dishonesty. G. Dr. Amir.
Reality.
Reality. Too early to tell. Dr. Brehna?
Well, I would say hype and reality both.
Okay.
Depends how you are looking into the AI.
Okay. Next question. Project the slide. AI tutors will eventually outperform human tutors. Dr. Amir.
Third one.
Third one.
Going to the second one. No. Outperform one tutor. Hype.
Hype. Too early to tell. Hype. Dr. Brehna, third one.
Hype.
Future doctors who don't use AI will have a disadvantage.
Reality.
Reality. Reality. Big reality. Dr. Brehna?
Yes, reality.
Reality. Slide, please. Medical schools are moving too slowly on AI. Dr. Am,
It's a reality.
it's a reality. 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 Dr. Brehna?
Reality.
Reality. Thank you very much, IT team. Now we will move on to the question. So, dear audience, you just heard it was a quick rapid fire round, and you heard what the experts have to say about that. So, I will just throw in the first question. It's open to discussion, and I will want every participate based off their experience. My first question is, AI is the biggest disruption in education since the internet. Is it a hype for reality and hype? It's your question now, please.
First of all, thank you very much myself and I think everybody here. I think what the summit, I've attended a lot of IIT conferences and summits, but they're usually focused on AI and one other aspect. But this actually transcends everything that AI and health professions education and then health systems and healthcare is about. Then above all of it, all sort of above that is a leadership that really matters because until you have the right leadership, you can that huge, uh, require this particularly this highly charged AI immersive environment. So yes, it is the biggest disruption ever. I wouldn't say that it will be the last one. There'll be more disruptions coming up very rapidly in the future, and it's going to transform the entire landscape of health professional education, how we look at health itself, how the health delivery is structured and delivered all across its various tiers from preventive, primary to tertiary to all the way to training, not just education, delivery systems, and in policy making as well. And it's also to affect the health economics because we do not look at how AI is sort of changing the landscape through health economics as well. So it's going to add cost at areas, but many areas going to cut cost in a fashion that is going to make perhaps health delivery much more easier, and it's going to make health more accessible. I think it's going to be equitable, whether it's going to be equity and justice in it, that's a separate question altogether because that requires from all subsets of cultures and socioeconomic status to be a part of those algorithms that make that AI work. So yes, it's not a hype, it's a reality, and it's going to make rapid changes in how we look at the healthcare delivery systems and the healthcare landscape, and we need to actually rest with it and to accept this reality. And we need not just adapt it, but also adopt it and adapt with it.
Okay, thank you so much. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel discussion on a very important topic for this century. Because if I answer your question in one simple sentence, for me, it is both a hype and a reality. And reality, when I'm speaking about reality, it is reality in the sense that it has already been transformed in the way we are teaching, we are learning, and we are accessing the information. It is where it is disruptive. Since ChatGPT was launched, open, it was made available to the public in 1st November 2022. So to me, it is a very much reality. It's so real. But the hype begins when we assume that it is going to replace human judgment, their critical reasoning, empathy, professional judgment. Still, it's a hype. To me, if I again simplify this, to me, it is an amplifier of human potential. It is a catalyst, it is a multiplier, force multiplier, but that is going to be multiplied in a positive way or a negative way that is on the use of human. Because ultimately, it would be the human who will give context to the AI tools. And when I speak about AI tools, I'm not generative AI. I'm not talking about simple AI tools because I was driving to Peshawar this morning and I was using Google Maps. And Google Maps was giving me the exact accurate, reliable information, precise information on this cars that were moving in that specific area. So it will change my distance according to the algorithm, according to the pattern. I think those AI tools, those AI tools, very accurate, very precise tools we are using since very long period of time. I'm talking about generative AI tools that generate text, that generate images, that music. It's so it depends on the human use. So I think this could be a force multiplier. It could be an amplifier of human potential, and it depends on the use of human and how they are going to use it. Otherwise, it's a reality. So over to Dr.
Thank you. No, it's also privilege and honor to be here and echo what the panelists have said about the first question. Just a small correction. I'm a neurologist, so I need to set it right at the time of my introduction. So anyhow, I'm not a medical educationist by qualification, but I'm a practitioner. So I don't only teach, but I also practice. So if I teach surgery, I'm also practicing as well. Similarly, as Dr. Maruf said, at our institution, whatever innovations or changes we have made in our medical curriculum, we are practicing that. We made it indigenously with the local, with the national context, and that's what was the theme of the first presentation by Professor Yunus as well. So, for the first question, that it is destructive, yes, it is a reality, just like what we say as a flood. और ये जो फ्लड आता है तो फ्लड के साथ कितनी डिस्ट्रक्शन आती है तो एआईबी इज जस्ट लाइक दिस डिस्ट्रक्टिव थिंग लेकिन इसी खराबी में तामीर की सूरत में मुस्तकिल होती है दैट मींस कि whenever whenever a flood comes, it means a devastation at a very, very large scale. But what follows afterwards is a new wave of reconstruction. It is going to give advantage to many of the areas which have not been, served well before. So just one example I was giving in all these natural disasters, in all these things, there are certain areas of improvement and reconstruction as well. Similarly, it's a reality that with the chat GPT, we are to a different era. There was an era of the AI before ChatGPT, before the generative AI, and this is the era afterwards. It is a reality because we are all real here. We are really here. We are discussing AI, and we are discussing it because to some it might seem a menace, to some it might seem something which is of a great advantage you can say humankind, or to all the educationists, all the students, not only of the healthcare field, but all the other fields of medicine, of other disciplines, and of other service areas as well. So when we say it is a disruptive thing, yes, it is disruptive. And in the same disruption, we need to focus, and that's maybe the idea of the summit as well, that we gather, we discuss, we review the changes, and we see how best we can make use of this new reality which is coming up, which is there in our mobile, which is being our own children, our own small kids are also using it, are using it. But as Dr. Apta said, may not be a generative AI. For us, what we are discussing is basically a generative AI, which is posing to be, which is coming up as something replacing one of our some of our capabilities, replace some of our capabilities. But at the end of the day, the patient, whatever is to be done is not being done by machine itself. For example, surgery, it can suggest treatment, but how can it give the treatment to the patient? And while we're discussing that, you can see a lot of differential diagnoses, and based on the images, the AI tool, yeah, AI, this system can give us the diagnosis without history and physical examination, everything. But that diagnosis to be made and to be understood require education. So that is not being replaced. So the curriculum in itself has to be there. It's only that you are going to add a certain thing. As you all know that in our undergrad curriculum, there are many other areas which have been made mandatory. If I talk about Islamic studies, Pakistan studies, even information technology has been given mandatory place in our curricula. So similarly, AI is going to be, should be a mandatory part of our curriculum. It's not going to replace any curriculum. It is part of our mandatory part of our curriculum. So whatever we are learning, whatever you are learning as student, you can use this tool as a learning tool at this time. And when you grow to the clinical areas, when you grow and become so you are going to use the tool to serve your patient in a much better way, in a timely fashion. So maybe this disruption is there, but there is going to be a lot of reconstruction.
So, Dr. Brefna, do you have any views on the question, please?
Yeah, well, I earlier said I consider it both the hype plus reality both. So why is the hype? Because it's the belief that AI will replace teachers, universities, or even doctors. We have seen similar predictions for many technologies before. So, and the reality of it, I would say AI is already changing how students learn, how educators teach, and how institutions operate. So if we can, I often compare AI to productive calculators. We can keep in mind calculators did not eliminate mathematics. They changed what mathematics equation exercise. So similarly, AI will not eliminate learning, but it will change what we consider important to learn. So the real challenge is not that AI will transform education. It already is, but the challenge is ensuring that it improves learning rather than simply making information easier to access. So this is like my view about like the science and reality in both ways. We can look into that.
Thank you, Dr. Brett. Now, so that brings us to the next question because the rapid fire round that we had earlier, and I heard a lot of realities to the 8 questions that I asked it. What is the biggest misconception people have about AI in medical education or in education in general?
It appears that it's going to replace the doctor. That will remain, I think, in at least in the so this will remain a hype, but all other aspects of AI which we have discussed and we have started discussing, they will become reality. If not today, maybe one day. So the the answer or the solution lies in collaboration, in integration, AI in our day-to-day medical education, in our day-to-day clinical services, and service to the patient, in our diagnostic services, as well as the therapeutic services. And this, to me, is what I would like to say about it. Thank you.
I think one of the biggest misconceptions related to AI is that we think of AI as a replacement that is sort of generic across all things, all societies and cultures, and all strata of humanity. And it doesn't work that way. So it's not, like any other technology, elsewhere in the world, it has its efficacy and its usages and its availability, and depending on how well it is adopted in various areas. So that's one of the misconceptions that we can actually, uh, like everything else in medical education, sort of transplant or into various areas within our systems. And what we end up with is a sort of Frankenstein, which we do not understand how it actually works. And then 10 years, 15 years down, when the world has moved on to better things or better understanding of those things, we are still stuck with them. And we have seen that there's so many things that have come from the West. And this is something similar. So we need to understand how we can use it in our own context, our own setting with the resources that we have to make its potential really effective for our own population, for our own setting and context.
Thank you. So I think I answer to this question that it is early to say. And when I suggested this answer, I implied that AI will definitely replace, it is a misconception, but AI will definitely replace those academicians, those teachers, those clinicians who are well trained on AI, especially algorithms and the output is being generated. In that case, this is not a misconception. And study, this article and it is talking about de-skilling and never skilling. So de-skilling is the term that over-reliance on AI tools is leading to a phenomena in which we are at the risk of losing those skills which we acquired over a period of years with a lot of effort, with a lot of hard work, and too much consistency into that specific task. And being medical educators, we are well familiar with many instructional design models that we experience. There are 4 CID models. Coding is provided to the learners, then we remove that scaffolding. We provide feedback to the learners, and there are we learn from mistakes and then we reinforce our learning practices. But now there is new term, and that is more dangerous than the de-skilling, that is never skilling. So never skilling means that today learners and even faculty and physicians, they are at the risk of never developing a skill in their lifetime. Because when AI is already doing all those things for us, it means we will never develop those skills. Because AI is giving us a false perception, illusion that we are too good and we are too good. This is a false perception. So I think this is very important for the teachers, for the academicians, for the clinicians. It is really important that timing matters when we introduce these AI tools, and pedagogy matters, teaching matters, and supervision matters a lot. So I think this is not a misconception if we are not incorporating this intervention timely into our curriculum.
Uh, as I said to the and also other members, the biggest misconception I would say is that replacement technology, but it is not, because many people assume that AI will replace educators. But if we can look into the education, it's far more than delivering information. Like it involves mentoring, inspiring, coaching, assessing professionals, helping learners. So a lot of things. So who will replace how the AI will replace all these things? This is not possible. But a useful analogy I would mention here of the stethoscope. If you can consider the stethoscope, so the stethoscope did not replace the physicians, so it enhanced their diagnostic capabilities. So, similar way, AI should also be viewed in a similar way, so that for educators and learners, but it can replace the human relationship that is at the heart of education. So, if we can look to the in medicine, particularly the empathy, ethical judgment, teamwork, communication, that will be fundamentally human competencies, and that cannot be replaced by AI.
Thank you, Dr. Rehma. That's very well said. So that brings me to this question, which is a tricky one, and the students are sitting. They can actually chip in, saying either yes or no. But do you believe that students are adopting AI faster than institutions can respond?
Okay. I think from my point of view, the answer is, the Virogov's so the younger generation is and will definitely be going to be faster and smarter than the older ones. So that's why I think our students are smart enough. They always adapt, they change, they're flexible, and they find the smartest way to whatever goal they're having. So whatever assignment we give to the students and whatever ways we are telling them go about it, they will find a better way. Or we can call it a smarter way. In today's world, the smartest way is to use AI. And it's for us that we also keep pace with the change which is occurring so that we can find out because we are mentioning the use of AI by our younger generation, by the students, in not without its inherent risk, biases, and the wrong or fake information. So that's why if something is built on the data which was not genuine, which was fake, or which was not complete, so any information gathered on that, any inference made on that, cannot be, you can say, a justified one, correct one. And a smart teacher, or a good teacher, who pays with that, who knows about it, is going to find out. Otherwise, I know if we have been through that process as well. A student who had read maybe two or three textbooks and would come up in the class much better prepared. And sometimes faculty member, the teacher who was there, he might feel that the student is talking or giving more knowledge than the student, than the teacher himself. Knowledge is not somebody's own, in captivity. It's open to all. And our students, maybe they might be knowing much more than what I know about that topic because if that student has well. So the answer is yes. But again, it's our duty because the students don't have the experience. They only will find the knowledge in that person and will come up with answers and will say, no, I found it and this is what is documented in literature and everything. It may not be because he doesn't have the experience, couldn't have time to go through all those reference areas. But an experienced teacher have this knowledge and he will figure out that this exchange of knowledge is what the teacher should have. A better approach than the students, it's only possible if the teacher is well prepared. So this is my, focus take on that.
I think it's a very interesting question and a question that excites me a lot because uh, I think yes, students are adapting to it, they are adopting it, and other students, but the younger generation, the younger teachers, they are, they are, and that gives us a huge opportunity to bring all those changes that we have been talking about in medical education. So flipping the classroom and providing them with the opportunity to learn on their own, the classroom, actually have a discourse there rather than them be taught. So the time of teaching people facts is gone. We are wrong to them. And now there is another, and we perhaps didn't, capitalize on the opportunity, but now we have another opportunity to capitalize on this and try to bring that change within our education system, where we do not try to teach them facts, try to teach them how to gather information, to use that ethically, to understand what it really means to collaborate with each other, and then and to use that entity as a tutor, as a precision tutor who caters for the needs of individuals. And I'm going to take a very different tangent here because we coming back and saying that it is not going to replace tutors and teachers. But why not? Why cannot? My question to you, madam, and to everybody else is, why can it not? Why cannot it be built over the next 10, 15, 20 years to an entity for individuals that can have the same kind of empathy, the communication skills that is required by those individuals precisely so that precision education, precision mentorship can be provided to those students, those mentees that are it as a
We will have a question and answer, short question and answer session for the students, for the panelists. So please don't worry. We will give you positive questions. Yes, Dr. Abdul.
Yes. Okay. So the question is very interesting. I've been into a lot of training for faculty and students. To me, this is a big misconception that the students are adapting AI very rapidly. To me, it is not about using AI tools or being familiar with AI tools. It is about the principles on which basis they are using these AI tools. Are they able to interpret the information? The algorithmic biases have they been aware of? Because AI tools, they are only as good as the data they have been trained on. And I am more worried about the fact that the more students, and especially from the very basic education, from the primary, from the O levels, A levels, secondary education, students for the mathematics, physics, chemistry, this medical education, they will jump to this problem. So our students, they are tending to go into a very serious thing that is laziness because they are not aware about the thinking process. They are not aware. And we have been taught that what is metacognition, we should be aware of our thinking pattern. We should be aware of the flaws in our thinking pattern and what we need to fix to do that, to do this. But when they are doing the thinking for this, and they are doing all these things for the student cognitive laziness. And that's a very dangerous, I think, the most immediate threat for the AI students, especially for the students, and for the faculty and teachers. And this is very important for education to tell our students and where to use AI tools and where they cannot. This must be principle-based learning, especially when we are introducing AI into the curriculum. So this is students are very using AI tools because it's not the key because they are using it without systematic structured training. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add into this. If we can look around, everybody is using AI. Students are using it fastly. Even faculty members are using AI as well. We all are using AI every day, every second. So, if we can look into the contrast of that, institutions are still developing policies and trying to determine how AI should fit within existing academic frameworks. So, this reminds me of the days of Wikipedia. If you can that initially institutions focus on banning it. And the same is like we're looking at the AI, we want to ban it for the students. But why? Oh, so if you can remind of the Wikipedia, eventually they realized their students would use it regardless. So focus towards that time towards teaching critical evaluation. So I believe AI requires the same approach. Prohibition is not the sustainable strategy. Is I would believe that my institutions should need governance frameworks, guidelines, faculty development programs, and assessment strategies that reflect the realities of AI. So that is my
Thank you. So all these responses actually bring me to this next question. Should prompt engineering and AI literacy become core competencies for future doctors? And if yes, what new skills will matter more than they did previously?
I think Rob answers the question with sounding yes, and that it's a reality that it should be part of. Another thing that Pakistan Medical and Dental Council and the regulatory body in the university should be trying to do is to integrate, artificial intelligence as its teachers and trainings and departments into medical education as well, and perhaps take a little bit cut off from certain other areas which are redundant and move more into this particular area of training students not engineering and the skills regarding how not just to ask but how to evaluate the responses and critically evaluate it and uh, have degree of confidence that is required to accept that response because the profession that individuals are in, their lives of individuals matter. And it's very important that artificial intelligence and its usage, ethical usage in a way that it actually helps humanity rather than disrupts the entire healthcare delivery system, is actually made part of within the curriculum itself, just like the pearl that you have here, perhaps, or the behavioral sciences or the similar modules elsewhere. So it should be a module and part of the continuing professional development program as well, the right from the primary education all the way to the continuing professional.
I think, as Dr. Junaid mentioned, yes, this is going to be one of the core competencies, but maybe some line of demarcation would have to be there. How much and how long, and in which part of the curriculum will it be included? Because these are separate specialities. Engineering is a separate specialty, so you have to train yourself for that purpose. And how much do you need? I think it's sort of what we call as user friendliness. So we need to know how to use that tool, that gadget, and how to put in data into that. So that is the minimum which everybody needs to understand. And similarly for education purposes as well, the teacher as well as for the students, the right type of, so that's what you can call a prompt engineering, asking the right type of question, putting the right type of data, and then getting the right type of answer. There is a new term which the student might be doing. It is known as a physicianeer. There is a college in the United States, I don't remember the state at the moment. They have started a combined degree of medicine as well as engineering. And the student who will graduate will be known as a physician, a person who knows the job of a doctor. He has the medical knowledge as well as he has got the knowledge of engineering. The purpose is to cater for the day-to-day needs of the patients society, and how best engineering can help in eliminating those problems. So, from a simple shaping the bed, simply designing the clothes for the patient, and for other gadgets, this becomes engineering department. Similarly, AI is like another area of learning. You have to be a computer science student. You have to graduate in AI as a bachelor. So you require 8 semesters to learn it. So obviously it cannot be produced that into any other sort of. But we need to know what are the core competencies we need to have about them, and that's the purpose of this. In our integrated curriculum, what has transformed, what has transpired, that the redundancies in the curriculum have been addressed to a greater extent. That is the only way to incorporate new change. Otherwise, the same 5 years there. So how much you can stuff your students with the with large of information? We as teachers we have to decide. As educationals we have to decide with the students.
Dr. Maruf. So, to me, this is very important, very critical, and very important question. Dr. Ejaz referred in his keynote speech about the biases. Most of the AI systems, they have been trained in a way that they tend to be, or they appear to be very, they are very sycophant tools, and social sycophancy is an integral part of them. So they tend to agree with this that you are amazing, you are absolutely, they are to any, they will always say you're absolutely right. They did not answer that what we said. They validate our self-image that who you are because they have been trained this way. I think the awareness, awareness is the first line of defense, and prompt engineering is very important in the sense that we need to tell our students that how we have to interact with the student and what is the right kind of prompt and how we are giving those prompts to generative AI tools and what kind of output it will be producing. Otherwise, are inherited by our self-assumption the systematic problem of all AI tools. They are very sycophantic tools and they self-image. So, yeah, it is needed.
Thank you. Dr. Brett.
So I believe it is very much important that AI literacy becomes core competency of curriculum for doctors along with prompt engineering. Because if we can look into like future physicians will work alongside the AI systems in diagnosing clinical decision support, documentation, research, education. So I believe understanding how these systems function and where the limitations lie will become essential. But in addition to that, prompt engineering alone is not enough. Important competency is AI literacy. That is very, very important. And the learners the reliability, the transparency, the critical issues of so I often tell the students that in future asking the right question may be more important than the right answer. So this is very important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So well. So now this is a little bit of a question on a personal note for you. What ethical concerns keep you awake at night regarding AI in healthcare education?
People actually keep sick at night these days, but the huge ethical concerns related to artificial intelligence. And starting from the data on which the artificial intelligence is really based, that's an ethical concern. It's not based across all the strata, so it's not equitable. It's not artificial intelligence is equal to everybody across the and the way it is being used in certain areas, even by clinicians who use it for diagnostic purposes, that you question it, and sometimes you end up harming the patient more than you don't, and if it's adapted or adopted quite rapidly across systems by institutions, by governments, without individuals. Similarly, in education setting, universities and colleges, if it's without training teachers, patients, and students how best to use it and how to question its reliability, its authenticity. That's something that really scares me because that can do a lot of harm than good. Again, individuals in trying to understand how best to use it, how to evaluate responses, and how best, what sort of questions to ask it. Engineering, for example, that is the real things that really, if if at all, keeps me awake at night is that we are not adapting as a system to AI as well as we should. There should not be two streams of pre-medicine, pre-engineering. There should be a single stream, and there should not be entry into medical education at the level of just the FSC or the job grade, but perhaps the bachelor's, all these things. You move on to clinical medicine or to medicine, life sciences, or nursing, 3 years perhaps, but you spent 4 years before that having all these competencies, getting these competencies. So that's something that really scares us. We'll probably be moving in that direction, and we will be able to catch up in it.
Ji, sir.
I think we
Would be better. Okay. Rehman, we come to you now. Yeah, we're changing the round order. Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
So, for ethical concerns, you ask about that awake me at night. I'm still awake at night and discussing this summit with you. So, on a lighter note or on a serious note, I would say three concerns in my experience, like in my opinion. The first, I would say, the bias, the second is the privacy, and the third is potential bias. So, for the bias, I would say AI systems just need existing data. And if that data contains ambiguity, those ambiguities make the impact quite further. Regarding the privacy, I would say that healthcare education increasingly involves patient data. Protecting confidentiality must remain a priority. And for the automation bias, like that worries me the most. When AI sounds confident, people may assume it's correct. So AI systems, you can see that they produce highly convincing but inaccurate responses. So if you can ask the AI tool to generate references on a specific topic, it confidently propose recommendations that did not actually exist. So that experience reinforced an important lesson that confidence is not the same as accuracy. So uh, three concerns, and there are many other concerns, ethical concerns that we have to look upon. Our goal should be to develop learners who use AI thoughtfully rather than uncritically. So that should be.
So I think rather keeping us awake, it is giving us many more hours to sleep because we are outsourcing our thinking by AI tools. So it is doing a lot of personal as faculty. Totally agree to Dr. Junaid, what he said about the digital divide. This is a big concern. Even in this hall, the faculty members and the students using OpenAI tools, generative AI tools with subscription model. The way they are using it and their assessment, their content, their teaching materials are AI scribes, even physicians who are using paid tools. The quality of their work is altogether different. So with technology, divide this is a big problem. Digital equity is a big concern. This is a big. And number two,
So we may be taking off the chief guests. Yeah. So we will just. Uh, so we will continue the panel. Welcome, sir. We welcome His Excellency, Governor of KP, Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Your presence here is a privilege. So we were currently towards the end of our discussion. We will continue the discussion once the opening ceremony is concluded. So I request my respectful guests that we can just resume our seats in the audience and leave the stage for our honorable guests.
Thank you to our esteemed hosts for conducting the earlier proceedings so wonderfully. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I am Bilal Aziz, a fourth-year MBBS student at Rehman Medical College.
I am Gulen Dam, a first-year MBBS student at Rehman Medical College.
It is our pleasure to take you to the next segment of HAIL 2026, brings together leaders, educators, researchers, and future healthcare professionals in pursuit of excellence, innovation, and collaboration. To increase the blessings of this event, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Abdul Ghafoor for the recitation of few beautiful verses of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار واختلاف الليل والنهار لآيات للألباب الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في السماوات والأرض ما خلقت هذا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار शुरू अल्लाह के नाम से जो बड़ा मेहरबान निहायत रहम करने वाला है। बेशक आसमानों और ज़मीन की तख्लीक में और रात दिन के बारे बारे आने जाने में इन अक्ल वालों के लिए निशानियां हैं, जो उठते बैठते और लेटे हुए हर हाल में अल्लाह को याद करते हैं और आसमानों गौर और फिक्र करते हैं और उन्हें देखकर बोल उठते हैं, "ऐ हमारे परवरदिगार, आपने ये सब मकसद पैदा नहीं किया, आप ऐसे फजूलों का फजूलों से पाक हैं, बस हमें दोज़ख के अज़ाब से बचा।" नबी करीम सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने फरमाया, तलबुल इल्म फरीदतुन अला कुल्लि मुस्लिम, इल्म का हुसूल हर मुसलमान पर फर्ज है। अल्लाह ताला हमें अमल की तौफीक अता फरमाए। आमीन व आखिर दावाना अनिल हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन।
Jazakallah, sir. Every successful academic and healthcare initiative is guided by individuals whose vision, experience, and leadership inspire excellence. It is our privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman, patron of HEAL 2026, principal of Rehman Medical College, head of the Department of Pulmonology. With a career spanning more than 3 decades in both the United Kingdom and Pakistan, Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman is widely recognized for his contributions to medical education, research, and public health. His dedication to academic excellence and community healthcare continues to inspire generations of healthcare professionals.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman for the welcome address.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. His Excellency Governor Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Honorable panelists, distinguished dignitaries, Chief Executive Officer of RMI Healthcare, RMI Education, directors, principals, students, Assalamu alaikum. I think I have a confession to make. And the confession is that I was reading the other day a speech of a Fareed Zakaria, who is a CNN very famous, his convocation or graduation speech 2026. And he said something in that room, in that art college of I'm going to borrow. And he said that I'm going to say something very provocative, and that's two alphabets or two letters. In that room, he said, is I. But the twist was, which I liked, that I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about HI, and that is human intelligence, the human instincts, and the human query. And this is what he. So I said, Zakaria, you have just said the same thing going to have in Heal in this very and we talk about humans, humanity, and human capabilities. If I take you 200 years back, and I don't know whether that slide is there or not, but you would be treated for your fever. He will fix your broken bone. He will cut your leg with the same lancet and same knife. Probably he will use on the weekend to cut your hair or shave your face. And that used to be the barber. 200 years ago, that used to happen. What they used to say, that speed is the essence. So the surgeon was measured by the speed, or that barber was measured by the speed he could within less time, because that was the only way to lessen the pain that person would go through. And that's what the history is. But the human mind has come a long way. Now in this room, that one person just keep in your head. And now in this room, you have doctors, you have nurses, you have technicians, you have therapists, you have medical students, you have dental students, you have dental doctors, you have policymakers, you have researchers, you have innovators in this very room. And they are just doing that one person job. So this is the human, this is what the humans have achieved. So we should not be shy of the human intelligence. And yes, we should grab the technology, but we should not lose sight that without humans, technology cannot be achieved. While fantasizing about the human's capability, I'm also aware that human has done wonders. That barber was a human, but he was killing people at the same time. The person, the surgeons, nurses would refuse to wash hands, women were dying of puerperal sepsis because they will not believe that the germ theory exists. And we should not forget that. So the humans should be aware of the challenges they face. The data should feed into them and they should learn what they need to develop further. Yes, the system may be broken. Yes, there may be cracks in the system. But the Japanese, if I may have that slide, have a called kintsugi. Uh, 3 slides forward. So if you can see that, they repair, when the pot is broken, they repair it with gold. They don't hide the cracks. They make the cracks visible. And this is what the system needs. That in KP Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, of the Khyber Pass, we are dealing with a complex community. Their complex needs. We have poverty around us. We have lack of education. A lot of children are still on the street. They are not going to the schools. There are a lot of people who come travel hours to get treatment. Yes, those are the cracks. Repair it. You won't need to hide it. And again, that will be the goal of this conference. We may not be perfect, but then Japanese celebrate imperfection. They say making is never complete, breaking is never final. We are in the process of making progress. This is what we need to be doing. That system may not be perfect, but we need to understand. Today we have a task in hand. Yes, 200 years passed. But what are we going to do in the next 200 years? Or the next 10 years, next 5 years, or next year, or next month, or next week, tomorrow, or next hour. Because unless we make a steady progress, we will not achieve the goals of the future, which is healthcare, education, AI, and leadership. And this is what we need to be working. So I'm going to leave you with 3 simple messages because I find it easy to remember 3 things. Beyond that, then probably I lose the count. A, one, efficiency is not synonymous with intelligence. So something may be fast, but that doesn't mean it's intelligent. Second, hold technology with both hands, but hold the patient in your both eyes. That is the crucial. And third, have courage to accept an improvement or need. To various panel discussions, we are going to have a lot of in-depth discussion, and we are going to come up with recommendations, share with the academic circles, also with the policymakers, also with the health system, so they can take it on and hopefully improve the lives of patients. In the end, I'm grateful for all of you to attend, and I wish you a very good Heal 2026 conference, and Allah may bless us all. Thanks a lot for all.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for sharing the vision that continues to guide and fund this remarkable initiative.
We would like to invite His Excellency Governor of Kyrgyzstan, Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi, CEO of Rehman Medical Institute, Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, and the patron of 2026 Principal of Rehman Medical College, Professor Dr. Zaman, to please come on stage and take a seat.
Great institutions are built by leaders who combine vision with action, innovation with compassion, and ambition with service. It is an honor to introduce Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, Chief Executive Officer of Rehman Medical Institute. Under his leadership, IMI has continued to grow healthcare. He has played a pivotal role in advancing healthcare innovation, entrepreneurship, across the region.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Governor Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to begin with a very simple question. If a healthcare professional from the year 2035 walked into this room and this time, because what I think would surprise them most is how we are still talking about isolation. Whether it's healthcare, it's education, intelligence or technology or leadership, they're not independent. They don't work in silos. They work in a continuum. They all work when they come together jointly as a system. And that is what the real theme of this event and the focus of this event today is. As you're all aware, healthcare is under enormous pressure these days, all over the world, because people are living longer, there's more and more chronic diseases that are there. Our patients are much better informed than they were many years back, and therefore the expectations are a lot higher as well. We're also aware that health costs keep increasing exponentially every few years. Every healthcare system globally right now is being asked to do more with less. And therefore, the question is no longer simply how we treat more diseases. The question is how do we create more health? And that is where lifestyle medicine has such a fundamental role to play. It's something that we all need to be increasingly aware of and trying to implement in our own spaces as well. I feel that with regards to the question of healthcare, this conversation begins much earlier the moment that a patient walks into the hospital. I feel this conversation begins in the classroom. Because every health professional, be it a nurse, a doctor, a dentist, a physiotherapist, a researcher, all of them start off as a student. And the healthcare system that we envision for tomorrow is presently sitting in our classrooms. It is up to us how we evolve that system and how we develop that system. Because the decisions that we make with regards to our health professional education today is what will truly shape the quality of healthcare that we're going to see in the coming decades. But we also need to realize that education itself is drastically changing. As we heard for generations, education is all about focusing on helping people acquire more knowledge. But what do we do when that knowledge instantly and democratically and universally accessible to everyone at the fingertips, when that knowledge is accessible through a device that we're all carrying in our pockets today? Because we all know that AI can help you retrieve information, it can help you analyze data, identify patterns at a scale that was truly unimaginable just a few years ago. This has to be one of the most significant shifts that we are going to see in our lifetime. But then every powerful technology that we've seen in history does come with a set of challenges and does bring a certain degree of responsibility on us as well. Because we have to realize that AI does make mistakes. It definitely has a bias, and we've seen so many horror stories of the kind of biases that AI has. And it can be confidently wrong. It can hallucinate, and we've seen this countless times. How it cites judgments for the judiciary. There's no reality in them. Research papers that simply don't exist. While we look at all the wonders of AI and all the promise that it holds, let's also be aware of the pitfalls, the challenges that we need to circumvent and then work around and address. Because without that, we are going down a very slippery path. As we heard in the session earlier, challenge of de-skilling. I see this very young children questioning why do they need to memorize and why do they need to figure out how come up with different calculations and different working and different hypotheses when it is all one prompt away. And it is a very serious question that all educators right now, in health professional education or otherwise, need to deliberate over and determine what does the future of education broadly and what does the future of health education really look like. Because unless we determine what that future state of education looks like, simply blindly allowing for these tools to be accessed and used by faculty and students is not the answer. Banning the use of these tools is not the answer. The answer lies in using them in a very responsible fashion. It lies in putting in place the right kind of guardrails to ensure that ultimately patients are protected and to ensure that the education that we are imparting does result in students and future practitioners being suitably skilled. Because the greatest risk, in my opinion, of AI is not that the machines will start thinking like humans, it's that humans may stop thinking for themselves. The advantage will belong to those who know how to work with AI. And I know this is a bit of a cliche, but I fundamentally believe that this is very much true. And this applies to every profession, this applies to every segment of education. Because while technology will always provide you the answers, at least right now, I don't think it can replace judgment. I don't think it can replace ethics. It cannot replace empathy in the form of the human touch, human interaction provided right now. And more importantly, I don't think it will ever replace the level of trust that exists between a health professional and a patient. Those are attributes that we need to recognize and appreciate more than ever before, also ensuring that we benefit from all technologies available out there can augment and supplement the way we are delivering healthcare right now. Which brings me to leadership. Technology by itself does not solve anything. I look at all of these wonderful technologies existing all over the world. Those are not applied. We're not benefiting from those on the ground. Where is that missing piece? What's the gap that prevents all of those cutting edge technologies from bringing about a certain impact? And I think that's leadership. Someone must decide how that is used. Someone must build the trust around it. Must also help institutions adapt while remaining true to their values. That is the role of leadership, not simply to manage the present, but to prepare people for that change that is arriving faster than many of us ever expected. And I feel it's wonderful to see all of these other institutions being represented in this room today, because this is something no single institution can ever accomplish alone. No one can do it alone. Whether it's doctors, nurses, educators, researchers, entrepreneurs, technologists, policy makers, they all have to work to play. They have to all come together in a collaborative fashion to arrive at the kind of outcomes that we desire. Because the most important breakthroughs of the next decade will not come from any discipline working in isolation. It will come from all of these professionals working together, understanding each other's strengths, understanding each other's challenges, and focusing to solve specific problems. And in this country, we've got an abundance of challenges that we have to deal with. So the breakthroughs will truly come when different disciplines are working together. This is why I feel that HEAL is such a initiative. Because when I look at the four words behind it, healthcare, education, AI, and leadership, I don't see them as separate conversations. I look at them as one story. A story about preparing our people, embracing innovation, building the kind of partnerships that are required right now, and together creating a healthcare system that's better than the one that we inherited. The future of healthcare is not going to be something that will just happen to us. It's going to be something that all of us working together will create. Events such as this and future collaborations that should result from these kinds of events. Thank you all once again for joining us on this occasion, and I hope you all have a very productive summer. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks, and for your continued leadership in advancing healthcare education and innovation.
Our chief guest is a distinguished public servant whose career reflects a deep commitment to public service, democratic values, and national development. Born into a family with a rich political legacy, His Excellency, Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, has served Pakistan in several important capacities, including Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Throughout his public life, he has he has continued to strengthen institutions, empower youth, and promote education and social welfare.
It is a matter of great honor for us to welcome a leader whose experience and dedication to public service continue to inspire communities across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in warmly welcoming Mr. Faisal Karim, Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, to address the gathering.
Auzubillahiminash-shaytanir-rajeem. Bismillahir-rahmanir-rahim. Dr. Mukhtar Zaman Saab, Shafiqur Rahman Saab, dear panelists, media friends, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I am sorry I have to talk in Urdu because my media friends wants me to be talking in Urdu because of 2 points. Healthcare education, artificial intelligence, Summit 2026 खिताब करना मेरे लिए बायस मुसरत है। मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की तकात पर मुंतज़मीन को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ जिन्होंने सेहत, तालीम और जदीद टेक्नोलॉजी के माहिरीन को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर जमा किया। AI आज दुनिया भर में सेहत और तालीम के शोबे में इनकलाबी तब्दीलियाँ ला रही है। जदीद टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से बीमारियों की बरोबर तशख़ीस, इलाज की बेहतर मनसूबाबंदी, तबी तहकीक और सेहत की सहूलियात की फराहमी में नुमाया बेहतरी आ रही है। इससे तालीम में AI का इस्तेमाल तलबा को जदीद तकाज़ों से आमाल करने में मदद फराहम कर रहा है। पाकिस्तान जैसे तरक्की पज़ीर मुल्क के लिए ये एक बेहतरीन मौका है कि वो सेहत और तालीम के शोबों में जदीद टेक्नोलॉजी से भरपूर इस्तिफ़ादा करे। हमें अपनी जामियात, तिब्बी तालीमी इदारों और तहकीकी मराकज़ में जदीद तहकीक और डिजिटल महारतों को फ़रोग़ देना होगा ताकि हमारी नौजवान नस्ल मुस्तक़बिल में चैलेंजेस मौसर अंदाज में मुकाबला कर सके। खैबर पख्तूनख्वा में सेहत और तालीम के शोबों में बेहतरी हमारी तरजीहात शामिल हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि जदीद टेक्नोलॉजी और तहकीक के ज़रिए आवाम को बेहतर तबी सहूलियात मुयस्सर आएँ और नौजवानों को आलिमी मेयार की तालीम हासिल करने के मौके फराहम हों। ताहम हमें ये भी यकीनी बनाना होगा कि AI का इस्तेमाल ज़िम्मेदारी, शफ़ाफ़ियत और अखलाकी असूलों के मुताबिक हो। टेक्नोलॉजी इंसानी सलाहियतों को नहीं बल्कि क्योंकि सेहत के शोबे में इंसानियत, हमदर्दी और पेशेवराना महारत की हमेशा बरकरार रहेगी। मुझे यकीन है कि इस शिविर में होने वाली गुफ्तगू, सिफ़ारिशात और तजर्बात का तबादला पाकिस्तान और तिब्बी तालीम के शोबों की तरक्की में अहम किरदार अदा करेगा। इस मौके पर मैं तमाम माहिरीन, मुहक़क़ीक़ीन और इदारों पर ज़ोर देता हूँ कि वो बाहमी ताउन, तहकीक और सेहतमंद, बासानियत और तरक्याफ्ता पाकिस्तान की तामीर में अहम किरदार अदा करें। आखिर में एक बार फिर मुंतज़मीन का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ और समिट की कामयाबी के लिए ख्वाहिशात का इज़हार करता हूँ। मैं आज भाई की इंतज़ामिया का बेहद मशहूर हूँ कि वक़्तन-फ़वक़्तन यहाँ पर मुख्तलिफ़ कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, सेमिनार और इस किस्म की एजुकेशनल इंफॉर्मेटिव होते हैं। एक-दो दफ़ा मैंने भी इनको होस्ट किया और मैं आज भी इनको दावत देता हूँ कि मेरे या पाना चाहें, कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस करना चाहें, सेमिनार करना चाहें। आखिर में जो हमारे बाहर से मेहमान आए हुए हैं उनका भी जो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस है इनको भी शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ इस सेमिनार में शिरकत की। थैंक यू वेरी मच पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight and encouraging words. We are deeply honored by your presence at HEAL 2026 and grateful for your support of healthcare and medical education.
Ladies and gentlemen, achievements are made possible through leadership, dedication, and unwavering support. It is therefore fitting that take a moment to recognize and appreciate those whose contributions have played a significant role in the success of HEAL 2026.
We will now proceed to the distribution ceremony. I respectfully request our Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency President Karim Kutti, Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, CEO of Rehman Medical Institute, Mr. Shafiqur Rehman, Principal of Rehman Medical College, Professor Dr. Mahmoud Rehman, to kindly come on stage and present the shields and certificates to our distinguished guests and contributors. We begin by recognizing the distinguished panelists whose expertise, insights, and contributions enrich the discussions through HEAL 2026.
May the following esteemed panelists kindly come forward to receive their certificate of appreciation. Professor Dr. Muhammad Amir, Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences and Principal of Shifa College of Medicine.
Professor Junaid Sarfaraz from Health Services Academy, Islamabad.
Professor Dr. Abida Shaheen from Shifa College of Medicine.
Professor Dr. Rehman Jamil from Khyber Medical University.
Professor Dr. Gohar Wajid, who join us online from Cairo, Egypt.
Professor Rizwan Gul from University of Engineering and Technology.
Professor Dr. Mohammad Hanif from Center for Innovation in Knowledge and Dr. Kazi Abdullah from Women Medical College, Ahmedabad. Professor Dr. Aisha Raouf, Dean NUMS. Professor Dr. Shumaila Salim, Principal Federal Medical and Dental College, Islamabad.
Professor Dr. Lubna Beg, Director of Medical Education, University of Lahore.
Professor Dr. Zilihuma, Director, Academics, Khyber Medical University. Professor Dr. Iftikharuddin from Bachahan Medical College. Dr. Mariam Khan from Seacause University.
Professor Dr. Murtaza Najabat Ali, CEO of Rehman Medical Technologies.
Mr. Saeed Mujtaba, CEO Samora Dubai, who join us online. Dr. Faisal Khan from Precision Medicine Lab, Rehman Medical Institute. Thank you to our esteemed panelists.
The success and academic integrity of HEAL 2026 were strengthened by a dedicated panel of judges whose expertise and professionalism ensured excellence throughout the summit.
We are honored to recognize our jury members and invite them to receive their certificate of appreciation. Professor Dr. Iftikhar Kutti, Head of Department of Research at Rehman Medical College. Professor Dr. Rizwan Faisal, Professor at Department of Pharmacology at Rehman Medical College. Professor Dr. Ali Raza, Community Medicine at Rehman Medical College. Ms. Hoor Kakar, Mr. Wasim Sajjad, and Mr. Syed Suhail Ahmed.
Now, the judges for the oral presentations, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Ishan Batul. And Professor Dr. Ayaz Ayub.
Judges for poster presentation, Associate Professor Dr. Bibi Alia. And Assistant Professor Dr. Khatija Abdullah.
We would like to invite Professor Dr. Zile Huma. And Professor Dr. Fahad Hamza. Thank you to our respected jury members for their valuable contribution to HEAL 2026.
We now acknowledge the members of the HAIL 2026 Organizing Committee for their outstanding efforts and dedication. May the following individuals kindly come forward to receive their certificates. Professor Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum. Professor Dr. Rizwan Faisal. Professor Dr. Khalilur Rehman. Dr. Zulfisha Batul, Professor at Department of Pathology at Rehman Medical College. Professor Dr. Mahwish Durrani, Head of Department of Biochemistry at Rehman Medical College. Professor Dr. Amreen Ali, Professor at Department of Pathology at Rehman Medical College. Professor Dr. Ali Raza, Head of Department of Community Medicine at Rehman Medical College. Associate Professor Dr. Sadia Shokat. Associate Professor Dr. Shifa Basharat. Assistant Professor Dr. Maham Khalid. Lecturer at Department of Forensic Medicine, Dr. Shahabuddin. Mr. Saad Azam.
congratulate and thank the organizing committee for their dedication.
Now, we request our chief guest to kindly present shield to the keynote speaker of this event, Professor Ijaz Ahmad Khan from Health Services Academy, Islamabad. Now we request our chief guest to kindly present shield to the guest of honor of today's event, Professor Dr. Mohammad Amir, Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences and Principal, Shifa College of Medicine. Now we request CEO of RMI and our chief guest to kindly present shield to the patron of HEAL Summit 2026, Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman. Now we request CEO of RMI and Principal RHC to kindly present shield to the chief guest of the HEAL Summit 2026, His Excellency Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi, Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We thank our honorable chief guest, Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi, Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, for graciously presenting the certificates and shields. And all the participants are requested to receive their certificate after lunch break from the registration desk located outside the hall. In the HEAL 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a brief networking and refreshment break.
We invite our honorable chief guest and the CEO, chairman of RMI, and their management to go to the 7th floor for the arrangement of the high tea, while all of the guests, organizers, and participants are requested to proceed to the 8th floor for the high tea.
We hope this opportunity allows you to connect, exchange ideas, and further strengthen the spirit of learning and partnership that HEAL 2026 represents. Thank you, and please proceed towards the designated high tea area. Panelists are also requested to go to the 7th floor for high tea. We hope you enjoy the refreshments and opportunity to interact with our esteemed guests and colleagues. Thank you.
Hello, sound check. Hello, audio check, sound check. Hello. Hello, audio check. Hello.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम बेटा, आपको आवाज आ रही है? डॉक्टर शहाबुद्दीन को मेरी आवाज आ रही है? पहले तो आप बोल रहे थे, अभी आप खामोश हो गए।
हेलो डॉक्टर साहब,
जी आप आपकी आवाज मुझे आई है।
मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
जबरदस्त।
अच्छा सर, सेशन जो है थोड़े टाइम के लिए उसको पॉज किया गया है। थोड़ी देर बाद आपको दोबारा ऑनबोर्ड करते हैं सर, ठीक है?
लंच ब्रेक चल रहा है, इसका
जी।
मतलब ये लगेगा।
सॉरी।
जी हाँ, तो आधा पौना घंटा लगेगा।
जी डेफिनेटली इतना ही होगा।
वो
ओके सर, थैंक यू थैंक यू।
मैं तकरीबन 12:30 बजे करता हूँ।
चला लेंगे। हाँ हाँ चला लेंगे। ठीक है। बस बंद कर दी उसको फिलहाल। क्या सर? हाँ हाँ हाँ
सब ठीक है।
हेलो हेलो, साउंड चेक। हेलो ये जो लाइनें हैं ना, आप कह रही हैं ठीक है, ये जो लाइनें हैं डिजाइन में, ठीक है, आप मुझे ये फॉरवर्ड करें। लेट मी ट्राई, अगर हो सका तो मैं आपके साथ कमेंट नहीं करता, आप तो मेरा नंबर नोट करें। सर व्हाट्सएप के अंदर है, वहां से आप डायरेक्ट मुझे कर सकते हैं। हेलो हेलो हेलो, साउंड चेक। हेलो हेलो, साउंड चेक। जी सर। पॉइंटर से शो ना चरता खत्म शुदा 5 बजे पूरे लग दोनों पासांतिया का खत्म दोनों ब्या बस
Hello. Hello, sound check. Hello. Sound check. Hello, sound check. Sound check. Hello, audio check. Sound check. Hello, sound check. Hello. Hello, sound check. Hello. 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 Hello, sound check. Hello, audio check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Hello, audio check. Hello.
Hello? Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone feels refreshed. We'll begin by resuming our first panel discussion. I would like to invite the initial panelists back up on stage, please. Professors, Dr. Maruk will take over from. We have Professor Dr. Abida, we have Professor Dr. Janine Zacharias, and we have Professor Dr. Amer.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, again, and welcome back once again. Before I start, it's just the concluding questions that are remaining for this session. I would like, for a brief moment, to wholeheartedly thank my panelists for bearing with us and actually putting up with the disruption that we earlier faced. So thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Please clapping. Yes. So our last question that we discussed, I will request the IT team to please manage the sound is actually not right. There is a bit of echo. Yeah. We were talking about the ethical concerns that keep everyone awake at night. We're just left with the questions, which are very important questions, and like they say in German, sehr wichtig questions. Imagine it is 2035. What will a medical classroom look like if AI fulfills its promise?
Thank you very much, madam. I think it's a very interesting question. Well, to project things up to 35 is difficult because things could change quite rapidly in the world. But if going along the same trajectory, what I believe that the brick and mortar institutions are no longer going to be there anymore. So we're going to remember, I think it was in 1998 or 1999 when Hardin came up with his virtual classrooms and virtual medical education concept, and it was so new to people at that time, but that's a possibility now because gaming industry is billions of dollars industry, and it's advancing very rapid. So the advances that are coming up in the gaming industry are huge. So what I imagine in the future, students will probably be sitting in their houses. They would be avatars moving around in virtual environments. They would be interacting with each other. They would have the same kind of feeling, and uh, at very core level of being very part of it that is so immersive, it's difficult to not, it will be difficult to separate from distinguish from reality. I'm sure that people would disagree with me. I believe that that is what the future is going to be in education, not just in medical education, but in all of education. And that is going to improve patient safety quite a bit as well, because it would be a huge amount of transition from actually working within that AI immersive environment, learning within that AI immersive environment, and then moving sort of overseeing artificial intelligence in managing healthcare and healthcare systems and healthcare education in a very predictive manner. So, when we talk about skills, I and large, I'm sure majority of do not know how to make fire without matchsticks or some other, lighter or something. So we have never learned that skill. So it's about not learning certain skills, but changing environment and the context changing, and then requirement for new skills to come. So skills, these skills, and perhaps NEO skills. So new skills is probably something that we focus on. We need to do it now and think that as groups to bring us at par with what else is going on, whatever is going on in the rest of the world. And that's what I think the class.
So if we are talking about 2035, when we imagine here and imagine classrooms, hospitals, as Dr. Junaid is suggesting there would be avatars. There would be avatars of teachers, physicians, doctors, as well as students. There would be a digital environment in which we will be. But again, it depends a lot that which way we will be interacting, because at this point in time, what purpose of this summit is that human touch and empathy, human element that we are trying to emphasize, point of time that element is not is ignored, it doesn't in those virtual classrooms, it would be a real problem. Because the importance of AI and the current promises that it is offering to us that could not be denied. Talk about electronic health records, and it is that about 70% of the clinician's time that is being spent on the administrative and repetitive task. And it is very obvious AI, if we automate these tasks using AI tools, so they spend more time with their patients. So probably those elements of, but this needs to be, we need to train our students, our all academicians and all faculty members from every segment of education. They need to learn social learning if it will remain there, so we can imagine humanity as along with those virtual digital environment. But if it would not be there, I can see all those images that I create using Dali and Mid Journey. There is a robotic environment. Teacher is interacting with screen, and on the other end, they are using that screen and with their and in the element of humanity that will be lost along with AI training, the social emotional, the more human contact, the more knowing about each other, the more these kind of personal sessions in which we are interacting with each other in the live session, that is more important than ever. Thank you.
Dr. Brack.
Okay, so Dr. Brehna, unfortunately, I had to let her go because it's nighttime in United States and she was already over her bedtime. So we excused her, so we will be joined by just our three panelists now.
Thank you very much. Actually, we are talking about the future about 9 years from now on. With the pace of development, with the pace of activity, I see, in my personal opinion, I can fear that maybe drastic changes might happen. But in reality, it feels that it will take maybe not 10 years, it might take more than 10 years, maybe 20 years, 30 years, or 40 years to see a real transformation if we are talking about disruptive type of transformation. But probably we, the seniors, because we have, as a child is, started walking, we are always careful of taking the wrong step. So at this juncture, it is our and as well in part that we have to be cautious in a way that what's right and what's wrong and what is being missed by AI. And the missed part, the major missed part or the lacking part is the words which are covered in humanity. So not only social well-being is very important, social connections are very important, but the very basic question of a doctor dealing with a patient, human, where one human is in the form of a physician, other human is in the form of a patient, and roles can change as well. We are all human being, we are all doctors as well, but we sometimes become patients. And then what we expect from the physician who is going to see us? If you put us to a machine and ask her to start talking to the machine, get her, and in the end, whatever prescription comes out, he will be able to explain whether it may be most of us might not like it, especially where the patient is in a problem, in trouble, which wants proper clinical, proper history taking, human to human contact, where empathy and the other social skills are, they have to be at highest level, and which are totally lacking in AI. It is not human. And if you put a question, ethical question to the AI, because somebody put that question regarding the war which was going on the recent Gulf conflict, and it has been alleged, as you all know, that a set of these generative AI were used for pinpointing, for target killing, for the target precision killing. But so it comes to the forefront that it is a tool, and the person behind the gun is using it for the improvement of humanity or for destruction. So the forces are there. We have to decide. There is a machine, there is a mechanism, there is a tool which is available, which will do wonders for us. But how many? What is that? We have to decide about the extent. Coming to this question again, I feel the basic skills can just be mimicked by the AI, but they have to be learned by the human being. That would be the first step, but the second step is always the human being. If machine can tell you how to palpate a liver, but it has to be the human body over there with the finding, where you are going to pick up that finding. Similarly, a person talking to the machine will not come up with a proper history. It's a human to human who will change the type of question depending upon the local context of the patient, local language of the patient, local culture of the patient. How many? This is in the human mind. That human mind is so flexible and so innovative and so adjusting to the situation. That skill has to be by that medical graduate who is graduating. So, if I try to answer this question, maybe a change will occur. This might look smarter. There may be some institution which may be different from the other institution, which might try to take the lead and make most of it virtual. But again, the reality will again come back that the majority of the people will stay in the same setup in the healthcare, because you have to see this transformation first in all healthcare before it comes to this level of the healthcare. This is my opinion.
Thank you, sir. And I think that's very well said. Of course, the foundation of healthcare is on humanism. And that's what we believe. So I'll go to my closing questions, and of course, I'll give the audience an opportunity if they have any questions for our panelists. And my question is, and I would like all of you to be very honest about it. What is one belief about medical education that you held 5 years ago but have changed your mind about today?
And that up front because children, the belief about humanity and humanity has been challenged as far as I'm concerned. It's going to be challenged. I think there's going to be a in which uh, the definition of humanity and humanism and all those things that we believe are only human is going to be challenged because we look at artificial intelligence as it is today. Not also see how it's evolved over the recent few years. And I think that it is going to change our concept of humanity in the very near future, as is already happening in certain Western countries where individuals prefer to have social interactions with artificial intelligence entities like Japan or Far East, as compared to having social interactions with human beings. A number of studies have already shown that patient AI physician encounters have been rated higher by patients as compared to patient human encounters, which are available in the literature as well. So I think this is the main thing, as far as I've been concerned, my concept really rattled.
And humanism.
So for me, it has been quite transformative. Beliefs, medical education, I have changed over the period of years, and I would reflect to my professional journey. I am basically a pharmacologist, medical doctor by background. Then I did PhD in pharmacology, and then I did masters in health profession. I began another fellowship in advanced medical education and research, but then it became very disruptive. I think at that moment in time, what was my perspective, that changed my whole perspective about medical education. That actually eventually it's ethics, the ethical use of using anything that encompasses everything. So now I'm currently enrolled in Masters in Bioethics. So I think that the responsible ethical use of any technology, because I was listening to the Jeff Bezos, that is a very eminent person, very famous person in AI technologies. It's about the idea that whenever there is any technology, there is evolution of any technology in the history of humanity, eventually it will benefit humanity. So you can see the Google Notebook LM and many of the tools, they are offering many new features which would benefit us eventually. So technology actually helps the humanity, but the end user is always human. So how we are ethically using this technology. So for me, it's ethics. The lens of looking at the things.
Okay, being a clinician, what I felt in the last 5 years, as you say, or maybe 10 years, my own belief has again transformed and into further steady belief that whatever changes occur, human to human touch should not, I mean, suffer. It is suffering, it should not suffer. Because this is a fear we as clinical teachers have. We are encountering the patients with our students, and if I take healthcare maybe a little away, being an older person, seeing my children growing, with these type of gadgets, it is happening at home as well. Your children are spending more time on whatever you do, their screen time is increased. So what is happening? They are getting away from this, they are getting away from their parents. They go to school, they come back and they get confined to the room. This is a social problem, it's coming up. Their behaviors are changing. They don't know how to interact with the people. Once they don't know how to interact with the people, and when they come to the healthcare education and everything, and those backlogs are already there, those deficiencies are already there, and you are supposed to cover those, it is going to become a bigger problem. So we have already started seeing this, and the community and people are saying it. When they come as human beings, at least to our country, to our culture, they want an empathy. Okay? They want somebody to listen to them. Already there are complaints that doctors are spending time on their patients, and with the AI, that I fear that it might have that time might come down as well, might even more. So my fear is, and my hope is that it should not happen. Because if, despite our beliefs, something which has to happen will happen. We can only guide our generation, but they will decide their own pathways, and this is how the communities are developed. Then they will rethink. And as with so many specialities, there was a big, article. The patient was saying, crying, "Who is my doctor?" He said, out of the 12 doctors who are looking after me, parts of me, as a pulmonologist, as a surgeon, as a urologist, as a nephrologist, who is my new doctor? I have to talk to. So there has to be a person who listens to the patient as a whole. If that part is missing, the patient dies. And if even the touch is missing, so he cannot hear the machine. Machine will just simply answer, maybe in a human voice, but that will be without empathy, without any regard. There will be nobody without any compassion. So the humanism, whatever the definition is, if the human being's DNA is the same, his phenotype might change, but he will remain a human being. And he needs a human being to talk to. In isolation, it might happen sometime, but when the growing age comes up and when there are no human voices, then we all know in all those gray cares and all those, when they are sometimes forced into isolation, they find it very hard. I mean, that situation. When we are to the real patients, the real patient would like to have a real. And similarly, in the classroom, my belief is whatever change might occur, but the real teacher has to be there. Because he can only give that lifetime scenarios, lifetime clinical scenarios, and a human talking to him. So it has to be, you can say, an integrated approach, a collaborative approach. So classrooms, most of the teaching might go to the virtual reality, the artificial intelligence, to the virtual classroom, but the clinical teaching and those things have to be patient oriented, have to be the real thing. Thank you.
Well said, sir. Thank you. Now, this panel is open for questions. And if there are questions, I will request the IT department, please raise your hands. Due to the shortage of time, I'm afraid we will not be able to take a lot of questions, but maybe one or two. Please raise hands if there is a question. Please name the panelists that you have a question for.
Assalamu alaikum, sir, and thank you for your time. As Sir already said, that there are some people behind the scene that who are running these AIs, and it depends upon them what they want from them. But I think clever enough that AI in a way that they will use it behind the ethics. Although there are a lot of are there, and we have guidelines from different organizations. But the AI is designed that it will push you to go beyond that ethics. So create order on how to create the limit, because each person is using it for different purpose. So we cannot, how to create basically a border between this, that we should use it for to such an extent and then stop it. Students are using, teachers are using, and it is designed in a way that it will ask again and again, and at the end you can see it's written that this, it worked like this. So there are some big minds behind it, and basically I think so they want us to use it, without these ethical.
It is directed towards Dr. Amir.
Start with, there are few mandatory things. नमाज पढ़नी है, रोजा रखना है, ये सारी डिवाइन चीजें अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से दी हुई. So how many of us practice that? A segment practices, segment does not practice it. Coming just to the hardcore question, there will be few things which will be mandatory. The limits will be set, but in this type of scenario with the artificial intelligence, with the generative AI, as nobody on earth can stop this happening. Stop that person, even at home, I mean, sitting in that room, to stop using it and to stop using it to a certain limit. You can only define the ethical, as you said, considerations, ethical policies, and you can enforce in you can enforce them at home, possible. Then you try to enforce after making policies in your institution. But that's it, how far you can do. The regulations can be apart to a certain extent. And that will still remain, by all means, up to a certain extent, supervision. The deep hardcore, the training will come from the interactive sessions like this, from the ethical session. And this is where the class is important. When we are eye to eye contact, we are trying to train. When the interaction is coming, then that's which might go astray to any extent. Using any type of tool, including AI, will try to think as a human being, okay, this is what I should use from it. This is what I should not make use of that. Otherwise, this virtue and the malice and everything, ये तो reality है कि हमारा काम ये है कि हम एक रास्ता जरूर दिखाएं और रास्ता दिखाना और फिर उस रास्ते पे बच्चों को, आप लोगों को, यंगर जनरेशन को ये पावर करना कि भाई आप रास्ते ये ठीक है और इसके अलावा कोई और रेगुलेशन?
Thank you. If there is any other question, if not, then we would like to. Okay, Dr. Aisha Roof has a question, please.
Thank you for sharing your insights and evidence-based support for AI and against it. A very practical question, Professor Abda, you talked about AI and you seem to have a lot of knowledge about it. We cannot nobody's denying the fact that at the end of the day, it is establish the credibility of the output of AI to right? And we are talking about using AI in undergrad curriculum as well. So your talks on in your responses, you think that the timing of introduction of AI is very important because all of us know that until and unless somebody is grounded in the concept, will not be able to establish the credibility because garbage in, garbage out. So in undergrad, if you are introducing AI, at what stage do you think it should be introduced and how? Should it be standard? Could you just give your point of view on that, please?
Thank you, Professor. That's a very pertinent, very important question. At this moment, when we are struggling that at this point of time, try to incorporate AI into the curriculum. And when I was talking about those terms about de-scaling and diversity, if we introduce these AI tools, because there is not hype about AI tools, but I have yet to see any institution who has structured guidelines that which extent the students, undergraduate, postgraduate students, they must be using AI. Have we any institutional guidelines, any policy, or any agency document, and how many faculty members they have actually made this effort to go through guidelines in their actual classrooms? Because fellowship session, the very first question was this that the students don't go through these guidelines. So we are going to read these guidelines in one session. So actually, guidelines goes through. Students are not aware of those guidelines, and honestly speaking, most of the faculty they are not aware about those HSC guidelines, which are even very, not very structured guidelines, and they are in the very initial stages. How to this AI tool. Okay, so when I talk about open AI tools, especially, I don't mention much about open LLM tools like Claude, Gemini, and Notebook LLM, and these ChatGPT. Because these tools, these large language models, they are not meant for research. They are not meant for evidence synthesis. They are not meant for literature review. They are made for some another purpose, and yet we use these open AI tools for drafting the literature, for drafting the synopsis, for drafting the assignment. And for this, the AI and digital literacy is very important, not only for the student, but also for the faculty. First, the faculty, they need to train that what is the use of, because there are very specific scientific tools which are used for research purposes. These open AI tools, LLM tools, generative AI tools, they are not for research purposes. So first, faculty need to be trained. And at which point of time we need to incorporate, I think when the students, they are if we take the research methodology, at what point of time we need to tell our sensitize our students in the very first session when we are talking about how to generate research group, or how to go for literature review. Should we sensitize the students in the very first session? No. I think not in first year, not in second year. When they are focused about the basic concepts, about the foundational concepts, any other topic, any it is medicine field, nursing field, dentistry field, any other topic. When they are aware about these foundational concepts, then this is where is the time. Now we need to take AI tools. So they are prepared for the real world. And they are also knowing that what is the responsible use of AI. And the iterative kind of training that we are using AI tools in actual classroom, we are interacting with those AI tools, and we are analyzing the output of the AI tools. We are going through that, we are brainstorming on those outputs, and then we are. So I, there must be time does really matter, and for this the AI literacy at faculty level, that is really well.
Very much. I think we will wind up the questions. Okay, we have an external guest from Ahmedabad, so I hope we keep it small. Madam is a faculty from a youth medical college and is currently working as associate professor in obstetrics and gynecology at the youth medical college. Rehman.
I'm Dr. Humaira Chadoon, and my question is for Dr. Junaid. I would like to ask, in low resource setting, like I'm working in a public sector hospital, a youth teaching hospital, which is catering a large catchment area is there from Gilgit, Pakistan to Assadabad. So how we can, in this area, how can AI be used to enhance learning without replacing direct patient interaction? Because the faculties are of overburden, at the same time we are managing high OPD flow of the patient. We have to manage our graduate students and the undergraduates. So how, with the ethical use of AI, but again, the patient touch, patient encounter is also there, but how can we, it should not be totally replaced, but how can we use? Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I think, it's a very important question because, uh, like any tool, context and the resources and the situation at that point in time matters. So you can use that tool for so many things in so many different ways, sort of outsourcing certain aspects of teaching and patient delivery and patient care to AI, just like medical record flipping the classroom, making it AI related mentor, making more precision education available to the use of AI, or having them interact with AI, providing them feedback through AI, having audio visual data that then provides them with real time or like later on with feedback on their activities, and then help them to improve on their educational activities as well as the uh, to find out how introducing AI to linguistics and then checking to increase the load of various conditions. So many things that you can do, but as long as there is a conscious effort to show that whatever you are doing is ethical, it is supervised, somebody is monitoring and auditing the effect of that usage over time and then improving on it. So that's what I would say about it.
Thank you. I think it brings us to the end of this panel discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Umar, Professor Junaid Sarfraz, and Professor Nanda. Thank you very much for joining us. I hand over to the audience. Thank you, Diana. A round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you, Dr. Marov, and thank you for our esteemed panelists. Now we will proceed with our second discussion for today. The title is Community, Social Accountability in the AI Era. In a world racing towards technological advancement, it is easy to ask who gets left behind. Social accountability has always been at the heart of good medical education. The recognition that we treat doctors not merely for the hospitals, but for the communities, for the rural clinics, for the underprivileged. But in the age of artificial intelligence, the question becomes sharper. Does AI close the equity gap or does it widen it? Does the digital revolution reach the community health worker in a remote valley or does it concentrate power in the already privileged hands? This panel confronts these questions head on, exploring the ethics of AI in healthcare, the digital divide, and what it truly means to build a socially accountable health system for Pakistan and beyond. This discussion will be moderated by Dr. Ali Raza, who is our HOD Community Health Sciences at Rehman Medical College. Let me now introduce our panel. Our first panelist is joining us online from WHO Regional Office in Cairo, Egypt. He carries the voice of global health governance to our stage. Professor Dr. Gohar Wajid is the Technical Officer for Health Professions Education at the World Health Organization's Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office. He holds a PhD in medical education and is a visiting professor of medical education at several universities, including University of Lahore, Rifa International University, Khyber Medical University, and the University of Dammam in Saudi Arabia. Please welcome Professor Gohar Wajid online. Our second panelist brings the lens of engineering and innovation to healthcare equity. Professor Rizwan Gul is a faculty member at the University of Engineering Technology Power, where his work focuses on technology solutions for social challenges, including the development of accessible digital health platforms. His presence on the panel reflects the conviction that solving healthcare's equity problem requires collaboration across disciplines. Please welcome Professor Rizwan Gul.
Now, representing one of Pakistan's most prestigious scientific institutions, third panelist is Professor Dr. Muhammad Hanif, Ghulam Ishaq Khan Institute of Engineering Sciences and Technology. Professor Hanif's work explores how data science and AI can be ethically applied with a particular focus on responsible innovation and institutional accountability. Please welcome Professor Muhammad Hanif. Now, closing our panel is a physician and academic who understands the reality of healthcare delivery in Pakistan's most challenging environments. Dr. Qazi Abdullah serves at Women Medical College in Ahmedabad and brings critical insights into regional medical training and accountability. Please welcome Dr. Qazi.
Thank you, boys. Thank you very much. I hope you are all fine. So today we are going to start our second panel discussion. This discussion will be covering the social accountability concept and how it is impacting in this era of artificial intelligence. So we will be having Dr. Gaur Wajid joining us online tomorrow. Wajid is our medical educationist, and I hope that we are going to start our discussions and we will be ending for everyone so that we can open the floor for some questions as well. So let us start. Before we wait for something else, we are going to start our this discussion from Dr. Professor Dr. Rizwan Gul, who is Senior Dean in the UT Peshawar. So I'm going to ask you the first question. My first question is from you. Since you have been dealing with the Pakhtunkhwa, we have got a very large rural population, semi-urban communities. The biggest problem we face is connectivity. So connectivity is always an issue in Pakistan. So from an engineering perspective, what is the minimum viable digital infrastructure needed to meaningfully deploy AI-assisted medical education tools in the hospitals or in the district hospitals or in the communities, you know?
First of all, thank you. It was the first session was very well to get on all new develop how to deal with them. I want to first make a disclaimer that I am not an expert of AI. I am actually a materials engineer, and my specialization is actually orthopedic biomaterials, so related to the that. So your question is very valid. Let me take back relate this question to during the COVID. We went online education, and we had several challenges during that time. And because I come from a public, we have students are from a variety of background, low middle class, and so we face that problem of being able to integrate it into that online education. And same thing is going to happen in taking AI in the medical places. So we will have the same problem जो online education के दौरान जो COVID के दौरान same problem will be there. Now the issue is this: the technology is not that hot. DSL, all these things we have there, they are sufficient for to on these activities. The problem is that it's not everywhere. So we have this problem if available to public in KPK. This will be a problem. Secondly, we have the electricity. So not only this activity is an issue, the electricity is a, there are reliable source So again, face this problem if you are going to use AI in the medical field. The solutions are there. It has to work with the help of government. So the government agencies, the BHUs and all these things, they will have to be integrated into the solution. So unless government brings some funding and all these things to this, it will be difficult to implement, right? And as I said, technology-wise, it's not that hard. For example, give provide tablets and all these laptops, it can work without.
So the point is that in the next 5 to 10 years, how you see this landscape? Is it going to improve?
Okay, so it has to be prioritized. It has to give funding to that. You have to start programs. Without that, it will not happen.
Going to improve or not?
It's going to improve the health. Yes, of course. As pointed out in the previous session, it's going to contribute to all these things. So we know how to use it ethically and so on. But it will help in providing better medical care. Definitely.
Thank you very much. So my next question would be from Dr. Gaur Wajid. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Loud and clear.
Nice seeing you, sir. Sir, my question from you is that we talk about the SI, we talk about you, and they talk about the social accountability. They say that social accountability in health education emphasizes that medical schools must respond to the needs of the society, and that's why we are here to talk about it today. In your experience, how are AI-powered medical education tools currently being evaluated for equity and community responsiveness at the global policy level? How you see that, sir?
Jazakallah, thank you so much for inviting me to the insightful discussion, and congratulations to RMI, my colleagues, friends, my teachers there for the great work they have done. Disclaimer that whatever I'll be saying here, uh, these are not WHO, because if I have to be the WHO representative here, I have to go through the long process. So whatever I'm participating in this conference in my personal capacity, my views, whatever I say should be taken as ones and not WHO. Now coming back to the issue of social accountability and trying to link it with the AI, we need to go back to the very basic understanding roots of social accountability, because the roots of social accountability are not embedded in artificial intelligence. They are way before AI, they are embedded in the natural intelligence, that whatever product in case the doctors, the nurses are producing, they should be relevant to the needs of the societies they serve. So this is the fundamental of social accountability, that the medical schools should produce the doctors, and the nursing schools should produce the nurses that are responsive to the needs of the community they serve. So it means that the curriculum should be designed accordingly. It simply means that the curricula should be in our language, which in other words means that the regulatory body, that is Pakistan Medical Council, take the curricula that are relevant to the needs of the community based, it should be outcome based, the professional based, and it should be based on the. Now, having said that, when it comes to understanding of social accountability in education, unfortunately, it is taken in a very narrow context. While the context of social mobility since 1995, when the WHO definition was given, has broadened a lot. uh, meeting of the International Consensus on Social Accountability held in South Africa in 2010, where many of our friends participated. We agreed on 10 areas that encompass social accountability, starting from identifying the needs of the communities, collaborations between the stakeholders and governing bodies like Pakistan and Council, and other even nursing council and higher education commissions and surgeons, etc. Then public-private partnerships, then addressing the quality of education, quality assurance systems uh, and accreditation systems, then even defining the role of society. So, having said that, it's a very broad concept. Now, where does it link to artificial intelligence? And before that, it gets linked to what we call digital, the use of digital technologies. For sure, it is going to improve in the next 10 years, no doubt. What is the evidence that it will improve? Evidence is that it has, despite all odds, you can see that there tremendous improvements have been seen in the past 10 years. So, given the trend of the past 10 years, certainly improvements are going to be there in the next 10 years. But the question is not whether it is going to improve or not. The question is whether this improvement is evidence-driven. Is this improvement well directed? Is this improvement policy driven? Or it is just a random 10 to 15% improvement that is going to happen anyway? So how can WHO support and how is WHO? We need to understand the role of WHO for that matter. WHO is a technical assisting body. We do not dictate terms to the country. We are just there to provide guidance. But the real improvement comes from the countries themselves. So there are a few frameworks, and I go back. The basic human rights framework that the UN. So if the human rights are there, equitable, uh, driven, policy-driven initiatives taken by the government to provide more transparent, more accessible, more cost-effective resources to the low and income resource communities in the country to bridge that digital divide and get. Two documents I will mention from the WHO perspective. There is WHO guide on ethics and governance of artificial intelligence for health that covers the broad areas on how AI can be integrated in health. And second, there is a policy document, the guidance paper on the use of artificial intelligence in the development of evidence. So the basic guideline is there. It is officials on how they can take concrete actions to drive the governance mechanisms and policies towards well-directed initiatives to improve AI and other technologies in health education. I will stop here.
Thank you
so
very much. Thank you very much. Very well said. To the government and the regulators that how they use documents and develop in this light. Now, my question is from Dr. Neef, who is from the Ghulam Institute. So, how are you? My question is that GIK is also, it's a great institute. And it lies at the section of elite tech education and which is a rural, most rural setting. How your institution has this passion of producing world-class graduates and being remaining socially accountable at the same time to the community around it. So you heard about the concept of the social accountability. How your institution has dealt with it, and what role AI has been playing in this equation.
Thank you. First of all, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my
Please make it clear.
to share my view, and also thanks to Rehman and the organizer of the Heal for the opportunity. It's true that specific class will have access to GIK, but you know that in this global limit yourself to a specific class. So in this era, you have to extend your expertise to share resources and the expertise with a larger audience. So in this case, we recently some steps like we have some grassroots outreach programs. Uh, we we go to colleges and schools, and especially the local the community, and share our resources and expertise with them. Also, we host the incubation center, and this is one of uh, incubation center where we also offer the accommodation. That's also one of the opportunity where we encourage entrepreneurs, the startups, especially
The local ones you're talking about? Locals?
the rural area. So so they have access to all the resources we have. Also, we guide them, especially the startups related to technology and AI. And we offer we offer access to each and every resource we have. Also, GIK offer uh, scholarships, and the scholarships there is a specific quota for the local rural area people where we have access to resources. Having said that, we also are on a regular basis. We also organize training and the boot camps where we invite the students from local colleges and schools and provide them some basic training and on experience on technologies and tools. Recently, we organized a training program for doctor from Gajupan Medical College, which is us. Now, every year, we invite the application from all over Pakistan to join for specific focus driven boot camp, where we host them for 3 months in summer, and the students can work on different ideas, different
Is
technologies.
the camp free, sir?
The boot camp is coming on charge is only the, the accommodation, and we also provide some scholarship for that. And the third, the last thing I would like is that back in 2000 to 2010, they host the HPC, High Performance Computing Facility, developed at GIK, and the access was granted was free to all the universities in KP. That was also one of the participation or the share from the side to
Great.
enhance the technology.
It's great that we are learning more about how the socially accountable schools and the professional institutes should behave. Now we are moving to our next panel, Dr. Qasim Abdullah. Sir, we are talking about social accountability. We heard from Dr. Gohar Wajid and Dr. Eve and Dr. Gangul in this regard. How do you think that how do we ensure that it is the social accountability is defined with the community health needs and not just by the institutional metrics that we use to AIs and all that?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
First of all, thank you for having me here. Uh, it's lovely being here among all the experts, medical educationists, policy makers. Thank you for having me. I would like to correct some information. Uh, I'm the Assistant Director of Women Medical and Dental College. I graduated with a PhD from University of Dundee and was working from a medical university as an adjunct faculty. So some of the information was incorrect, so I thought I should
Chief
correct
Organizer,
that.
please correct it.
uh, Anyways, moving on to the discussion. Talking about social accountability, obviously the experts are here. Dr. Gohar is here. He's from WHO, and social accountability is defined by WHO. And as he mentioned that social accountability is basically it's not about AI. It's about catering to the needs of the community. And as healthcare professionals, I'm not a physician. I'm a medical educationist. But in healthcare, how do we cater to the needs of the community? Hospital, we provide healthcare to patients. In schools, our main focus is students. In hospitals, our main focus is with the patients. I'm in a leadership role in WMDC, and my personal focus, and my personal opinion is that we need to develop robust hospital management systems, first of all, in our hospitals. And then we need to integrate artificial intelligence systems within those robust systems if we want our healthcare system to benefit from the AI system. And when we talk about colleges, medical schools, uh, I've noticed, our LMS, learning management systems, they do not integrate AI systems. They may have some issues in them. But this is my personal suggestion. We are already working on that. I think we're a little late. That's what we're doing right now.
How do you look, sir, gender? I mean, talking about the equity in the era of AI integration, how you look into it, how you see the genders being affected when AI is being used.
Thank you for asking me that question because that is, I'm not an AI expert again, but my PhD was really help in creating a more equitable environment in medical schools in our healthcare system. So we have basically, I divide, and the literature does this too. I got it from the literature. This is not my own model, but what roles do we have in a medical school? What roles do females have or male faculty members have? Number one is teaching. If you look at it, me personally, I've been using ChatGPT. In Microsoft Word, you have the Copilot, have Claude, you have so many tools that can be used. Making OSCE stations. I mean, we are not our first language is not English, so we do make mistakes, and that's it's okay to make mistakes. But when you're using AI as a tool and not as a replacement, then it will work for you. That this is just my belief. So will help you. If you're a clinician, those administrative tasks that you don't want to do, you think they're wasting your time, implement it. In your clinical practice, administration, implement it. Wherever you think it will make sense for you, don't just follow, the Western countries. I would say it should be contextual. For example, in my environment, we used to have an office assistant. He may be sitting with us right now, but because of our busy schedule, we would tell them to draft a letter for us. And now I don't ask them to do that because, whenever
Yeah.
he would bring it to me, I would tell him, oh, this is not right, correct it. And I would have to do that 3, 4 times. Now I don't have to do that. So we were talking about equality, gender equality, and that's something that is in particular interest for me. 70% of all medical students are now female, more than 70%. The data is by PMDC. We need to prepare for the future. the West is moving towards flexible and family-friendly policies because we think that in the West, women do not face any challenges. That's not true. They still have to have families. Are they going to have babies? So I've gone through the literature. In Pakistan, we are not. We need to integrate the AI systems within our healthcare, within our education. So for the future, when we have higher number of women coming into the profession, we make it easy for them. We make it flexible for them. We give them job flexibility. We make it friendly for them.
So this is an angle that you would like to propose, that integration is going to make it more easy for females to do their inequality that you believe.
If we work on it. If we don't, then
Okay. So my question from Dr. Gaur Majid. Sir, you know that Pakistan, third world developing country, I would rather say, we bear the greatest privilege and we have the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure is least accessible. So, what concrete steps shall be taken to close this digital divide in health education at the national and the regional level, beyond the policy levels that we are talking about?
Thank you so much. I think policy context is important. That will always be there need to address digital without having right mechanism, the regulations and the policies and the strategic plans and the right directed framework that will realize of what is needed. Addressing digital divide will be as if we are addressing something without having known about the context. The digital divide is there, and to some extent it is going to be there, but the government policies have to be there, which are well directed towards bridging the gaps between this digital divide. And some of the concrete actions that can be taken at various levels involving the governments and different other stakeholders. For example, the cost of internet can be reduced. A laptop scheme by Punjab government and I guess by other governments is also there. This is an excellent that helps you to address and provide to lower socioeconomic and middle socioeconomic status groups. Then providing data-free access to medical schools, addressing accessibility of services to the global digital library. I remember the time when we used to be medical students or initial days, an article was a real thing. You had to wait for 6 months just to get an article. But today, there are global policies that need to be well implemented in Pakistan. They are being implemented, but they certainly need to be strengthened to provide more access to all forms of data and research evidence, including access to global libraries. Then free access to educational training programs like there are these MOOCs, massive online courses. They can also help you to address the issue of how accessibility can be given to low-cost programs. Where the cost of education, one, and through privatization has increased. But on the other hand, so many programs available from institutions like Harvard and Stanford, that are available on the internet free of cost, and they are available for everyone. If the policies are in the right direction, certainly private institutions, the public sector institutions, when implemented, there are so many initiatives that can be taken to reduce the cost of education and especially address the divide between the higher economic and lower economic status group.
So, do you think, sir, that in the coming 5 to 10 Just go down. The digital divide.
Uh, having having seen the trends in the past 10 years, where you have seen accessibility is there, divide will remain there. The concerted policies should direct it, they should be well directed towards improving the accessibility issues, especially directed to low cost. And I believe that be bridged to some extent, but it would certainly remain there.
Thank you very much. My next question is from Dr. Hanif. Keeping in the same theme, we are talking about the digital divide. So you must have seen that there are two type of students who are coming up. One type of the students are those who are at well-resourced institutions like yours, using sophisticated simulations and great learning tools, while students at certain government levels or the government colleges, they use none of it. What do you think, from a research and policy standpoint, what interventions can realistically prevent this from deepening existing inequalities in medical training quality in Pakistan?
Yeah, so I agree to this to some extent. Yes, this is an issue where the students with access can use the modern technologies in their the education has the advantage over those who don't have. Uh, the main focus of educational institute used to be transferring the information. And nowadays, with the advancement in the technology, you can see that access to information is very easy. Information is everywhere, and you are just a click away from them. So, of course, if you have access to the right tool, and if you know how to use it rightly, then you have the advantage. But with the change, the change past few years, where we see that access with the advancement in the computing and the lower cost of the computational devices, focus of top level institute to shift from information transfer to forces. That force how create the critical thinking in the students, how to develop the communication skill, how how to work on their collaboration, and how to work character or the ethical aspect. Having this, maybe the government is government mentioned, mentioned, there are different levels where we can do the intervention to bring the cost of the access for everyone, where the the introduction of the technology like edge AI, where now the cost of these equipment are very low now, and also the access to the and the resources maybe that help to include to bring the a large group of students or a large group of community people into the circle where we have equal use of modern technology. Uh, Now, from the AI side, how AI can help us. So the AI, it is inclusive. It is for everyone. AI is technology where there is there it is open for everyone. And now with the development of no code tools, like you don't need knowledge of the codes, the programming, and you have access to different tools very easy. So uh, the 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 advancement in AI help democratizing the access to these tools. And also with the AI, we can arrange some hands-on experience. It's a hands-on workshop, especially for the medical students, where now everyone agrees that AI is an integral part of AI of healthcare. So we don't need to talk a lot about this. Now we are stage where we need to work on how we integrate it to the classroom labs. So I'm talking about uh, introducing the basic theory courses into the medical curriculum, so that the student should know about tools and should know how to use them.
I think your mic is off.
My question is, to you would be that how digital divide actually looks like in the class, sir.
I was just thinking about a story, an experience I had. During COVID, we had to move online, and we decided that we're gonna record lectures because they will be helpful for students. And we decided we are going to upload them on YouTube. Later, a lot of students contacted us. They said we don't have internet in our villages. So the digital divide, it exists. We don't even have it in the peripheries, where students, when they move home, they have no access to internet. So what we had to do was we had to, burn CDs. Remember in the old days, like it's not that. I mean, it's just that advancements have been rapid. But we had to burn CDs and we had to ask them what your address is. We had to send them the CD. They couldn't access. So the digital divide, it exists. Inevitable. We cannot say that it's the same as there are more resources. In Islamabad, we can ask Professor Junaid. It's not the same, right? Where Islamabad, Ahmedabad, or if you go to Lahore, there is a digital divide. And it's not just that. It's also, I can afford ChatGPT, I'm gonna get the subscription. My peer cannot afford it, they won't be able to get the subscription. That is also part of the digital divide. So it does exist, and I feel it will be exactly my personal opinion because urbanization, people moving towards the city. I think the digital divide will actually
Hyderabad has got DMA as well, right?
maybe that. I don't want to
We thought
comment
that
on
it's going to add something to it. Okay. This brings me to the last question. My last question is from ethics aspect of the artificial intelligence and the medical education and the healthcare and all the biases that are referred, the hallucination part. So, and this is a very pertinent point. Most of these models, AI models, in the medical education or the healthcare are built on. So it's a very well said thing. And most of this data is coming from the medical context. As a technologist, as an engineer, how significant is this bias a problem for us, or in your view? And what would it take to build contextually appropriate, locally trained AI models for Pakistan's disease burden and presentation patterns?
Okay. So as we know, all these AI models, they are trained, and their efficiency, how good they are, depend on the data which they are fed. So more the data is fed, more it becomes better and better. Now, our context, obviously, we have this. First of all, it's not there. Plus, we think that these models, as you said, are built outside and it's in Pakistan. So this is an issue, and it has to be dealt with. I want to give you a positive note in the sense that Pakistan is not that far. It's behind, obviously, from Western countries. 50% that far behind. For example, in our UAD Peshawar, we have a very strong group on AI. They are actually working on medical problems. For example, they are working on these assisted devices for the deaf, for biomedical devices, all these kind of things. So we have all these groups working. We have education in AI, and there's a lot of things going on in AI. So I am very positive that all these people who are going to be trained and the groups which are working, they're going to work and build models which are related to issues and, as you said, we need to trade on the data of Pakistan. This issue is there that in terms of data, we are lacking. The medical field is lacking. I am, as I told you, it is diabetes. I see that if I want to go and collect data from total hip replacement and these are done, it's very difficult for me. So this data is itself is a problem. But the models which we are talking about, I am very positive that there is more work and it's going to be not a in the future.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Gorwal, just 2 minutes. I would be needing your last comments regarding that. How do you think that ethical, we talk about ethics, these are becoming barriers like in Pakistan?
I think ethics pertinent to the use of AI is big issues that is being addressed at the global level. And it is going to remain there as the AI technologies themselves will be evolving. We leave the academic discussions to the academics and researchers. But I would emphasize more on the regulatory and governance direction given by our key stakeholders like Pakistan Medical Center Council, Higher Education Commission, the medical universities, give a clear direction in the form of national policy for ethical use of AI, specifically in the context of the country that is well global resources, to provide those evidence about what is the national policy, and then train at the same time our faculty on how best the ethical can be addressed in the context of the countries. If we don't have well-directed issues, then we will be revolving around what to do and what not. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you take some questions? Or if there is, yeah, yes, sir. Please.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Just taking forward Gaur Waj's comment about AI. But first, HEC circulated AI policy, use of AI in the under Education Commission, higher education institution. It came to us, and somehow I turned it on, and it was 46% AI generated.
46% only.
Only 46. So the thing is this, that of course everywhere AI is there, and also mentioned harness it, and we have to use it as not as everything, but it's important that the future leaders, the doctors going to be future leaders, they are well versed and they are able to use it for leadership abilities and all their abilities. That would be very much necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice comment. Dr. Najabat.
I don't have a specific question for the panelist, but I would like to add something because I'm also running and we are working in the healthcare sector. We are supporting clinical practices, especially in US states, and we were involved in the development in the deployment of EHRs, AI-driven EHR, web monitoring apps, and we are also involved in the in support for those software compliances and FDA and things like that. So this disparity which we just discussed about digital divide, it is even there. uh, the big organizations, big institutions, hospitals, they really pivot to their resources and they get these expensive generative AI and AI tools, get the benefit of those platforms. But those limited practices and even organizations, they are lagging behind. So they are not getting that kind of benefit even in US. So this kind of like disparity is over there. There's a digital divide over there. We can we experience through our operations. So I think the best bet would be uh, for us is to adapt to it, and we will have engage us responsibly with AI, and use it as an assistive tool so that we can sort of automate our workflows, and we can automate our all those operations which are repetitive in nature, and that can sort of give us some relief in burnout. So, uh, and my final point would be, that the Western world is facing they're facing the same problems. Section we discuss about hallucination, through AI and the transparency issues related to biasness. So even in US, I can assure you, all these big organizations, they are not actually conducting routine algorithmic equity-based audits. So there are issues there over there as well. So I think we need to adapt to
Thank you very much. Very pertinent. That's all for this panel discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you all for such a stimulating morning of panel discussions and insights on healthcare, education, AI, and leadership. Let's take a well-deserved break. We invite everyone to join us for lunch. They can grab a bite to eat and recharge for the afternoon sessions. Please note that after lunch, all participants for oral and poster presentations should proceed to 8 for the competition activities. Remaining delegates should return to this auditorium. And for all the delegates and participants, your certificates will be granted to you at 5 p.m.
Before you all leave, I'd just like to designate the locations. The CEO and family, Principal Rehman Medical College, and the panelists, please proceed to the seventh floor for lunch. The seventh floor. Faculty and judges have lunch on the eighth floor, and students will also be having them on the eighth floor. Thank you very much.
Khyber Medical University,
ये level.
Dr. Zile Huma of Anatomy. University Peshawar. She earned her PhD in artificial
और जब वो अपने शक के बारे में बात करने लगते हैं, अपने शक का
है, कोई उसको 5 मिनट देखता है तो अब उसमें भी वो शक पड़ जाता है, फिर वो जाके व्हाट्सएप पे शेयर करता है पुराने जमाने
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the lunch break and had the opportunity to connect with fellow delegates, healthcare professionals, educators, researchers, and distinguished guests. For those joining us this afternoon, I am Muhammad Muin from first year MBBS Rehman Medical College.
I'm Rehna Khan Yusuf Saeed from MBBS first year Rehman Medical College. Together, we host this afternoon segment of HEAL 2026. Throughout the day, we have explored important conversations surrounding healthcare, innovation, education, leadership, and emerging technology.
So we will be starting with the panel talk. The panel discussion's topic is leadership in crisis, lessons from real health. True leadership is tested in moments of crisis and uncertainty demands clarity, courage, and action. Today, We'll explore how healthcare leaders navigate challenges, make tough decisions, and build resilient systems. Real-world experiences will uncover the decisions and innovations that have shaped modern healthcare systems. From the boardroom to classroom and to the policy table, our panelists will share what it truly takes to lead, adapt, and drive lasting impact within healthcare systems.
Without further ado, we are honored to welcome our esteemed panelists. Our first panelist is Professor Dr. Aisha Rauf. She serves as an Associate Dean at NUMS, National University of Medical Sciences, and a Professor of Health Profession Education with extensive experience in medical education and academic leadership. Our next panelist is Professor Dr. Shumaila Salim. She serves as Principal of Federal Medical and Dental College, Islamabad, and a Professor of Physiology with extensive experience in medical education and public health.
Joining us online is Professor Dr. Lubna Beg, Director of Medical Education, University of Lahore, distinguished public health and former Pro-Vice Chancellor of Jinnah State Medical University. Professor Dr. Zili Homa, Director Academics, Khyber Medical University. Dr. Zili Homa serves as a professor of anatomy at Khyber Medical University and is recognized for her contributions to medical education and anatomy instruction.
Our last panelist for this discussion is Professor Dr. Iftikhar Hakim. He is Associate Dean of Research at Bacha Khan Medical College, Mardan, and a distinguished public health expert with extensive experience in research and medical education.
Moderating. Moderating today's discussion is Professor Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum, Head of Research at Rehman Medical College. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator and panelists with a warm round of applause.
पहले चल रहा था, अब नहीं चल रहा है. So we can forget about this. So in the age of technology, the Kahoot is not working. All right. Thank you. Warm welcome to my panelists for joining us today. I think we had a very short notification given to you for being panelists. I'm so grateful that you all accepted it and are here. I hope we have a good session and that you will enjoy that. What we did was to make a WhatsApp group and we shared lots of things. We wanted to go away with another, question and answer kind of a panel session because it reminded me more of the class where I asked students and they answer, then I say, you haven't read your topic and so on. So instead of that, we decided on discussing certain themes. And we came up with 4 themes ultimately after a bit of brainstorming. And we are going to I do remember them, but it's always good to have the notes. So the first theme that we came across was we thought something very fundamental, an issue of whether we're going to, go for advanced healthcare education and so on and so forth, and that is leadership. So do we have leadership for that? And we looked at that. We looked at the leadership crisis in Pakistan actually in the area of brain drain, which leads to a brain. The second was leadership gap in healthcare. The third was, are we producing health leaders, which has to do with how we can change our curriculum, education as well as training to leaders instead of just simple healthcare professionals. And the last thing, which I thought was extremely important, looking at the way AI is being hyped, is the question asked, is AI a leader? So is it something that is a leader, it's going to lead us somewhere, or is it something that is not really a leader, is being hyped as a leader? For many other areas, but we pointed out 4 areas because I think we have a constraint of time. In research, we look at time, but it's okay. It's a conference by the rules of time. So some of the panelists wanted to take the lead in some of these areas, and I think I shall to take the lead in Pakistan, leading to. Please, over to you, Suresh. Your comments on the topic or whatever you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And considering all that was discussed prior to this session, sir, is very rightly placed because at the end of the day, whatever you want to achieve boils down to the leadership and their patronage. But unfortunately, leadership is in a state of crisis. And, it is a question of whether the chicken came first or the egg, right? So leadership, the crisis in leadership is the push or drive towards brain drain. Because institutions that are unstable, where merit is replaced by connections and depends on who is the best backed or who has the strongest backing. So in these states, what happens is that the policies are inconsistent. Meritocracy is has become a tyranny. There's a tyranny of merit over here, and the question is between merit and privilege. So those people who are competent, who are skilled, they are demotivated. They do not see any career progression, and they do not see themselves progressing in that particular organization. So they prefer to leave for better pastures, and hence we call it brain drain, which is not necessarily moving to another country, maybe moving to another organization. And when there is a brain drain, this ultimately feeds into a leadership crisis because what happens is that the talent pool becomes shallow, right? So people in key positions are those who may not be suitable for that particular post, and they are the ones who are making decisions. So it is actually a vicious cycle where one feeds into the other. Leadership crisis feeds into the brain drain, and brain drain feeds into the leadership crisis. So there is no single panacea for this. What we need to understand is that this vicious cycle needs to be broken, and we can talk about solutions, but unfortunately, it is difficult because when the whole fabric of the society is such that things need to be changed right from grassroots level, and multi-pronged approach needs to be taken. So, leadership crisis definitely needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that very valuable input. Yes, it's something very, close to my concept, basically, cycle that you mentioned. That is really what has to be addressed. But how to address it is the solution as well. So I want a discussion over here. Anybody would like to now continue the discussion and go on to add something to that? When you can go against the previous speakers' opinions and just let's generate a discussion on this particular topic. What is this leadership crisis in Pakistan and how can we overcome this? And how can we stop that brain drain?
Assalamualaikum. Thank you for having me here. And I would build on what Dr. Aisha said that it is a vicious circle. It starts with the decrease in the healthcare leaders as they move abroad to another specialty, and then that leads to healthcare crisis or the healthcare crisis that can lead to a decrease in the leadership. So basically, it is when we export the cream of the nation, healthcare leaders, doctors, when we export them, we import the healthcare solutions. So my point of view is that when our experts, healthcare leaders, or those people who are the future leaders, they are exported out of Pakistan, then we have to import healthcare solutions, and we have to rely on the foreign policymakers, on the foreign reform makers to help us to make reforms in. So what we can do is we can train leaders. We should start training our healthcare workforce from the start, and that is just uh,
that would just be a contribution. And likewise, we can also convert this brain drain into a brain gain. That we should make policy reforms, we should change the policies here in Pakistan so that the brain drain that has moved abroad that is now coming here in Pakistan.
Right? Professor, if you would like to comment. Ma'am, first, you would like ma'am to go first?
Yeah, okay. So I don't think this is a new issue. It's been there since forever, I think. And most of us sitting here have the negatives and the positives of it. I'll talk in the context of the government because this is what my university is part of the government structure. There's a difference between the public and the private sector. In many ways, the private sector has always had this edge of hire and fire, which the government sector does not have. So we were discussing a while back what with certain leader comes in. Now there's a definition, there's a clear demarcation between a leader and a manager. What we forget in the government sector is most of us are managers. So you manage things, you're not a leader. A leader he is one person who gives a vision of what is going to happen, thinks out of the box, takes responsibility, and stands fast. So if you have a great leader, I think a great leader, first we should define who a great leader is. One who has your back. I think that's also very important. So it trickles down from top down or bottom up approach. If you want to say, okay, the leader doesn't make that much of a difference, and the bottom up approach is there. You have excellent people down there who have great innovative ideas, who want to do a lot of positive things, and your leader is just stuck in an old school sort of way. That becomes really hard. Change is the hardest thing, I think. Change, if we want, we've been wanting change. There has been change in certain sectors. We have to change. We have to change because of external influences or internal influences. It's always better to change because we want to change. The problem is we are made to change because of external influences, whether it's in medical education, WAFMI coming up to us, telling us to change. HEC forcing AI down our throats. I think in a way, because HEC is telling us you have to give 3 credit courses for all sectors, which may not make sense if you have an AI course. What kind of AI course are you talking about? So the pressure comes from the top that you have to change. How we take that, how we make that change is very important also. So of course, training leaders, yes, they've done that. A lot of our VCs abroad show them the good universities and help them make that change. But again, we get stuck with the same.
Right. Now, no. So we are talking of leadership, and can we not have that, please? Acha. So, first right is who is a leader? Do we really need a leader? Because if you have a leader, then you have followers. So, would you like to be followers? That's the question. And which is better, the leader or the follower? Do away with that system altogether. Everybody has a chance of doing something rather than one person leading the other. That's also something to. So to cover these areas, my friend Har is going to tell us a little bit about that. Should one be a leader? Is it desirable or not? What can a leadership achieve? Why do we need them? And really can we do without them, or are they a must for any change? Or
थैंक यू सर। मैं सर इसको इस तनाजुर में हम लीडरशिप की बात करते हैं तो फ्रॉम टॉप talk about the country leadership and the provincial leadership, then the bureaucratic leadership, then the departmental leadership. इस तरह डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा कि जो जिसको हम शायद समझ that are managers and that could be leaders का इशू एक तो ये है कि वो टाइम पीरियड बड़ा शॉर्ट होता है इवन गवर्नमेंट एक मिनिस्टर के बाद शायद महीने के बाद या साल के बाद comes a new one. And it's a more like a policy. It's an individual कि जो बंदा आता है उसको जो समझ आता है या उसको जो ठीक लगता है वो करने की short time within. And we have good people. us ऐसे लोग हैं इवन हमारे 100 के पेशावर के इन्होंने हेल्थ सिस्टम बहुत किताबें लिखी, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली व्हेन इट कम्स टू डिसीजन मेकिंग, सो हम वही शॉर्ट टर्म पे होते हैं और पार्टीज बदल जाती हैं, फिर उनमें पोर्टफोलियोज बदल जाते हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स बदल जाते हैं। लीडरशिप का जो मेन इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है वो कंटिन्यूटी ऑफ पॉलिसीज, कंटिन्यूटी ऑफ पॉलिसीज की वजह से कुछ हम देख, सो वी डोंट हैव अ लॉन्ग टर्म पॉलिसी। बहुत फायर फाइटिंग मोड में है हमारी कंट्री, और जो खराब उसी के पीछे भाग जाते हैं। Either the don't can't afford a long term policy because उन्होंने 4-5 साल में कुछ at the local level, at the departments level, section level, लीडर बहुत ज़्यादा जैसे कि कोई अच्छा बंदा आता है 2-3 साल, तो वी कैन देन सी द चेंज। हमें बहुत, चाहे प्राइवेट सेक्टर में हो चाहे public में, वो हमें बहुत तेजी से नजर आता है और साल में हमें बहुत बड़ा चेंज। लेकिन प्रोविंशियल और फेडरल गवर्नमेंट कि 3-4 साल की कमी। अभी जो करंट पॉलिसी है हेल्थ सिस्टम्स को इम्प्रूव करने के लिए कि जी बहुत सारे डॉक्टर्स बनाओ, दे विल इम्प्रूव द हेल्थ सिस्टम, एंड दैट्स नॉट वर्किंग। हम बहुत सारे डॉक्टर बना रहे हैं एट देयर एक्सपेंस और एट द टैक्सपेयर एक्सपेंस, और फिर we don't know what to do with them, and then then we call it brain drain, either going abroad or changing the so जब तक मेरा ये ख्याल है कि ऐसी लॉन्ग टर्म पॉलिसी 20-30 इयर्स की ना बनाई जाए, लीडरशिप क्राइसिस भी रहेगा और brain drain। थैंक यू सर।
Right. So let's address now this elephant in the room कि ये जो ब्रेन ड्रेन है, क्या हम इसको लीडरशिप के जरिए सॉल्व कर भी सकते हैं कि व्हाट इज इट दैट a leader should do in Pakistan to stop the brain drain? Should he or she create institutions of highest quality so that people don't have to go abroad? Should they pay more wages? Should they do something else to keep people here? Any suggestions on that so that when we arrive at a solution and we can give that solution later on for a poll? So can anybody comment on that? Would you like to comment on that? How could we stop that brain drain? Through what leadership decisions? What kind of leadership decisions would stop that brain drain?
Can I add
Please.
that? Sir, if you see, there are many institutes that are, they are very progressive. And if I talk about faculty retention is almost 100%. So there is something that leader of that particular institute is doing. And the most important thing is that recognition of faculty, providing them with privileges, perks that helps to retain them, because we all have visited institutes that you have faculty which wants to stay in that particular institute. So I think there's a particular, it's not just the leadership style, it's also the resources available. That is why most of the progressive institutes are private sector institutes, have resources to cater for the faculty's needs. That is one of the important things. And also, those particular institutes, merit matters, because you need to develop that level of trust so that I know that whenever I have achieved something extra, be recognized for that and be appreciated and provided an incentive. So these things, you need to build the trust that yes, meritocracy matters.
Very good point. Because human beings don't just for money, they work for values as well, and they want to be appreciated for what they've done. That is a very important thing. Any other comments on this? What steps could be taken at the leadership level so that we stop the brain drain or decrease it as much as possible?
मेरा ये ख्याल है कि एवरी सीजन और एवरी इंटरवेंशन जो साइकिल है दिस द intervention. The first step is data generation. So, in case of a hospital or a university, or if you are talking about country, first we need to generate the data. So currently, हम ब्रेन ड्रेन क्यों हो रहा है? Because उसके कुछ determinants हैं, उसके कुछ reasons हैं. So that ये सारी चीजें आपको कितने लोग किस क्वालिटी के चाहिए, किस जगह पे चाहिए, all will be decided by data. Unfortunately, we don't have much data or उस quality का. So as a first step, rather than going to the last one, जी decision क्या लेना है, I would suggest कि जी पहले सोचना है कि जी हम कोई ऐसा डेटा जनरेट कर सकते हैं, हम आगे जाके कुछ अच्छे डिसीजन ले सके. डिसीजंस मैनेजर्स ने या टेक्नोक्रेट्स ने बनाने, एंड देन दे हैव टू कन्विंस, कहते हैं पॉलिटिशियंस कहते हैं, उनको कन्विंस करना होगा कि जी अगर ये डिसीजंस नहीं लिए तो अभी जो हालात हैं उसके 20 साल के बाद ऐसे भी बुरे होंगे. बट देन टू कन्विंस देम वी नीड दैट डेटा नीड्स टू बी क्वालिटी.
So इसमें एक हम अभी तो हम एक्सटर्नल ब्रेन ड्रेन की प्रॉब्लम सोच रहे हैं. What about the internal brain drain now? The recent figure for this year, around about 750, 743 seats were vacant in the medical and dental professions. So is it that the people are going away from this profession, once considered the most noble of professions? Have we spoiled our profession? Some other reason for that? Are there more lucrative jobs? Are there more humanely satisfying jobs available? I mean, computer, as we see, is not humanely satisfying. Humanely satisfying job is just very few. One of them is medicine. So how is it that people are not coming into this particular field? And now we know that there's a gender disparity as well. The guys are going somewhere else, the girls are coming in. So because obviously everybody knows the girls are more humane. Right? Not praising anybody, but that's a known fact. What about that particular issue, the internal one? I'm Governor Beg, how are you? Can you hear us?
Thank you, sir. I've been raising my hand for a while, so I was wondering, okay, wanted to add. So thank you very much. Previously, I couldn't hear you, but now the voice is clear, so I could respond you well.
Could you address this issue of why we are having
Yes,
this internal brain?
more than that, I think seats are vacant because of multiple reasons. It's not just that people are not coming in. It's it's a very complex issue. A lot of people who may be on merit but cannot come to medical college seats, maybe because they can't afford it, they go to the private sector. Seats are not vacant in the public sector medical and dental colleges. It's mostly private institutions. Secondly, like that's one part of it. I wouldn't call that eternal brain drain. Eternal brain drain is when people who become doctors, they do not practice medicine, they go into CSS jobs, they start their businesses, they do other things, which is not practicing medical, which is not doing medical practice. In addition, like it's not just that. The other major brain to really think and take our mind out of the MBBS BD thing is the nurses, it's the pharmaceutical scientists, because like because of this work environment, we haven't created those career structures for allied health professionals, for nurses, for pharmacists. We do not have those career structures because salary is not the only thing why people would move out. It's about how they are treated. And I think when I started hearing Aisha was talking about like how you need respect, not just respect while you've done something good, but also respect your profession and be treated human being. So that's something that has to be taken care of. Now, these things, all of this comes to the politics. It is the politics of getting leadership positions and also not making them transparent, not supporting meritocracy. In fact, what happens is leaders, particularly in the public sector, as you're very well aware, it is not based on if a person has those qualities. Yes, no, none of us study management leadership in our medical schools. But when it comes to getting those positions, it is not about who's the most suitable person to head that position. It is based on the most senior person or who has the most connections. So those things are not taken care of, and this is all until and unless we make the process transparent, We make sure that it is the merit. We make sure that people are respected. The brain drain, whether internal or external, is going to go on. These are the hard realities. It is all comes down to the governance. It all comes down to the issue of political interference in all institutions. And it's not just happening in medical and allied health sciences, it's happening in all professions across the board. Sorry, it's not really harsh words, but that's the reality that we have to deal with.
Yeah, we are no harsh word. We have to say what has to be said. I'm totally open for anybody saying their minds. I'm not here to, be a political person or anything. So it's totally free. You can say what you want. And now I would like, because shortage of time again, because this discussion can continue forever, can you just make a consensus kind of statement to stop the brain drain? Do we have to overhaul the entire system, or are there some places which we can address, and what are those places, so that we can put it to the audience to not as a whole? How would you go about that? Dr. Lubna, Dr. Aisha?
I would say meritocracy, upholding merit, making it transparent is the way to go. And that would solve a lot.
Great.
Class merit-based opportunities and leadership.
Also clarifying the career progression pathways so
Okay.
that people are more attracted towards a specific healthcare office.
All right. Great. Dr. Iftikhar?
Sir, I would suggest that there should be need assessment for whatever we are doing. In the discussion all this all day, in context of the AI, that a lot of jobs be gone. In after 10 years, you don't know which skills ability for you or you can earn from them. So assessment is very much important. We are, as per WHO, we are producing very less healthcare workers, doctors, paramedics. But for whatever we can, we are producing too much. So if we cannot give them jobs, we cannot facilitate them, then we have to decide some decisions should be taken. And it's not only the health systems. I mean, we are also producing a lot of masters and in a lot of subjects. They don't have career pathways. They don't know what after that they will do. Instead of college खोल के उसमें पढ़ाना शुरू कर दें.
Let's say we, Dr. Zilema, just you, then I'll give the list.
Yeah, so I think another way, like brain drain, not saying brain drain. Brain drain has been a factor. Civilizations move, people immigrate. If there was no brain drain, there would be no US right now. So I was watching this clip yesterday of the USA having this financial debate, high schoolers on Facebook, having financial debate, and none of them were white, black, they were all Asians. So, I mean, it's not a bad thing. It happens. If we have people who want to go abroad, they should be at a level that we can call an export commodity. I would rather have someone sitting in the US belonging from Pakistan now or rather than with their full potential, rather than them staying here. But we need to accept this reality. A lot of countries produce for immigration. India does this. Doctors, pharmacists, nurses. And of course, we have to cater to our own population. But again, I think it's important that we look at the international market. The international market and our curriculum, our teachings, like MPhil, what we are teaching here, should be applicable abroad also. If someone wants to move, that movement should be easy. It should be hard. People, people come back. I've seen a lot of PhDs coming back. They come back and there's nothing here, and that comes with the career path that we need here. The biggest hurdles in career pathways become our PMDC. They do not recognize those degrees or whatever. PMDC takes years for them to recognize any PhD or anything. I think we need to work on our institutions here. There should be clear voices, especially in PMC, just because you're a principal of a college and you're part of the academic board doesn't give you any experience with dealing with PhDs. So they need to revamp their systems for that. So it's not just us individually working here,
Right.
but the institutions as well, especially with international.
Okay, so basically, we say we are not against people going abroad, even settling there. Preferably, they should go abroad, something and come back to the. But if not, it's that. But if you want to have people be retained over here and contribute at the same level that they're doing in other countries, our people, because our people should be the first priority, we need to then make systems based on merit and based on career, proper career structures so that they get. So can I have a quick audience poll? Do you agree with this? Say, raise your hands, people who agree with that statement. Yes? You think you need to overhaul the system and make these changes? But those who think, no, it's fine, it doesn't matter at all. You see, we have now two viewpoints here. One group doesn't mind. So what does the other group? Do we need to make any changes or should we just let it happen? It's not a leadership. Your side is not really getting it. So okay, we got it, one person there. All right, that's good. Okay, great. So let's go to the theme, which is we focus it now. The bigger problem of Pakistan, let's say, or maybe other developing countries also. Let's focus it down to our field of healthcare. What is the leadership here in healthcare and how do we address it? Does it need to be addressed in the first place? Because we must have different opinions. And if so, then how do we address it? And let's keep a discussion on that. Who would like to start? I think you wanted to start, Dr. Shamela? Lubna wanted to speak with that. Lubna, please.
Okay, thank you very much for that opportunity. So I think it's lots of things. If you look at this right now, look at how things have been mismanaged. And if you talk about healthcare, use polio being in public health as a major argument. We've not been able to, we're the only two countries left that has polio. Every season we get dengue and Zika, Naglaria, and dengue is mostly in Delhi and Punjab. And we've not been able to sort this out. Lady Health Workers Program, and at the same time, like all those things that have been happening for so many years, and we've not been able to deal with it. We still have endemic malaria, we still have all those diseases, non-communicable diseases coming up. What is happening over there? And my recent example that I was thinking about was every year we get these floods, right? The previous floods, we lost 3 million people who were displaced, and they're still building houses for those people. And we knew that these floods are going to go on. We know, particularly, we know that rains are creating havoc. Every year the rain season comes, Karachi is at a standstill. There is flooding all over the city. Nothing has been done, and the flooding is going to increase by the time. So what is all that? And all that with all the diseases that come with floods and rains and whatever, which should be a happy thing. Rain should be good. Rain is good to have for a country, but we're not making any arrangements for making sure we can save the rain, save the water from rain. We can save all these things, and all these are not because there's something. The people are same. Everything is same. It's a leadership governance crisis, a major crisis. Our leaders have not been able to, I'm sure vision, but it's just that the right people are not at the right place. It's not a good match. When you look at the examples, in Sri Lanka, for example, the head of community medicine there is also the district health officer for multiple districts. So that person knows, has the public health person, knows how to deal with it, and has the responsibility of not just accountability, but also the power to hire. What happens in our country is when these crises happen, they call the public health experts, they have these discussions, you give them suggestions, but when it comes to implementation, these people are not responsible for implementation. So there are leaders there. There are lots of leaders in Punjab and KP. People have the vision, people have the competency to deal with these issues, to sort out these issues. But what happens is, it is again, like what we were talking before, it's a governance issue. Again, the same thing, not the right people in the right place. If you look at all the ministers of health, you look at all the secretaries of health, most of them are bureaucrats. How many of them are people that have the health background, people that have a public health background, people that know how we can strategically manage these things? Until and unless you have the right people in the right place, that's a leadership crisis. That's calling all increase in epidemics, failure for polio. We were unable to match our MDGs, now the SDGs. We're not even close to meeting our target. And that's 100% a leadership crisis.
Okay, so that brings me to this point that are we really, as a government, as a country, putting health as a basic fundamental human need, just like food and water, sanitation, all the rest of the things? Or are we looking at doctors just as look at somebody who is a mechanic? If my car goes, something goes wrong with it, then I just go there,
Yeah.
fix it, give them some money, and come back. And that's it. I do not consider the doctors as something going to change the society, make it healthy. Just wait for the calamity, go to the person, fixes the trouble, and that's it. So that's probably what is an attitude issue that
This is exactly what's happening.
Yeah,
This is exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
The floods come, you send the doctors to manage. But you know it's going to come. What is our
the
plan?
policies that were made before and have got earlier. So the person with a lot of first experience in managing crisis, healthcare crisis, is Professor Iftikhar, so I'll just hand it over to him.
Thank you, sir. We would use health many times everywhere. We call it the health ministry. We call it normally everywhere we use the word health. But in reality, we are disease oriented management, not oriented management. And one step further, I would call it as a firefighting, because I have been in this crisis management floods and COVID. I mean, we can control the dengue of the shower if we start from January.
Yeah.
If we start, and that what we have experienced, that we have tried, we have given it to the authorities in 2015, the outbreak. In the next year, when we started from January, there was no cases at all. But this approach or thing, it's very alien to the policymakers and to the. In the same year when there was dengue cases, and everybody was saying, "ऐसी तुमने इतना शोर मचाए हुए कहाँ है dengue?"
Civilian.
Problem with the prevention is problem with the public health. We say जी mortality rate है, इतनी बच्चे और इतनी माएँ मर रही है. So when the mother dies, everybody see it. The child dies, everybody see it. It's out. But after an intervention, there is nobody dying. Then no realizing. The biggest dilemma with and public health is कि जब आप उसको implement करते हैं तो अगले साल कुछ नहीं होता. जब कुछ नहीं होता और हमें कुछ नजर नहीं आता, तो हम कहते हैं किसी ने कुछ. Same is the case with our stunting. 5% of stunting. Our pregnant women anemic. ठीक है जी, हमारे पास 400-500 रुपए नहीं है फॉर दैट, लेकिन हमारे पास 5, 6, 10, 15 करोड़ रुपए है, बिकॉज दैट इज नॉट काउंटिंग एंड दैट्स अ वेरी बिग इशू. जो चीज शुमार में नहीं आती, जिस चीज की आपको बिल्डिंग नजर नहीं आती, आप अगले इलेक्शन में कैश नहीं कर सकते। नोबडी इज गोइंग, कोई नहीं उसके पीछे जा रहा, कोई, बिकॉज दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम कि अगर आ गया और हमने भाग दौड़ कर दी तो नजर भी आएंगे। लेकिन अगर हमने मेहनत की, बिकॉज मेहनत नीड्स अ लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट्स, लॉट्स ऑफ टेक्निकल एफर्ट्स। अगर आप efforts करेंगे तो वो डेंगू फिर आएगी। इट नीड्स वेरी प्रिसीजन एंड वेरी टेक्निकल चीजें, और आपने उस पर जाने। तो ये हमारा है कि हम डिजीज ओरिएंटेड, हॉस्पिटल ओरिएंटेड और उसी तरीके से चलते हैं। And we have the worst indicators in the world, not only about non-communicable disease. Communicable में hepatitis में भी, और दुनिया में हम फर्स्ट, कम्युनिकेबल में हम disease में फंस गए। दो जगह पे है ये सब, और इंजरीज में रोड और मोटरसाइकिल का तो आप सबको पता है। लेकिन ये चीजें जब नहीं होती और आप इस पे इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं तो नजर नहीं आती, और जब नजर नहीं आती तो आप किसी को तमगा नहीं। आई थिंक मेन इशू इज ये है कि एक तो ओवरऑल फंड फॉर हेल्थ इज वेरी लेस, उसमें से भी 99.99% we are fond of MRIs and CT scan, and हम YouTube में भी आके शोर मचाना शुरू कर देंगे कि हमारे यहाँ है। But because they have, we haven't, आपका जो 15% of the deaths तो डायरिया से है, सीटी स्कैन के ना होने की वजह से ही है, और आपकी इख्तियार इट्स मेडिकल एजुकेशन कहते हैं। सो मूविंग फ्रॉम, जितना भी हमारा अभी कुछ भी है, इट इज डिजीज, आई डोंट नो कब होगा, बट व्हेन इट इज हेल्थ और अभी तो हम दुनिया में इतना बुरा मुल्क नहीं है। हेल्थ इंडिकेटर्स हमारे बहुत।
Yeah, thank you. Professor, would you like to comment? It's not compulsory. If you don't want to comment, you can say no to the next one.
So, since I'm from the federal capital and I'm working on national health services regulations and coordinations, this is the third hospital, that is the largest hospital in the capital. Whenever there is a pandemic or there's an epidemic, either it is dengue or there was COVID, there's always chaos. And this healthcare gap of chaos, that can be linked to leadership in a way that the clinicians that are heading those departments, they are not necessarily good leaders. They can be good clinicians, they can help, but they cannot improve the healthcare. So last time when there was a COVID upsurge, NCOC that took on board doctors, pharmacists, and epidemiologists. So it was a team. So leadership is not a one-man show. It is it's not an authoritative thing. It is a teamwork. So if a team is formed, these gaps in the healthcare they can be filled.
Professor Lemma, would you like to?
Again, as I work with the government, and we go to a lot of meetings in which we see that we have beautiful policies, made excellent policies, but they have not disseminated those policies down. आवाम की सतह पे में आवाम है, हम मिशन भी नहीं काम। So even child protective services we have in case we have the disaster management, और इसमें बहुत ही न्यूट्रिशन की और सारी चीजें आती हैं। जब भी कोई डिजास्टर आता है, जिस तरह I agree with कि एनडीए में अपने तौर पे काम करता है, they don't talk to each other before in the planning phase, in the implementation phase. They just talk to each other right there. So last स्वाद शरीर फ्लड्स आए थे और उससे पहले भी आए थे, उसमें we had this workshop after that, इसमें डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट भी आए हुए थे, एनडीए भी आए हुए थे, nutrition वाले भी आए हुए थे, all of them were there and they all were talking of their own policies that they had for solution, but they were not talking to each other. So COVID में ये होता है कि जिस तरह इस्माइला ने कहा है कि we had this sense that integrated and that was the priority of everyone. That was the priority, the bureaucratic और सारी चीजें, they came together and they worked. अच्छा या बुरा, लेकिन I think we did really well time as every province came together. ठीक है कुछ issues हुए होंगे, लेकिन considering बहुत से अच्छे countries के मुकाबले में हमने भी किया. So we did come together in that crisis. उसके बाद हमने क्या किया, that still has to be seen. So that thing that happened then should have been taken as a project and implemented on all the other crises coming down. So what I understand is we have the policy, separate side policies, but the policies need to talk to each other. The teams need to talk to each other. Again, उसमें फिर वो leadership वाली बात आ जाती है. So एक leadership होती है ना, एक ownership होती है, और एक ये एक चीज है मैं ही करूँगा, अगर इसमें हाथ डाला तो वो बहुत बुरा हो जाएगा. So मैं एक चीज लेके बैठी हुई हूँ, मेरा लैपटॉप इससे बेहतर कोई और इसको चला सकता है, लेकिन वो इसको हाथ नहीं लगा सकता, ये मेरा है. ये बात भी है. If it's this thing that we कि ये चीज मेरी है, और हेल्थ है, मैं हेल्थ हूँ, और हेल्थ और कुछ नहीं कर सकता. अगर फ्लड है, फ्लड में मैं ही हूँ और कुछ नहीं कर सकता. So वो to talk to each other, we need to be able to understand हमारी हद क्या है, क्या शुरू होती है. We need to accept people in to that small group of experts in there who can help us and deal with all. And we don't have to look abroad here. Look at the universities. We have to look at big institutes, the people who have expertise, who worked in these areas, and who can take us forward. That's not going away. That's a totally different, total political and financial thing. वो तो एक अलग चीज. लेकिन a lot of these other things can work together to come together as a team.
Thanks
Then the
for
policy is one.
thanks for taking my laptop from me.
Shut it.
Okay. So I think what we have achieved here, we have something that will actually work. We have tried a few things successfully, but never put into practice as permanent tools. That means there's a lack of leadership at the level of making possible systems, sustainable systems, things which are actually going to emergency, crisis, in general, the health system, and also will make next generation aware of them and pass that down the lines. To them. How do you agree with that? Audience, do you think we need to develop, should we just continue as we are? Develop a system? How many think we are okay, we just gradually over there? How many want? Okay. Systems win. Professor Iftikhar is right, so we have to have that coherence. Professor Zilama mentioned. Of course, some very important points. Okay, now I think the third theme is very dear to most of the people here. And that, it leads to the third theme automatically. Now, we are producing healthcare leaders. We are producing healthcare professionals. Are we producing healthcare leaders can actually go and face all these issues and make the changes so that the country. That's something important that we want to discuss. So let's hand it over to the medical educationist, Dr. Shimara, to take this as a lead. So let's go to that and then we go on to the other.
So when we question that, are we producing healthcare leaders? The most important question is, are we intentionally producing healthcare leaders, or are we just helping students or healthcare workers to graduate and perform that emerge on its own? So Pakistan is producing thousands of doctors, nurses, pharmacists, physiotherapists, and allied health professionals every year. And all of them are capable. All of them, they are working well. All of them, they do remarkably well, even in constrained situations, whenever they have limited resources. So the issue is not the lack of talent. The issue is that our healthcare systems, they are designed in such a way that we are creating clinicians, not essentially. So this is where the gap lies. If a clinician is a leader, also the clinician would be able to improve the healthcare systems. He would be able to navigate through crisis. He would be able to make teams. He would be able to carry out teamwork. He would be able to communicate effectively, and he would be able to inspire change in others. So the problem is that the leadership campaign is not. And what I think the solution can be creating of a leadership continuum, that it should start at the grassroots level when the student is inducted into medical school or health professionals, they start their journey of education. It should be started from there and it should continue throughout the career development or throughout the professional development, like there is a clinical update throughout the career development. So the problem is basically that we are creating solutions, not essentially the doctors. Number two is that the career progression is just targeting the clinical update, not making teamwork. They are not taught or they are not taught how to negotiate, how to communicate, and how to deal with the process. And so, how can we deal with it? We can prepare or we can include or inculcate this leadership competency in the undergraduate and the postgraduate curriculum. We are already doing that. We are already doing that in a medical school. We have started a program that is called Spread for the 5 years and includes leaderships, ethics, and effective professionalism and the same. So we are addressing that. So if all the stay focus on this, then we can impart leadership competencies. Leadership is natural, but we can polish the leadership competencies in clinical skills. So what I think is that we should train for leadership, we should educate for leadership, we should mentor for leadership, we should also create opportunities that provide leadership to the healthcare professionals, and also we should reward for leadership because reward is a very underrated thing, but it can work for us. If people are rewarded for what they are doing, we can improve the health system.
Professor Aisha, would you comment on that? Yes.
PMNDC mandating so many years and years of leadership into the undergraduate curriculum, but that does not suffice. And it is not just the teachers' work on that particular individual student and providing him the opportunity and honing his leadership skills. It's all about the institution, as Ramila said, providing them the opportunities. And it is not just, it can be an informal learning also, something within the curriculum. That is why you see those organizations that are progressive, institutes that are progressive, their graduates are leaders, even
Yes.
if their faculty is teaching them leadership competencies, they are still leaders. Look around and you can see that. So I think it is overall responsibility of the institute to provide them opportunities, provide them with role models, because the faculty acting as role models as effective leaders is what develop future leaders for healthcare.
Modeling would be a key concept to professional
Bilkul.
education. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. I was waiting for my turn. A lot you said about leadership and management. There's another thing which is very important. Right now, our entire medical education and nursing and what is based on examination system. It is all assessment based. We do not concentrate on building competencies that we have to develop. I'm not saying bring in a Western concept and talk about milestones, but I'm saying concentrate on competency development and assess that. हम अभी भी जब हम बच्चों को एग्जामिनेशन में ले जा रहे हो, it's a competitive environment. So those collaborative skills that have to be built are not built because students are competing with each other. So to have that environment, you need to develop a system which is not scary for the students. You know, and talking about assessment that is long term, slowly built with mediations. You know, like using the mastery model would be another thing that we talk about, and a lot of schools, University of Lahore is moving towards that. The programmatic assessment is what I was talking about, which kind of does build those skills. competencies. That's one thing. Secondly, moving from undergraduate to postgraduate, we all know that the training, no matter how strong CPSP is following, it is not standardized. The supervision is not monitored. It is very erratic, and it is even as we talk about other disciplines, because I'm also concerned about nursing, I'm also concerned about pharmacy, allied health sciences. Those are the people that make the health. If we do not build those from undergraduate moving to postgraduate, you have to. Students will only study what is in exams. Assessment drives learning. जो मर्जी आप कर लें. So we need to move away from that. And I'm not promoting. I am promoting actually assessment because I believe the way I've seen the system work, and in mathematics and a couple of other places, actually does build those collaborative skills in the students. So we really need to think about that, because that's where the leadership crisis is. And then to convince PMDC and the policymakers, PMDC, to let the universities decide on themselves to how they're going to assess is like pulling your teeth without giving an analgesic. So, basically, it all boils down to those leaders who are sitting in those policy positions where they can actually have a positive impact on medical education and move from talking about quantity and flourishing of private medical colleges, talk about quality, have to be quality. And this is, I think, what Shumaila and I think Aisha talking about is about, like leadership management to be taught. And it's be taught in a very staggered manner in one institution, not another. So we need to move on forward from that. So thank you. That's all I had to say. And I would have to leave after this because I have
Thank you. Just
planned
listen,
another
just 1 minute for my comment. I generally agree with you that education is not for assessment. You have to have assessment to judge competencies. So what I would suggest, should we have an assessment system developed for assessment skills as well? Because that will tell us now
assessment for learning, sir. We need to assess for
leadership.
learning.
No, we are talking of leadership now, so can we do assessment for leadership as well? Practically, maybe in an actual scenario, a sham scenario, doesn't matter what, that can be done as well. So that could be included in the syllabus. Thank you. So kind of you to be here all the way. And input. So Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Allah. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think if a leader is born versus a leader is made, not everyone has to be a leader because we need good followers. So at the undergraduate level, that's fine. If you want to assess it, that's fine. But good follower is a thing that matters. You can be a leader, stand up and shout out Pakistan Zindabad, but you don't have a person saying Pakistan Zindabad is not going to work. So good followers are also very important. When you keep on talking about to make that team up with excellent followers. Any conference that we do, any seminar that we run, we understand the people that are involved, and that shows you quality kya beta, you deliver what you set out to do. So I think bringing this into students, theory is fine, but more than that, role modeling. And another really at the middle, maybe not at the undergraduate level. For example, if you have a faculty, senior faculty, junior faculty, mentor, mentee is extremely important. So you are at a post, if I'm at a post and I retire, there should be someone stepping in, even more competent than me. And if there is no one stepping in, that I have failed to deliver as a leader. So I think that's very important for us also. So I always think that for myself, which I want everyone else to look at, is if I'm leaving something or I see that 3 years from now, 2 years from now, I'm going to change this. So there's someone stepping in. Whatever I've built, that doesn't come because a competent person coming. That if any competent person steps into my shoes, I find that my failure is the system's failure. So I think this ownership is important, responsibility as leaders is important. We should have good followers, and not everyone can be a leader and shouldn't be a leader.
Sure.
We need excellent followers rather than some excellent followers and few leaders. What we would need, I think.
If the hard like to comment, otherwise we have a poll.
Zulehuma, not currently what we are in the era of specialties and specialties. पहले it was an MBBS and a BDS doing. Now वो कहते हैं कि क्या किया है तो ये FCPS ये सिर्फ FCPS. So now everybody, I mean first year class जब वो आए ज्वाइन किया उन्होंने कि आप क्या बनना चाहते हैं. ठीक है तो 40% wants to be neurosurgeons, 30% wants to be surgeons and gynecologists. Nobody said that मैं public health मैंने manager. So for that, डॉक्टर ज़लील की जरूरी नहीं है कि हम किसी को लीडर बनाएं. स्पेशलिटी करनी है, सब स्पेशलिटी सुपर स्पेशलिटी भी जाने हैं, they are happy with it. जो 1% है या 2% है जिन्होंने इस उनके लिए भी हमारे पास फ्रॉम दी अंडर ग्रेजुएट लेवल अगर उनकी नॉर्मल है बिकॉज समटाइम्स हमारे सारे आई मीन नर्सिंग है दे आर वेरी गुड एट देयर जॉब. आप एक डॉक्टर को कहें फिजिशियन को एक्साइटेड एक गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट को दे आर सुपर पीपल they know how to they are handling in public sector बहुत बड़ा एक huge burden वो कर रहे हैं. But if you talk about coordinations तो फिर they are handicapped over there. उनको समझ नहीं आती कि जी even जब ये मेडिकल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट आया in the निजी में फिर सोशल मीडिया वेरी अच्छे हमारे फिजिशियन के लोंडे बताते हैं कि पढ़ाना क्या. आई मीन दिस इज द थिंग इसी तरह रहेगा. हम कहते हैं कि जी हमने इसको शिफ्ट करना है फ्रॉम डिजीज ओरिएंटेड हेल्थ ओरिएंटेड प्रिवेंशन ओरिएंटेड या इन नॉर्मल लाइफ अगर आपने अस्पताल चलाना है वार्ड देयर शुड बी सम सब ने कहा कि जी से हमने उनको कंपटीशन में डाला हुआ है. आपने एफएससी अपने एमडी के and they see each other person as their competition. It's very difficult for coordination की टीम वर्क की बात आती है तो उसके लिए भी either at theory level we start from और अगर existing है तो because ये सारी चीजें आनी अगर हम जल्दी.
Thank you, sir. So just a quick poll then. How many of you want to be leaders? Being a leader is tougher than being a doctor. It extra efforts going into the communities, having all kinds of pain, oppositions and whatnot. तो कितने याद खड़े हो गए कि लीडर में बनना चाहते हैं, but you will make a change. Okay, who wants to remain, like specialists and have lots of money? एक दो it's your decision, but I think थोड़ा टाइम उसमें weekends have a blend of the two, make money but also try and make a change for poor people. That's important. And the last bit now is something which I just thought of it as something intriguing, interesting. We are trying to depend at least so much on the new thing, particularly AI. So since we are not talking about leadership and the gaps in leadership, just this suspicion came to my mind: are we seeing AI as the next leader? To make AI a leader and let him or her, it rather, lead us, or is that something we should not be doing? The next question is AI a leader, and let's have a discussion on that. Decide if it's a leader or not. If it is, to what extent? If it's not a leader, what should we do with it in terms of healthcare, particularly? Sir, anybody who would like to contribute?
I am a very strong believer of the human factor. So I don't think that AI can be a leader. We can be an assistant to the leader because ultimately the decision making has to come
Has to
from
be the human, right? All of us should answer.
I think we saw later the. Has anyone?
How many have seen Terminator?
Yeah, so they scan it, right? So I mean, like, पहले मोबाइल फोन नहीं थे अब आ गए हैं. Maybe future will go इस तरह at the moment.
आपका point important है because there were movies made about so many other movies which came about. So please do not underrate the movies. They have some knowledge about things which would how they got it, I don't know. But these are scenarios which people who created AI, the father of AI, for example, he says, be very, very careful with AI. Do not trust it. Like not to develop it at all. Because the potential is enormous. They have tremendous amounts of access to all kinds of information. They can use it for anything. And a couple of instances have actually happened, which were actually actions taken by different AI, software. I worry about the age of robots. Once you get robots, then maybe even the doctors are going to be affected because all these facilities that we think, obviously they're not humans. So second important point that I think of is, look, we are DNA, right? So DNA has this intelligence, which living intelligence. I look at it like living, like if I say human intelligence, only humans, intelligent species, all life is intelligent. But the AI is made up of non-living atoms. I do not at all. I do not see that as a threat. I do not think they will ever compete with living atoms. So to me, that's redundant. But just to get rid of this thing of simplifying, people are all the time worried about AI doing this and that. So I just want to bring it up. To us, it looks like there's probably not going to be that particular scenario. But we have two comments left for Dr. Shabella and Dr. Khan.
I don't think AI is a leader.
He's not a leader. Good.
Can be used as a collaborator, but it is not a leader because it does not have the instincts, it does not have the values, ethics, it does not have the accountability. And if you're talking about the robots in China, there are different restaurants. The chefs and the waiters, they are replaced by robots. But again, those robots are being dealt by the human being. So I think human intelligence that is not treated in the right way. But if all our generation starts relying on AI, then they will become, then we can have a bad future and AI can take over. But with this present intelligence that we are gifted with, I don't think that AI can take over. AI can be a captain can always be a human being.
So even if you think AI takes over, then tell me what would be the purpose of AI? I mean, humans have a purpose. That's why we do things what we do. What do we have? I don't think they would have a purpose. Ultimately, they will end up destroying each other. That's the way that I look at it. Sir, मैम ने कह दिया हाँ मैम ने तो फिल्म आपको दिखा दी है
Sir, about my
Just be fit.
perception about AI is because and workshops about how to use AI in research. So my perception about AI is it's very scary. It's more scary than the atomic explosion that we are going to face. Those with basic knowledge of science can use it ethically or like as a co-pilot. But I don't know if the new generation, if they start it as a learning tool rather than getting their basic knowledge from somewhere else, they start it as a then they will leave them and they will take them to somewhere that's not them. My advice for all those is कि AI को यूज करने से बेसिक उसके बाद आप उससे फायदा उठाएं अगर आपने उसको बेसिक नॉलेज चाहे वो क्लिनिकल है या वो अगर आप पर डिपेंड करना शुरू कर दिया तो आप बड़े खुश होंगे, वो आपको बड़ा ज़बरदस्त तरीके से ले जा, लेकिन आपको जहाँ ले जाएगा वो एहसास।
Quick poll, तो how many would like FBI as their leader? हाथ खड़ा करें. Good. So our purpose is done. एक आखिर में बंदे ने कह दिया, खैर it doesn't matter. बाद में बड़ा हो जाएगा, ठीक हो जाएगा. All right. Okay, you would take it. All right. So we can discuss it later on. Thank you very much, everybody, the audience. I think we did a fruitful. Very much.
Thank you to our moderator and distinguished panelists for a highly engaging and insightful discussion.
Lightning lies in its simplicity, powerful ideas delivered with clarity, focus, and impact in a short span of time. It is often said that if you can explain something effectively in 5 minutes, you truly do understand it. So, before we begin, we would like to introduce our highly esteemed judges for today's talk session.
Our first judge is Professor Fahad Azam from Shifa College of Medicine, and our second judge is Professor Zili Huma from Federal Medical University. Honored to have them as judges today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in warmly.
Our first speaker is Fahad from National University of Science and Technology.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm happy to be here at RMI Shower. Maternal health is at risk. We have developed a tool gestational diabetes mellitus using artificial intelligence in Pakistan. AIGDMP is a collaboration between NUST and a GCI hospital, Shifa International. We have been funded by AI Sarosh and supported by Canada with a grant of 23 million proposal in 4 South Asian countries. Nearly 1 in 5 pregnancies is affected by GDM. Gestational diabetes is predicted, is diagnosed in the 24 to 28 weeks of gestation. We have utilized low-cost risk factors, features to predict gestational diabetes first trimester of pregnancy. This end, we have a larger window for early intervention. Our tool consists of AI model, an explainability model for the doctor. Uh, it is composed of a web application and a mobile application. It includes dashboard for doctors, and it is suitable for longitudinal monitoring. The project is completed in 2 phases. In the first phase, we have developed retrospectively AI model based on data between 2015 and 2025 at Shifa. Currently, in the second phase, we are validating the model by deploying and field testing in the Shifa premises. These are the list of variables, the risk factors that we have investigated uh, in a pregnancy episode at Shifa, and we chose the most relevant ones by expert opinion. We have achieved a sensitivity of 76%, and we have published our work in Oxford Digital Health. We provide explainability charts for the doctors where they can relate their expertise model giving the prediction score. So currently we are having the prospective validation at Shifa Hospital, and we are looking forward to scale the solution to a multi-site deployment. Afterwards, we are going to advocate for policy engagement. So we have a multidisciplinary team from NUST and Shifa, engineers and doctors, that we experience a very unique team. I like you enjoyed my short presentation, and we can talk about it on the hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful presentation.
With that, now we invite our next speaker on stage, from Copper Girls Medical College.
Cancer doesn't care who you are, where you're from, or what your plans were. It simply keeps going. Despite decades of progress with surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and surgery, many other cancer-driving proteins may remain beyond reach of conventional treatments. But what if instead of searching for the next cancer therapeutic, we could design them? Respected judges and my dear fellows, a very good morning to one and all. My name is Rabia, and I'm from Khyber Girls Medical College. Today, I'd like to share how that simple question means the world of AI-designed protein therapeutics. Now, first, let me clarify what actually cancer is. Cancer is the uncontrolled proliferation of cell division, which is caused by two proteins called E2F. Now, you all must be wondering, where are these bunch of letters and numbers that I just mumbled? Well, E2F1 is a protein here in orange color, so you guys can see, and DP1 is a blue protein. When both of these combine together, they're responsible for the uncontrolled cell division. But in healthy cells, we also have another protein called the RB protein, which is shown here as the green chain. This is responsible for avoiding this infection. In cancer cells like retinoblastoma and other cancers, this gene is actually deficient. So that brings me to the point that what is actually responsible for causing cancer? The E2F1-DP1 protein interaction. If this is such an important interaction, up until now, why don't we have any treatment modalities for it? Well, because it's considered undruggable, which means that there is no effective way up until to this day to directly target this interaction. This is where actually things get interesting. So in 2024, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry was awarded to these three amazing scientists. But for what exactly? They were given this prize for designing proteins. Didn't we just know that proteins exist in nature? No. But these scientists found a way to discover them on computers by using AI. So hence, in this time and in this date, we can now actually design proteins using AI. And that put me to thought that if previously E2F1, DP1, this interaction is responsible for driving cancer, what if we make a protein using AI that is capable of stopping this interaction? So to test this out, I actually used three different AI design proteins, AI design protein tools called Minecraft, ArcFusion, and PepMLM. We were able to get 50 plus binders. Out of these 50 plus binders, I shortlisted 6 of them for testing binding affinity in silico. And one of them was chosen as the lead candidate generated using Bindcraft. Furthermore, when I chose that visualizer as BC6. Now, how actually the binder would work? So let's consider E2F1 as long as there's going to be a signal and there will be proliferation of cells, cancer would be there. What my binder would do would it would completely come and block this interaction. When there would be no interaction, no signal, hence no cancer. To elaborate it further, this diagram is taken from the initial slide. I'll separate the DP1 protein from the the blue protein here at the side. My binder that I've generated purple using AI will be placed on the DP1 protein, specifically on the side of DP1. Now, when this would bind to DP1, this would cause DP1 not to bind to E2F1. Hence, as a result, there would be no cancer proliferation, and that avoids cancer. So coming back to my actual question that I just stated earlier, is it actually possible that artificial intelligence can design a binder that will block E2F1-DP1? To my surprise, the answer is actually yes. Why does this actually matter? If experimental validation is given, then we can use this binder inside the cells using messenger RNA therapeutics, and we can further use it in treatment modalities. So this isn't just about one protein. This is completely changing the way of cancer treatment. But before we come up to this thing and say, oh, we've cured cancer, let me give you a reality check. This entire project is only based on computational proof of concept and still requires further validation, which we are on phase 2 right now. Apart from this, further testing is still needed in laboratories. I'd like to conclude the presentation with saying that every breakthrough begins with a question. Ours was simple. Can we use AI to cure cancer? And today, this question seems no more impossible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Now we would like to invite Dr. Asif, lecturer at Department of Medical Education at Rehman Medical College.
Definitely. Uh, my lightning talk is more related to the teachers and here because I designed personally all along AI integrated learning, learning AI design and AI, basically AI integrated modular learning, the whole MBBS curriculum. I already completed the first year, second year, and why I did it, just we will go through it. We teach subjects. Mostly, I'm talking about the KBK and scenario. It's not a teaching. First thing I should clear it. It's a learning ecosystem. It's not a teaching ecosystem. So basically, we teach in subjects, but we assist in integration. That what we are really facing over here, and the medical education has an integration problem. Why I am studying muscle, even if I thought if I 20 years back when I am doing my MBBS, still I remember that I was in a worry that why I'm studying muscles, that what is the need? I should know the deltoid origin and insertion. Why should I study the blood supply for a muscle? And that is because we are not correlating the basics with the clinic. So that is one problem I grab, and then it come in my mind, why not to use AI, dual and fully integrated system that basically communicate the basics with the clinical, and it goes together. Artificial intelligence integrated modular learning cycle is basically the system, and it bridges basics and clinical thinking. Each topic has a clinical book and a clinical correlation. Example, I can say, like suppose there is a parotid, I just link it with a parotitis and a short book for the student. There is a surgery of parotid, there is a chance of facial nerve injury. So a hook is always there with each topic, and one topic, one clinical problem, one learning ecosystem. Carotid gland, we always learn, we always teach its anatomy, but in my system, it will be there. There will be anatomy, there will be physiology, there will be histology, there will be embryology, there will be biochemistry, and there will be a clinical correlation. So the integration is like that, a single topic, and that topic is basically from the KMU learning objectives, and the KMU learning objectives are designed in a way that all the subjects are integrated to one topic, and at the end there is a clinical hook. M teaches in connections. M doesn't just assess student. M teaches students how to think, because wrong answers, there is an option why wrong answer is wrong, and then the concept tested. And basically there is a three kinds of assessment in that system. One is the pre-test assessment, and the pre-test assessment is basically designed on level 1 and L1 and L2, and it is directly coded to a AI agent over here. The AI agent directly picks the wrong MCQs from the system for each student separately, and then the AI is fed in the backup that you have to answer two, three questions to the student. Number first, what concept is tested in this MCQs? Number second, why the correct answer is correct? And number third, why the incorrect answers are incorrect. I will go a little quick. So there is a learning material, textbook learning, AI concept maps are there. There are visual learnings, there are videos, there is a clinical correlations. 20 pre-test, 1L2, 20 can use style practice questions, 20 post-test cover L3 plus level with explanation, a total 16 CQs from topic, from basic knowledge to the clinical reasoning. Then for the student memories, there are flashcards, there are memory tables, there are clinical hooks, there is a highly summary, there is an option in the LMS where you can take your own notes, there is a progress taking, and there is notification for the student to keep them engaged. Whenever I type a topic, the student got a notification that there is a new topic for you to learn and to practice. Doctors empowered by AI definitely it will not replace. We talk about AIM, which is learning and clinical thinking. The future of medical education is not more content, it's better connection, and M is the solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now, for our next segment, the panel discussion. The topic of the next panel discussion is healthcare innovation. What actually gets funded? Innovation is often celebrated as the engine of progress, yet every entrepreneur, researcher, and innovator eventually encounters the important question: what actually gets funded?
This This decision will explore the realities of healthcare entrepreneurship, investment, sustainability, factors that transform promising ideas into successful ventures.
Please join us in welcoming our distinguished panelists. Dr. Mariam Khan, she serves as the Associate Professor and Head of Computer Science Department at CCOS University, Peshawar. She earned her PhD in Artificial Intelligence from the University of Newcastle, Australia. Professor Dr. Murtaza Najabat Ali is the CEO of Revive Medical Technologies and a professor at the University of Jordan. He is also a professor and HOD Biomedical Engineering at Rifa International University.
Next, should I continue? Our next panelist is Professor Dr. Mahmood Noor, Dean of LRH. Since he's not coming, we will move to the next panelist. Joining us online is Mr. Syed Mujtaba, the Chief Executive Officer of Samora Health Dubai. Mr. Syed brings an incredible mix of hands-on technical architecture and high-level corporate strategy to the table, backed by over 10 years of experience.
Our next participant is Dr. Faisal Khan, Precision Medical Lab, Rehman Medical Institute. Dr. Faisal is an alumnus of the University of Oxford, where he earned his DPhil. He is an award-winning scientist recognized with the Youth Development Leadership Award by the government of Pakistan for his contributions to innovation.
Moderating this session is Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman, Principal, Rehman Medical College, Head of Department of Pulmonology at Rehman Medical Institute. Ladies and gentlemen.
So good afternoon, almost good evening, which we end probably it will be. So I think we have obviously one panelist online and two of us here, so we will have a good time. So thank you very much, Mr. Sayed, for joining us. Can you hear us all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Okay, so you are about 2 hours behind us, so you are in the true afternoon, but we are in the sort of
I'm an hour behind. Yes, it's still an afternoon for me.
brilliant, brilliant. So keep it. You still have 2 more hours to live. Yeah. So I think we are going to start, and I think there are. I don't know. Not everybody has seen it, but there are some candies on the front, and there are a lot of colors in it, and there is a purpose behind that. So we will be counting it afterwards. And because there is a saying that when there are more colors, the ball, the a lot more eaten, the less colors in it. So that's a psychology test which you were not knowing, but you were the guinea pigs, which we are going to do that. So I just wanted to check whether everyone is awake. I know you may not be able to see it, Mr. Sayed. I'm going to show something, and I'm going to ask. So if I have the slide, yeah, the first slide. So how many Fs can you count? So that's 30 seconds in this slide. How many Fs can you count? Yeah, so I'm just checking if everyone is awake. So who can count 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Who can count 4? Yes. Who counts 6? Oh God, these are the awake people. Okay, so which F were you missing? It's F in the off, isn't it? So it's always the small things which we miss. Yeah. And we were very confident that, so that was just to see whether you are awake or not. Okay, so we can switch it off the slide and I will come back. Okay, so Mr. Sayed, while you are still online with us, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
So it's a very first rapid fire sort of question, which is less than a 30-second question. And that is again, it may will be something you may not be expecting. So I hope that's the case because so most innovation proposals fail not because the idea is bad, but because, what would you say? Just in two sort of words, what would you say?
Um, Again, a little interest because they cannot build.
Abasab, what would you say?
Quantify high value sort of impact in the society.
Okay, so that's quite everyone, both of you are saying more or less the same thing. Nothing meaningful to consider or quantify, and that. So I think we're going to be more efficient with our questions. So because not that many people to talk, but you always free to talk more if you want to discuss things between yourselves. I think the next question is Najabat, first you, and then I can bring you, Sayed. When you review a proposal, obviously, you makes what makes you lean forward or push back?
I always move forward.
If you're asking me, it's only going to
No,
be numbers.
Sayed, I will come back to you in a minute. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
You have some time to think.
Normally, I believe I'm audible. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I normally move forward with the proposal which is strategically aligned with the donor agency priorities. And number two, it has evidence-based, data-driven based problem statement in place, and then methodology, uh, which can sort of reflect the effective execution of that solution for that problem.
So what you're saying is it's according to the call it is being asked,
Yeah.
and the same thing is that it's addressing all the aspects of that.
Obviously, most of the donor agencies offer a grant for specific academic research. They go for a call, and that call is thematic. It has its own objectives, priorities, demographics, and socioeconomic impact. And if the proposal is strategically aligned with that call, that is actually fulfilling the requirement of the objective. And secondly, if the problem statement within that proposal is evidence-based, it is data-driven. It is not just a vague, uh, sort of idea or ambitious idea. And then good methodology which can reflect, an effective execution of that solution pertaining to that problem statement.
Sayed, you want to views on that?
Sure. I think the other gentleman has made really good points. I'm just going to supplement that by saying numbers make a lot of difference. And majority of cases, you may fit into every single corner except the numbers. You have to understand what is funding. If you're getting it from philanthropy or from an organization, it's different when you're getting it from a VC. When you involve a venture capital into your business, which you should, because that's where the money is, and they will consider consider every single thing based on kind of numbers you are presenting. And if your numbers are making sense, then all of that. Most innovators fail to understand that innovations don't get funded, and that's a whole. Some may, some may not, but purely because of innovation, you will not attract funding. You will attract funding when you become investable, because an investor's mandate is to deploy the funds and in exchange for that, receive back profits at a certain exit point. So I guess, alongside what the other gentlemen said, which I fully support, I think the numbers should.
Okay. Again, if you just carry on, Sayed, what's the single most common mistake you see in the proposals which you go through, whether they are experienced or novices? What are the common mistakes they make?
Yeah, but I'm going to stick to what I believe in terms of my experience. I love to work with startups. I love to work at idea stage. So it varies between people, I guess, when you are dealing with a project that are already in Series A, Series B. I prefer not to get into that. Excuse me. For me, I'm looking for uniqueness. The blend of the team, the passion, and obviously the pathway. Because in many cases, uh, we have invested in products, and we have found that it's very exciting. It's eyebrow raising, but it takes a long time. And every single day that you delay, you're risking somebody else entering into the market. At the same time, you're also risking a burnout. So for me, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a specific topics in terms of milestones, and they must be. So it has to be dollars and cents, really. When you are looking at innovation from, I've been hearing the proceedings of the day, and I'm very impressed with the last three came up. I mean, I think Rabia and the other gentleman, and I don't remember the names to be honest, but
Najabat
really
sir.
good presentation. Yeah, the education as well, and the diabetes. It's you see, the thing is, if this was a presentation purely to investors, you'd mark it out by saying there's a lot of clinical data, there's a lot of technical terms. See, an investor is looking for exit because if you allow me a minute, I'll answer this a little bit more constructive ways for an audience to be able to relate to this. Let's say you are the ones who have the money, and I'm asking. So I'm coming to you and saying, listen, I need $100,000. Would you be able to give it to me? So the first question you'll say is, what is my risk of this money? You will not ask me how beautiful the product is. You'll not think, what am I going to do with it? Like, how many people will benefit? Because an idea is an intangible thing. Money is tangible. You have to interchange tangible with intangible. So when people want to take a product out there, they must present the data. You should say, what's the impact like? If it's going to impact 1 million people, and will the 1 million people elect to pay for it? Because the investor is looking for market share, and market share should be revenue driven. And in majority of cases, I think we fail to understand that innovators are not people who have experience. So that's where mentors come in, and they guide them to do it. So the short answer and the long answer of this is that when reviewing anything, when it's credible or not, it's got to make sense in financial terms. If it's an investment proposition,
Okay.
I think if you are doing, yeah, you
Sorry,
can
carry
move
on,
to
Sayed.
no, I was just adding to that the last point that in essence of innovation in medical, I have encountered a lot. I have seen people. The reason why I remember Rabia's name is because my younger sister has cancer, and so this is a heinous disease that's making rounds and taking lives. So I suppose we have that angle, personal angle to every single thing. But remember, when you're deploying funds, you're going to move beyond emotions. You're going to make sure that the numbers make sense.
Okay. Thanks. Jab sir, have you seen a proposal on paper which looks awful, not that good, but in practice it has done wonders? Have you seen anything like that?
Actually, when you asked me in the first place about the fundability of an idea, I sort of consider it as if you are talking about in in the reality of academia. But the way the brother discuss about another ecosystem in the world, which is the startup world, that is totally different world. And when you talk about, you have an idea and you have a startup in place, and you would like to get into fundraising sort of activity with any angel investment group or venture capital. So there are like pre-seed and seed rounds and series A, B, C. So what the investors what will actually look up into the proposal, into that pitch. Brother rightly said they see few things. First of all, is distraction. That I mean, who's the founder or what exactly is the configuration of the founding team, and then what exactly is the idea and what are the market related sort of attributes associated with the concept, like TAM, SAM, and SOM, total addressable market and serviceable addressable market, and serviceable obtainable market. And then they see the financial projections, the revenue cycle associated with that, the market demands. And so this is actually another world. And when we review proposals, because I'm a couple of reviewing committees in Ministry of Science and Technology and Pakistan Science Foundation. So this is actually another world. So when we receive proposals, they are mainly from the universities. And these proposals, they are mostly basically a reaction from a certain call, and that call is thematic. So that process of evaluating such proposals is totally different. Here, we don't see TAM, SAM, SOM, and ROIs and financial projections and market demands. Here, we actually see the strategic alignment of that proposal, with the call theme, and secondly, the problem statement, and that statement should be evidence based, and data driven, and then the methodology. So this is another world because here people they secure funding from these agencies in Pakistan, traditionally, and they just sort of come up with a proof of concept, and that proof of concept always lies in those labs. It never turns out, into a real commercial level product. So when we talk about another world, which is a startup world, the dynamics are different, the demands are different, and the requirements are different. When we deal with the angel investment group or any other funding group.
Okay. Thank you. That's very useful to have that differentiation between the various sort of ecosystems, and there are different needs and probably different more formats required and different mindset. Will just take me to the next question very nicely. Novelty versus impact. What is your call?
Okay.
Which one you would think is the best
But
for you?
pertaining to Pakistan fundamental requirements, because we don't have any sort of novel requirements where I can come up with a de novo sort of concept. So Pakistan has a very basic fundamental requirement. What I experienced in my career, because I've been um, I've been working in both space. I've been running my own industry. I've been also associated with the academia for the last over like 2 decades. So what I learned actually, that most of the time your idea is very novel. It's very unique, but there is no business case associated with that idea, especially in Pakistan. And most of the time your idea is very conventional. It is very generic in nature, but there is a lot of demand in the market. So that depends actually that what sort of gap analysis you've done, for that specific social social problem, and what exactly is your solution, and if that solution is uh, has a demand, and you can execute it, that solution, within the stipulated time frame according to your feasibility and business plan. I think these should be the starting point. There is another thing I would like to add, because I'm also teaching on the postgraduate level, PhD level, entrepreneurship and other leadership related subjects. So there is one thing which most of the startup companies, especially in Pakistan, because I'm also one of the main expert in National Incubation Center in Islamabad. So I've come across different startup companies. So all these students and graduates, even faculty members, when they come up with a startup with a certain idea, as a product, they miss basic steps in that process. And the basic step is number one is the feasibility study. Feasibility study is basically an investigative step. It investigates your business idea, your business concept, and it is a very elaborate document. And once the feasibility study is through, it dictates you that you step into that business. The business plan is actually the execution process of that investigative step. So they miss this basic, the initial steps, and they just, rush and they hop into the, into the development and launching of that certain solution, service, or product, and then they fail miserably.
Okay, Sayed, would you go for the novelty or the impact? What's your maybe, or what would you like
Impact,
to see?
impact always, because novelty. Again, the thing is, we must be brutally honest, right? I mean, we live in a world where two things are happening. People are not realizing. The first thing that's happening, and it's very evident, is that technology is changing really quick. So if your entire idea is centered on technology, you can be absolutely sure that someone else is thinking about it and they'll do it. So you need to be quick. If you were maybe in 1950s inventing gramophones or LP players, I mean, you had 20 years to market the product and still make profits. You cannot do that today. So novelty will be eyebrow raising. You will definitely love it. You want to give it a applause, or maybe even give it sort of a prize. However, it's not an investable commodity. You need to invest because money is depreciating. So when you give money to someone, pledge, let's say, $1 million to a product, and that product doesn't happen, you not only lost time, but the cumulative loss that you've made over your $1 million is going to be a lot. So impact always. And again, I support the other gentleman. I must admit that all what he's saying is really bringing, the two aspects of how an entrepreneur should feel into the perspective. The first one is don't build products because you think they are going to change the world. And you cannot change anything without money. It doesn't work that way. We live in a world where you cannot run even a mosque without having the money to pay for the imam salary. So we must be honest that it will require funding. It will require large amounts of donations. It will require perseverance, and it will require a lot of patience from all the stakeholders, but at the cost of what? So you need funding very quickly, and the funding is there. The fact that people think funding is in existence is wrong. There is a huge amount of money in the VC sector, and as I appreciate the last point the other gentleman made about missing the, you should know your plan, know your what you're doing. And I'm not a doctor, so give me if I digress into other areas. I'm also a licensed pilot. So I can tell you, you don't take off an aircraft unless you know where you're going to land and how you're going to. You should know everything in between as well. So you start a project, it's great to do research in the project, but if you want to make it into a project which has a own life cycle, its own revenue streams, you're looking at the full plan. I agree with you. So impact, yes,
Okay.
definitely.
So
Novelty.
I just came to know that you are licensed pilot. So is this SpaceX program of Elon Musk, is that a novelty, or what impact would it has or have on the world
Ah,
over?
okay. I like the way he thinks. I think he has this uniqueness. He is ahead of his time. I mean, I don't agree with everything he says or
Is
does,
he mad, or
but
is he mad, or
you
is he
have to be mad.
or is he
Yes.
novelty seeker?
No, I think if you're looking to the song like we're never going to survive unless we are a little crazy. So you must be a little crazy in your head, generally. We lose that over time. We become more disciplined, more systematic. We shouldn't be. We, as humans evolved because we were curious. We invented fire because of it. We invented lots of things. So I think even what we're doing with SpaceX, I think space is brilliant. I mean, I wouldn't personally want to go, but I think it just shows that how dynamic he is. He's not stopped. I mean, for a man who's will probably be the billionaire on earth, I guess. He's not slowing down. I mean, he's bringing new ideas, new challenges. So I think he does have that crazy gene in him somewhere, and I think what he's doing makes a lot of sense to me personally. Except that putting a chip in a human being and all that I don't support. But I do think there are lots of avenues that can come out of the research that they are doing. One particular that I am quite fond of when I see people who are doing this unconventional investment. The thing that you are doing is you're opening up new avenues for people to think. Because we humans, question because from the flying experience, not many people realize that they're sitting on the ground having this conversation. There's a constant population in the air. There are people, not all the 8 billion or 7 billion people of Earth are living on Earth. A lot of them are literally floating. They are constantly in the air. So we live in a world that has changed quite a lot. And I think when you bring products out, so you must think in multi-dimension because every product that you introduce that's accepted by the market changes behavior. So if you're going to implement how people order food, it will change the entire industry. It will just not be the ordering aspect. It will be everything to it. So what Elon is doing, it will create new habits. And I think we can already
So
see
you
that.
are fully supporting him, say so, and you also say that
No, no,
it
no,
is
not,
his,
I'm not
it
fully
is
supporting
yeah,
Elon.
it is his
I
own
don't I
money,
don't
so he can do anything he likes. Yeah, it is his own money.
I don't think so. Slightly differently. The question people ask is there's a book by, I'm not going to name name, but it says The Monk Who Sold the Ferrari. So my question is, how did the monk get the Ferrari in the first place? The thing is, you always wonder what you would do with your money if you have not explored the world.
I think it's a very interesting topic, but I had to leave it there. If we are, in example, if we are going to go for the impact oriented, wouldn't that only be a run of the mill things, that we only things which we know will work, we will fund, others which we may think is not going to work, we may not fund. So isn't that going to keep the sort of issue or the narrow piece for everything?
I mean, if you look into it seriously and with certain depth, the previous panel discussion was related to leadership and brain drain. So these are all plots. If you're talking about product and then fundability of that product, so you are talking about actually the leadership. Because whoever is securing the funding, he's not a follower. He's going to be a leader because he's taking risk and he has vision and he is sort of hell-bent and he's basically dedicated about his team, about his vision, and then he is actually running after that dream after securing that funding to convert it into a product. So the problem is where we fail is number one is the entity, entrepreneur, the founder of that startup, the leader. Uh, Pakistan, there are a lot of parenting issues because leader is somebody he has many attributes. I'll just start naming those attributes. There's going to be a list, but the core attribute which makes one individual a leader is basically enabler. So enabler is somebody who can share. So during his childhood, the parenting method is flawed because we sort of our parenting method is all self-centered. We raise our children, in a very self-centered way about their own career, about their own studies, and about their own lunchbox in school. So when they are in the professional life, they you know they fail to become enabler because for to be an enabler, you will have to share. You will have to actually contribute your time and investment into another team, into another set of individuals, so that they will gain those skills and experience, and they will shoulder you, and they will bring that startup.
Okay.
That is the main core issue.
Can I have a slide just because I think just to make everyone awake? So just show a slide. Say it, you can see it, or you may fear not to see it as well. Okay. So this is a economics question, and we're talking of money, so it's very relevant. If a baseball in the bat costs $1.10, and the bat costs $1 more than the ball, how much does the ball cost? Someone said point 0.1, so that's 10 cents. Anyone else? So if a baseball and a bat costs $1.10, the bat costs $1 more than the ball, what's the cost of the ball? One, somebody say 10 cents, yeah? That's a common sense, isn't it? But it's not. It's 5 cents. Because the word which we are not focusing, it's costing more than the ball. So it's only 5 cents. So that's what sometimes happens if you do not pay attention. Yeah? Okay? So you're all awake, but still need the coffee, I think, in your hands to finish. How many, please the room? Can I have the room? Yeah? Yeah? How many of you have ever been told your idea is too small to be worth? Yeah, so I see a lot of hands, and someone is raising two hands. So feel sorry for you that you. So I think that is again we see a lot. So the Java sub that take me to the question: can a low-cost, low-tech innovation compete with an AI-driven project for the same grant, or is the game already tilted?
I think there is a lot of disparity in funding mechanism, because AI.
Slides off, please. Yeah, or take it out.
Sorry. Yeah. So AI is definitely getting an edge, because wherever you are actually submitting a proposal, giving a business pitch with AI-based technology, you will have an edge, because this is need of the hour. This is future, and this is the way technology is, in a transformation process. So today, in this, uh, I mean, if you are coming up with a solution which is, a conventional historical based approach, like one size fits all, that is not going to work out, because with AI, you can come up with a very personalized sort of service or a product, for human needs, whether it be education, whether it be healthcare, or any other service business, because you can come up with a lot of data points, and then you can use it for personalized sort of service, instead of giving a universal service or a product, to a certain market. So definitely AI has an edge, and AI will prevail if they will compete both the proposals. If one proposal is having no AI and based on technology, and another proposal is based on technology with an AI, that will definitely have an edge.
Say you have the same school that's the winner, and the other one doesn't need to try at
Yeah, it
all.
is. It is definitely a winner. The couple of the gentlemen already gave a really good answer. So I'll use my time to give you supplementation to that. See, investors, I mean, I'm not talking about grants here. Grants have a very different motivation. We're talking here about investment. So when you're talking about an investor, the investor is in the business of making money. So the need for the investor is already in existence. The investor wants to put the money in. It's like you are a restaurant and you don't have to create hunger, because hunger already exists. You just have to create the distinction between why Chinese or Italian. So when you are presenting your product, it's always a great idea to incorporate the trending technologies because that's where the future lies. And investors are not magicians; they have no way of knowing the future. They rely on the buzzwords as well. At this point, I guess. So when you present your data, when you give your technology stack, you are talking the right words. You are more likely to secure an investment. I think.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think I will stay with you. There are many students in the room, and mashallah, they are all budding with ideas. So if a student in this room has a real idea but no track record or no network, what is the one thing they must do before approaching any fund?
Mentor. Today things are much easier. You have AI that will guide you through a vast number of steps that you need to take. Remember one thing: uh, not every chef in the kitchen becomes a master chef. It requires a certain discipline, certain skill level. When you want to get the funding that you need, to the tune of, if you allow me, I'll give you a little background, justify my answer. It will take about 30 seconds. I mean, the statistics vary, but the large portion of it will be similar. After COVID, investments shot up from VCs. Something like 200 billion were put on fintechs, financial technology products, and the healthcare sector received somewhere around 70 billion worldwide. So if you see the difference, it's quite a big difference. But what is different between the numbers is that fintech is a 3 to 5 year project. They get this kind of money within 3 to 5 years. Whereas the health tech takes a really long time because of all the regulatory. In this period, there is a lot of burnout on the founder. The founder has to foot in the bill. Also, you have to imagine that the fintech is probably done by two people from a university, whereas the medical product requires a little bit more time. So you're already into your career 5, 6 years. It's probably married at this point in time. So your cost burden is higher. So when you factor all of these things, the funding is always there. So what do you need? You need to plan out because honeymoons don't last. So when you are going to be in this business, you need to be sure that either coming in from operational expenditures to your capex to everything else, either from your revenues or from grants or from investments. So you should have a mentor. I think you need a feasibility, of course, to start off, and then you need a mentor. If you don't have a mentor, it's no problem. There's no need for one. You need to have all the, especially very important in this is the element of your legal planning, because a lot of times there are inherent problems between the founders. That is also, they don't seem to agree on who owns what. Then there's another issue with IP. Then there's another issue with what contracts you're entering into. Maybe to secure $10,000, you've signed up with someone who will block you from getting $1 million investment tomorrow. So there are drag along, tag along clauses in the contract. So you should get the right counseling, the right presentation at the right point. Yes, that's really important.
Okay. Jawad sir, any advice to that person? What first steps he needs to take to have the network and can sell the idea to funders or buy?
Well, I will, keep my statement intact the way I started off. That if you are coming up with a startup with an idea, you have to jot down your business concept, identify your service product as a unique, and then you will have to identify the value chain, the stakeholders, the distribution channels, the demand in the market, and then you will have to come up with the feasibility. The feasibility will be in an investigative step. It will dictate you whether or not I mean, you should step into that business. Once it dictates you, there's a lot of components within the feasibility. Uh, so if your business concept clarifies and passes that feasibility process, then you can come up with a business plan and start the execution process. That business plan will become a Bible for you. So it will entail all the policies, all the planning related things related to finance, related to administration. I mean the securing of the funding and everything. the hiring and hiring of the people. It will entail everything. So my 2 cents would be on this particular subject for the young minds would be that they should follow the process. If they would need mentorship, the way brother mentioned, they should get that mentorship. They should get into the feasibility process, and
So there are no shortcuts.
there are no shortcuts.
The,
We have learned the hard way.
yeah.
Because when I started up with my own startup like 15 years ago, I made uh, blunders, and I failed many times, and then I learned, and I came up with this.
So failure is part of the process rather than the eventuality or the fatality. Yeah. Thank you. Can I just have a slide so I can bring the audience again because they are slightly they doze off. I need to show something, Sayed, so they can listen to more. Yeah. Okay. I think this
I'm
coming
glad
up.
you're not asking me those questions because I'm not really good at math.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's coming, I think, somewhere. Okay. If not, then I can go to the question. So are we all still awake? Oh, I can't hear you. Can you stand up and say it? Yeah, just stand up, all of you. Just stand up. That's it. That's it. That's it. I'm telling everyone. Yeah, madam. Yeah, yeah. Just move around. Look around. Yeah, left, right, center, up. Yeah, good, good. This is afternoon. Yeah, so now you can sit down. Yeah, thank you very much. Now the question is, uh, okay, please now settle. Yeah. How many of you would fund your own proposal if you were the reviewer? Oh God, everyone will fund their own proposal. And why is that? Because it's so good, it's perfect. That's why you would like to, and that's what the problem is, because that creates the conflict. But we think that our proposal, my baby or my child is the best child of the world, and the other childs obviously are not the best children of the world. Yeah, isn't it? So I think that's the problem facing. Now, just keep look at that. Which one is taller? And why they look taller? It's not. It's the reference point because this person is standing to the lines which are narrow. And this is called anchoring. This is called anchoring because you anchor the person against the surrounding. And that's why certain proposals will get funded when certain names are obviously Honorable Vice Chancellor of Peshawar University is here. So he's our chief guest. We welcome him. Okay, thank you, sir. We are more or less on the last question. So if you can come back, can you take the slide off? Yeah, please. So this is again a quick fire one. Uh, so I will go this time, Sayed from you. So can we have him on the screen? Just take the slide. So the question is, name one area in healthcare, education, innovation that deserve far more funding than it gets and is being ignored. Can you just name one area?
Healthcare education. If you're talking healthcare education, I would say at consumer level.
So I'm talking about healthcare education innovation.
Yeah, if it's not institutional, then I would say it should be consumer level, where consumers are far more access to healthcare information because people are not really aware of their health.
Okay. Najabat,
That's what I would.
what would you?
Not exactly the historical conventional reactive sick care, but I would vote for proactive healthcare space.
I think this is now really the last question, so bear with me. And again, this is the true rapid fire question. If I had one grant to award tomorrow, I would fund a project that blank. Rajab sir.
I will I'll be funding something basic solution in healthcare space in Pakistan, because in Pakistan we are relying 100% on imports. So anything which is fundamental and it is a solution to a bigger problem for a larger segment of the society in Pakistan, I will fight for that. I will for that.
Sayed, what one grant tomorrow?
Um, I would fund. I would. I think I'm going to have to copy his answer. Yes, I will fund the same. I'll go for maximum population impact as a product. That's something I would. I mean, I'm more sensitive to cancer, as I mentioned the reason for it. So I think I'll be more inclined to funding that.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think this sort of, I would request the hall to applaud the panelists. And I'm grateful, Sayed, for you to join us from Dubai. And Najab Saab
so
from
much
all
for
over
the
from the
opportunity.
Islamabad. And obviously, he's very busy, but you spared the time. Thank you very much for staying with us and helping us to design this HEAL conference. You are a great support, Sayed. So thank you very much. We will stay in touch.
Can I quickly end my section with just two words?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of this. I'd like to thank Dr. Shifa, Dr. Maruk for giving me this opportunity. It was wonderful. I wish everyone the very best, and it will be. I hope to see a 2-day or 3-day conference and personally visit next time.
Okay, thank you very much, Sayed. Thank you, Najab Saab. And again, you can clap this time for yourselves because you were wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and distinguished panelists for an engaging and thought provoking session. Next up, we have the final lightning talk of the afternoon. We would cordially invite Khatija Shahnawaz from Northwest School of Medicine for the lightning talk.
This is how I move the slide then. Excuse me, how does the pointer work? It's all right, it's all right. Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Khadija Shanwaz. I'm in second year Northwest School of Medicine. When we think about innovation in healthcare, we usually imagine groundbreaking new treatments. However, every meaningful innovation begins with one essential step, that is understanding and finding existing knowledge. For that purpose, I would like to introduce an AI-powered discovery tool, Research Rabbit, which has transformed the way students, healthcare professionals, and researchers. Having said the objectives, we will be discussing introduction, methodology, key features, limitations, future work, and a brief demonstration on laptop if we get time. So why research? Why not the other databases like Google, Scholar, and PubMed? Well, usually happens is that, for example, you have a certain topic, you read a certain paper on internet, now you want to
conduct further research. For example, Alzheimer. First, you do not really know what you're supposed to search on Google Scholar. Use certain keywords like Alzheimer, biomarkers. But what will happen? You will get a long list of papers that will not be really organized. And then you will be really confused, overwhelmed. You won't know which papers to read first, which to see for later on, and which to ignore. That is where Research Rabbit it becomes helpful. Why? Because it generates a network of interconnected papers. I've shown a picture over here. For example, there's a paper, for example, the center circle, which is known as a node. We call these circles as a node. That is your paper that you have provided to Research Rabbit, and the papers around it are the papers that it has suggested. I was talking about methodology and how it really works. First, you have the input. You can put keywords like you do as in Google Scholar, but one of the great features is that you can put the DOI or the title of the paper that you are finding interesting. Then what happens is the main process. It will generate a number of papers, and these papers will be linked to each other on the basis of shared citations, references, and involving seen authors. This is a screenshot of the interface that I've provided. You can see that the circles which are known as seed articles, these are basically the papers that you have provided to Research Rabbit. Whereas the other circles are the suggested articles that it has provided to you. So this way, you get to know, okay, there's a certain topic that you are interested in, and now you know which ones to read first and which one to read later on. There's another feature of this AI tool is that, for example, you're interested in clinicals. What you can do, you can select a few papers, like 3 to 4, and then ask Research Rabbit to recommend more papers on clinicals. So this way, it adapts to your reading patterns. Key features, as I told you, algorithm learns with you. Think of it as Pinterest or Instagram. जिस किस्म के reels आप देखोगे उसी type के reels वो आपको suggest करता है. Just like that, Research Rabbit it suggests the papers the you explore it. अगर आप clinicals को ज़्यादा read करोगे, it will keep providing you with clinicals. There's a certain way to understand this map. Because at the very bottom, at the right bottom, these are the newest papers. Whereas those at the top, these are the most influential papers. And those at the bottom, these are the papers which are less cited. This doesn't mean ये papers अच्छे नहीं हैं, but it means कि it basically represents those emerging areas that are completely quickly cite नहीं है. This way you get to explore or you get to identify the gap. So, among the features you have gaps, widely applicable not only to medicine but other technology and social sciences. Analyzing papers, okay. What happens in other databases like Google Scholar and PubMed is that when you do find papers, what you usually send it to your WhatsApp or you email it to yourself. This is how you save them. But inside Research Rabbit, you can organize paper into collections, and then you can also send certain collection to your co-authors or your supervisor. So this is how it also supports collaboration. Benefits, save time and efforts. Identify key insights. I told you into information papers because those at the bottom, those at the top, they were the most influential. Like वो ऐसे papers थे which were most cited by other authors. And as well as the hidden gems, those at the bottom जो कि कम cited थे, but you get to know कि अच्छा these are the new current trends. Develop ideas. Develop ideas. It helps you a better, clear understanding of the topic. Limitations, अगर आपने if you haven't provided the right keywords or the initial paper, obviously it won't provide you with good recommendations. Process limitations and output limitations, human judgment is important for just the people who recommend you, which may not be that relevant. So yeah. And future work, there's something which is known as metadata, and what is metadata? Basically, the title, the keywords, the citation. Research Rabbit, it basically focuses over this metadata. Jabki it should also focus on similarity. What I mean by that, for example, there are two papers which are not. It's all right. For example, there are two papers which may not be really sharing the same keywords and citations, but they have the same concept. For example, there's a paper on diabetic eye disease, and then there's a paper on retinal image analysis. Diabetic eye disease में भी तो आपका retina damage होना है, so you might find these papers relevant to each other. So इसमें तो citations and keywords and law भी similar, but the core concept will be similar. And besides, there's a lot of built-in AI assistants too, like you will have in WhatsApp. It doesn't really answer your questions. Okay, ये feature होता, then it would have been a great app because then it would have helped you in identifying gaps in future trends. And there's no mobile app, which is a limitation.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, the final participant is Mohsin Iqbal from RMC.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Mohsen Iqbal and currently I'm here a fourth year medical student. From stethoscope to startup. So every great solution starts with a problem. When I was back in second year, I was sitting in my class just doing some MCQ practice. There was no dedicated platform available for us to practice MCQs, have some mock tests, and to practice sessions that we go to hospitals and we take histories. But there was no single platform available for us to practice these things. But sitting in the plebs and it came to my idea, why not I should make something that helps us, that helps students, and then with the mind just click the idea and I started working on that. So the dream looked impossible because I have no coding background, I have no software and technical experience. And when I was trying to contact with other web designers and everyone, they asked me that the idea you have, it will cost around 1.5 million PKR. And this is a screenshot of the thread that I had talked with the web designers. And being a medical student and being in the food field, how would I arrange 1.5 million to make a website or something? So there comes a website called lovable.dew. It's an AI platform, and here the journey starts. And how AI helped me to transform something, to make something that helps hundreds of medical students right now in the paper Pukhtunkhwa. So I bought a domain. I just bought a domain, start practicing, watching YouTube tutorials and everything. And then my friend Moment introduced me to a website Lovable, and then it helped me to make a website. So this is me. This was the day when I made when I launched the website for myself. I just started practicing, and then it was the day one that I started MedBro. And I just promised to myself that today is the day one, but one day I will make it a more reliable and more authentic thing. This is my friend Momin. He's the one that will help me to find the website. So everyone thinks that when you make something with AI, it's just a single prompt and it just with a click you can make it. But this was not the case with us. It was not the case with me. When in the AI you start, I used wrong prompts. I used different wrong materials. Make a website that was not working. When I started practicing, I practiced with myself. I just used different prompts and everything, and then it made a perfect website with the help of AI. So what my website offers is it has a proper dashboard. It has MCQs with proper explanation of each option and it tells why each option is correct and why the others are incorrect. And to the best, we have copied the exact same interface of the KMU exam that is in a foreign prof, and it is also integrated in my website that people practices in my website. It's the proper KMU interface. It has history taking sessions. It has flashcards and also MCQs with proper explanations. So when I started, I thought who would just join something that's made by me. But thanks to Allah Almighty, in the first month, I gained 300 plus registered students. In a couple of months, I had 5 lakh plus MCQs being practiced on my website and around 150 lakh plus mock exams being taken on my website. And it is just possible because of the AI that helped me in this student. And it is now currently serving the first year and for third year. And currently in the next month, fourth year and second year will also be launched on my website. And I will also be thank you to my co-founder Aksa. She's she's the one who helped me in this. She helped me in making the MCQs. So what I want to say, how AI changed me. So being a student, it made me into founder. I had a problem, it gave me an opportunity, and now I made a good product out of it. And it just changed an idea into practical product. When I was meeting everyone, they were asking me, it costs money and everything. But just an AI helped me a lot. This is how AI transformed my life. And now, alhamdulillah, I'm learning from it, and and it is helping hundreds of medical students in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. You can ask anyone from Khyber Girls Medical College, KMC, Northwest, RMC, even Saitu Medical, Swat Medical, any of the college in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It is helping. And in the future plan, inshallah, I will launch it. I'll be expanding it to all over the Pakistan. And the next project is that I'm integrating AI with the history taking sessions. Currently in all Pakistan, no website, anything is not available that gives you an AI command for history taking. And inshallah, in this couple of months, after 6 months plan, inshallah, history taking AI would be integrated in my website that everyone, that all the students can practice to it. And I would just say that if you have an idea, just work on it, make it a good thing. Just come out of your comfort zone and just think over it and just do it. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, throughout HAIL 2026, we have witnessed engaging discussions, expert deliberations, and the exchange of diverse perspectives on some of the most important issues shaping the future of health.
As we move towards the culmination of these discussions, it is time to bring together the key insights and recommendations that have emerged during the summit. The FUEL 2026 Summit Declaration represents the consensus developed by our distinguished experts and panelists, reflecting shared priorities and collective vision for healthcare, medical education, research, leadership, and innovation.
More than a summary of today's proceedings, this declaration serves as a commitment to continued collaboration, evidence-based solutions, and meaningful action towards strengthening healthcare systems and improving patient outcomes. So I request all four moderators to come on stage for summit declaration.
All right, Ahad, could you please run the summaries of the. All right, so before we start, um, what we are going to do while we were doing all the panel sessions, and we performed certain activities yesterday as well. We were recording all the activities, all the panel discussions that was said, all that was discussed, and we have developed some report of all that happened. Some of it happened today internally at RMI Education, and some happened today with experts coming from all over Pakistan. Now, what we are going to do is, in 10 minutes, we are going to present, display the findings of the four panel sessions that we had today. We will look at the findings, the summaries, the nutshell that came at the end of it, and we are going to have a declaration actually identifying our immediate, intermediate, and long-term goals. And after having gone through that, I will request Principal RMC and I will request the panelists so that at the end of this summit, we issue a declaration which will share with stakeholders, and maybe in a year's time, 12 months' time, if when we meet again, inshallah, we will look at what we have achieved so far. Having said this, last year we had a Met AICon in which it was decided that in 12 months, Rehman Medical College will implement an undergrad AI curriculum in MBBS program. And Alhamdulillah, this year we have developed that program with the help of experts and implemented it. Now, but a little bit of it was good for us, but there was a problem, internet. And we spoke of internet right from the start, and we're going to keep on talking about internet. And as long as we have this problem, we are still going to and we will always struggle with. So over to you, sir. We will start with all the slides. Ahad? We will look at all the different summaries of the four panels. So if you could turn around. Yeah. The panelists are welcome to comment, and if there is anything they believe was maybe wrongly interpreted, it could be corrected. So, the panel discussed AI as a major disruption in medical education and healthcare. Speakers agreed that AI is already changing how students learn, how teachers teach, and how clinicians make decisions. However, AI should be used as a supportive partner, not a replacement for doctors. Key concerns are bias, privacy, academic dishonesty, over-dependence on AI, digital inequity, and loss of clinical reasoning skills. The panel strongly recommended AI literacy, prompt engineering, ethical use of AI, faculty development, and curriculum reform. So we have the panelists from the first session, Professor Junaid Sarfraz and Professor Dr. Shaheen. So this was the conclusion, particularly the recommendations they given. AI literacy, prompt engineering, ethical AI use, clinical reasoning, curriculum reform, FPGs, faculty development, FPPs, faculty development programs, digital equity, and accountability. So we agree on that. The declaration will include this as part of it. Thank you. Can we move on to the next slide for the next session? Yes. Panel. खामोशी नीम रजामंदी है. Everyone agrees? Puri razamandi hai, sir. Okay. All right. So this is the second one. If we can, this is the executive summary, and since Dr. is not here, I will request Professor to just.
I need to have a 20 minutes by the end of it. So the executive summary is that the panel discussed how social accountability must guide the use of artificial intelligence and health professionals education. Speakers emphasized that AI should not be adopted as a trend, but as a tool to meet real community health needs, especially in rural and under-resourced areas of Pakistan. Key concerns included poor internet connectivity, unreliable electricity, digital inequity and lack of local health data, and the risk of widening gaps between well-resourced and under-resourced institutions. Panelists stressed that the need for community-based curricula, AI literacy, ethical governance, affordable access, and locally trained AI models based on Pakistani healthcare data. The key message was that AI can strengthen education and healthcare only it is equitable, contextual, and socially accountable. So that was the conclusion from all that work. And that's the summary of it. And I think I was present, so it just sounds quite plausible. But there is a trend, there is a string going on with the first summary and the second summary that AI is going to be a subservient rather than the master, as probably is coming through. So the AI can improve access to learning, and that has been well discussed in that thing. Low-cost tools can help under-resourced institution, and we heard some example from GIK on that. Local AI models can address Pakistan disease burden, and again, that was discussed. And AI can reduce administrative workload. I think that's not disputed. and flexible AI supported systems may benefit female healthcare professionals. And I think that was a very key point which has come out of that gender, that we need to have a flexible working environment for our female workforce, as 70% medical students are female, and that is one way the AI may make it possible to work flexibly, their own time, on their own space, homes, and be part of the workforce. That was a very probably a good thing which has come out of that discussion. So, actionable recommendation were that develop national AI policies for health professions education. And again, in another discussion, we heard that there is a WHO document already available for all that. Rural internet infrastructure, provide affordable devices and subsidize internet access. By the way, internet and mobile network is the cheapest in Pakistan in the whole world, and that was done for a purpose we don't want to debate. Uh, Integrate AI literacy into curricula, build Pakistan-specific health data sets, and train faculty in responsible AI use. So I think many recommendations, actionable items are there, or there is a good menu to choose for, and where to start and where to end. Hopefully, 12 months is not that long to do. One sentence takeaway is AI can support socially accountable health professional education only when it is ethical, equitable, locally relevant, and focused on community needs. So I think the question is, do we agree with this declaration? And are these are actionable items which we adopt? Yeah. So I see one hand and one finger. Okay. So, okay, now I can see a lot more hands and many fingers. So thank you very much. That's okay. So that's you know.
So we have an executive summary here, and it says the panel discussed Pakistan's healthcare leadership crisis and its link with brain drain, weak governance, poor career pathways, and lack of merit-based systems. Speakers emphasized that brain drain is not only migration abroad, but also internal loss, where trained professionals leave the world of public service to poor recognition, limited progression, and lack of respect. The panel highlighted that Pakistan produces competent clinicians but does not intentionally develop healthcare leaders. Leadership training, mentorship, role modeling, appointments, and competency-based education were identified as key reforms. AI was discussed as a useful support tool, but not as leadership, judgment, ethics, and accountability. Right? So, okay, areas of agreement. Panelists agreed that Pakistan needs transparent governance, stronger leadership development, better career structures, and human-centered leadership. AI can assist, but cannot replace human leadership. Inside brain drain can be external or internal. Leadership crisis and brain drain reinforce each other. Pakistan trains clinicians, but not enough healthcare leaders. Good teams and followers are also essential. AI can be a co-pilot, but not a leader. So actionable items ensure transparent merit-based appointments, create clear career pathways, add leadership, ethics, teamwork, and professionalism into curricula, strengthen mentorship and role modeling, shift from disease-focused to prevention-focused healthcare, use AI responsibly as a support tool. Is there a one-line takeaway? So one sentence takeaway, Pakistan's healthcare future requires merit-based, ethical, and human-centered leadership supported but not replaced by AI. So have a show of hands. Sleepers at the back. Chalo. Thank you. Thank you.
I think we have heard the S speed in Pakistan. I don't want to name the person. which is from Punjab, and now the Prime Minister. I'm not naming. But now we have seen speed of our team transcribe and summarize and present. Just finished the panel, and now we have. So can we have a round of applause for that team? Who did that? So, I'm sure they're around. So, so the key is the summary not important, or is it too big for you? Okay, thank you. Okay, I can read it. Okay, okay, but still, it must be good if it is so big, you know. Innovation proposal quality was one thing which was discussed. Academic grants versus startup funding were obviously highlighted. Novelty versus impact was debated. Feasibility and business planning was obviously emphasized. The market demand and financial sustainability was considered. Healthcare entrepreneurship was obviously promoted, and role of AI in innovation funding was obviously again talked about. So that was the key discussion. Are there any more? Okay, so the major challenges identified were weak problem statements in many of the proposals. Though we think that we are fundable, but in actual, probably we are not. Lack of evidence in data, so we don't do the background literature search, the discussions, obviously clarifying our thoughts and the data not to support what we are saying. Poor financial planning, so that's we are very weak as a doctor on finances, and when we make a proposal that doesn't make very much sense to the person who is got the money in the purse. Missing feasibility studies, again, we don't have the evidence in the house or in the site to support what we are saying, and the passion without execution strategy. So we have the passion, we have the wish, but there's no substance to carry that forward. Overemphasis on novelty was obviously discussed that certain if you have your own money, probably you can do anything you like with it. A limited understanding of investor expectations. So sometimes they will only fund what they believe would bring some more money to them. So major opportunity were identified in the healthcare innovations in attract funding. Low cost solutions can be compete with the solve real problems. AI can improve the visibility and scalability. Mentorship and Pakistan has strong potential for practical need-based innovation. So areas of agreement. Panelists agree that ideas alone are not enough. Successful proposal must show evidence, feasibility, execution capacity, measurable outcomes, and financial or social value. Notable insight was that innovation doesn't not automatically attract funding, investor fund impact. So I think these are the things we will discuss. So I think we have actionable recommendation. Start every proposal with a clear evidence-based problem. Conduct feasibility. Align academic proposal with donor priorities. Include measurable outcomes and realistic methodology. For startups, clearly present market size, revenue model, risk, and exit plan, and use AI as a tool, but keep focus on practical impact. So I would again request that do we agree with these recommendations and actions? I don't know what are you going to do with the other hand if you're not using. Okay, thank you very much. So I think we got a lot. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. This declaration, all these points, the summaries that we had a rundown with, it will be published and it will be shared with all the stakeholders. And of course, we can come back at some point in the near future and we can look at what we have done. And of course, we hope to have many collaborations and this communication discussion that we have today. I will hand it over to our host because we are reaching the conclusion. But of course, we have a very valuable, very respectable personality with us here, who's an academician. Of course, he deserves his due acknowledgement. So I will give the stage to Bilal and Kulana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all the four moderators, for presenting a declaration and captures the collective wisdom and aspirations of HEAL 2026.
To grace this ceremony, we are honored chief guest Professor Dr. Jawahar Ali, Vice Chancellor of the University of Peshawar.
Professor Dr. Johar Ali is a distinguished academic, researcher, and is administrator with more than 34 years of experience in teaching, research, and higher education. Throughout his career, he has served several prestigious positions, including Vice Chancellor of the University of Malakand, Co-Vice Chancellor of the University of Peshawar, Acting Vice Chancellor of Pata University, and was Vice Chancellor of Khoshaw Khan Khattak University, Karak.
Scholar of international repute, he holds a PhD in postdoctoral qualifications from the University of Hull, United Kingdom, and has made significant contributions to academic excellence, institutional development, and higher education governance in Pakistan.
We are privileged to have him with us. We celebrate achievement, innovation, and academic excellence at HEAL 2026.
May we respectfully invite Professor Dr. Jawahar Ali, Vice Chancellor of the University of Peshawar, to finally join us on stage for an address.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Really, I'm feeling much obliged having been invited to talk at this 2 day summit. Really, I heard there are certain ceremonial words. After that, I would speak my mind. The principle doesn't, sorry, अगर आप इसको mind न करें, I would speak my mind. Because a gentleman over there asked me that there is a short kind of speech which has been prepared by a student. But I thought to myself, why shouldn't I share my views with the students, with the guests having come from different parts of the country? And I think that is really honor for me being here at the end of the 2 day summit, very important, which is on healthcare, medical education, artificial intelligence, and I on the first day we focused, I mean, all focused on the problems, challenges we face in these categories and how we can respond. Important for us. And prior to that, talking about the rest of the things, I would definitely acknowledge that the credit goes to RMI, Chairman RMI, Principal RMC, guest, panelists, and particularly organizer, students who are present in this hall. And just, I'm not exaggerating, believe me, but this is the truth. That even 2 days back, some of the yours, they came to my office asking for accommodation at Padakali. And I don't know whether you know that I allowed the space to RMI, RMC students because I thought they are the students. If my students in University of Peshawar can avail that opportunity, enjoying that particular beautiful scenery, nature, why shouldn't we allow the students? And second, and dear students, I must share with you, usually at the end, when I get to the final speech, students mostly, they count minutes and seconds. So I'm not taking through that hour, that I would let you to count your seconds and minutes. I would continue for further 2 minutes. I would just reflect upon the distinction of this RMC. And the distinction is the Pioneer Institute in Electron. And now, while sitting over there, I thought to myself, Dr. Sim, I came when I was vice chancellor somewhere to your office, admitting my niece, who is her father is a judge, and he asked me, where should I have her? I said, RMC is at the top and the best institute in K. And she did her MBBS. So definitely. And I think, inshallah, you would continue the same name and fame in the province and get more competitive with the competitive institution in the modern time as well. आपके साथ students के साथ, I'm recalling the importance of this summit. And believe me, I think it should be like a game changer concerning healthcare, AI, etc. And I'm connecting this with an event which happened in United Kingdom. In 1998, I was basically I'm from the social science field. In 1988, 98, there was a conference which was held. I do remember the person, then he remained professor in Cambridge University, David Booth. And mostly the scholars pertaining to development, they were surprised, they were stuck. With regard to the development in the world, I'm connecting this with this issue of summit. And all scholars, they gathered that how can we have a theory which is more effective and which can replace the earlier theories. And they named that event date international conference as theoretical impasse in the international world. Very important. Mind it, if we talk about the medical sciences, we should not forget the development field, the development sciences, the overall construction and structure of the society, because the patient, he belongs to a family and to a society. If you do not understand the dynamics of a society, of a family, I think that would not be effective mechanism and intervention of yours. We have to understand. So luckily I was there. Most international scholars, they got together. At the end, like this declaration, which is very important, they declared that we should replace the earlier theories by a theory which should start from the grassroots level. What happened? The World Bank, the IMF, the International Development Agency, they stopped altogether the earlier development theories and started replacing the earlier by the new one. That's why this summit must work like this one. How can we integrate AI not as a leading profession? If this is the most leading, it means medical field is getting subservient to it, which is going to actually damage the actual nature of the medical field. It should be a supportive, not a leading, subject or discipline. So believe me, realizing this, because this is the first time, and I think you tried is how to talk about the AI. So I thought to myself, why shouldn't it be propagated to the rest of the institution in Pakistan, with how these things can be integrated and we can make these things more effective, that the medical education, healthcare, it remains more effective, not only here, but the entire Pakistan. Second thing, I just want to share another thing, that nowadays I think you might have heard much about the universities and higher education. University of Peshawar, you asked me the same. Nowadays, the conventional subjects have been replaced by the newer subjects like AI and allied health sciences. Reading it yesterday, that 50% of the universities in UK and universities in United States would get closed down if they are not getting dynamic. Really, I thought Harvard University, MIT, Oxford University, Cambridge University, what would they do? So I recall just sharing there. Sorry. I'm just sharing the story. We've been together to the Oxford University. And luckily, I was accompanied by a very seasoned development scientist, Ishrat Hussain, who remained to learn us that day. We were two, and we've been sent by the government of Pakistan to think about how can we replicate the models of Oxford University and Cambridge University in our country in particular. We've been there, and I remember the vice chancellor of Oxford University here that look, we are so much dynamic that whatever happens and whatever the need of the time, we switch towards that. And that's why the medical school of ours is on the top in the entire world. The second thing he said, we are producing, you said it, we are producing leaders for the entire world. And you see who is Clinton, you see who is this. And I think in a single 2 minutes, he narrated, explained almost 10 to 12 names of different presidents and prime minister of different. He said that, look, we believe in ORIC, very important, innovation, commercialization. And we are particularly focusing on how to innovate. If we cannot innovate, the university would get closed down. And that's why I think you might have heard mostly the departments like chemistry departments, they got closed down in United Kingdom. And they've been saying that the AI has replaced so many things which used to be the part and parcel of the chemistry department. If this is being done by AI, why should we continue with the chemistry? Really, this is now the time. This is not only Oxford, this is the Cambridge, and that's why every university, every department, they are thinking about is how to align their own subjects, curricula, etc., exactly in line with the AI. Really, we are getting definitely a bit nostalgic as well. And the people at my age, particularly, disassociating myself from the past too difficult. And this is the time with the students, whether they are the students of the medical sciences or any science or any subject, they must have control over the, I mean, command over the AI. Otherwise, believe me, they cannot stop. आपके साथ share करता हूँ. I think last year you heard, at the University of Peshawar, we closed down 9 departments. And it was really too much discussed in the world. And I've been receiving so many messages, people keep asking me, why did you close down 9 departments? If this is Persian, आपके साथ में share, if this is a Persian department, very important. If this is, let's say, another department of another language department, very important. If this is a social science, very important. If this is science department, very important. I said they were important. But the time is that if people think about the market-driven subject, why should they get to these subjects? So most of the people asking me, complaining that it is not good enough to stop or to close down the department. I said, If there is not a student coming to the department, how can I continue with the same department? Believe me, this is the time for you as well. Medical, health, care, very important. And we have to understand, and I think sitting over there, many principals I share that a friend of mine who retired professor of radiology, he asked me that most patient, they put on the image, I mean X-ray, etc. They read it and the report. That might not be precise, however, but that is being given to some extent. We understand what is there. If the same continue, tell me, where would we stand after 10 years? If the database based upon in light of the AI, it develops to the extent everywhere gets on, I think the people would get any report, any profiling, anything which they need, and I think you would not be the need of time is that AI should be used as a supplementary subject, not a leading one. Otherwise, AI would be there, computer would be there, not a supportive, but as a lead. And I think this is going to damage the major things like the medical sciences, engineering sciences, so on and so forth. Thank you so much. Really, लेकिन जैसे मैंने कहा, since Madam Betty here, I think you had your convocation in University of Peshawar, and I said it in very clear words. This is your university, and believe me, I consider University of Peshawar as the university of everybody because the first in the province, everybody over here who did MBBS, they did it from University of Peshawar. And believe me, so many doctors of you, like the one who's staying you, well, the one who's staying in United States, if a very yes, he came and he said, "Look, I'm here because I remained a student of University of Peshawar." I said, "This was not me to de-affiliate him from University of Peshawar. I worked there for the time I was vice chancellor of University of Manhattan, but there was a kind of discussion that there should be a technical jurisdiction and territorial jurisdiction, but soon you would find the Medical College of University of Peshawar again because we have started working. And believe me, मैं फिर आपको offer करता हूँ, any conference, any seminar you want to hold it in Badagali, that is open for you anytime, any day. And I wish you more success, RMI, sorry, RMC more success, and really great to be here. Thank you, sir.
Sir, for your kind words and your generosity. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most rewarding aspects of any academic gathering is recognizing excellence, innovation, and pursuit of knowledge.
The competitions held under HEAL 2026 provided a platform for students, researchers, and young professionals to showcase their ideas, present their findings, and contribute to meaningful academic discourse. We respectfully invite Professor Dr. Johar, Vice Chancellor, University of Peshawar, to join us on stage. And I would also like to invite Principal of RMC, Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman, and Professor Dr. Tariq Said Mufti to join him on stage for the prize distribution ceremony. We are pleased to recognize the facilitators of focus group discussions conducting yesterday on first day of HEAL Summit 2026. So I request Professor Dr. Rashmi Mehmood to come on stage and receive his certificate. Head of Department of Physiology at Rehman Medical College. Dr. Khadija Abdullah, kindly collect your certificate. Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman will collect his certificate. And at the end, all the certificates of the facilitators from Rehman College of Nursing will be collected and handed over to Ma'am Sele. And ma'am, you are also requested to come on stage to collect your certificate. Now, we begin with the oral presentation competition, where participants demonstrated excellence in research, critical thinking, and scientific communication. Winner for the undergraduate category is Rabia Anwar. Kindly come forward to receive your certificate and cash prize. For the postgraduate category, the winner is Dr. Abira. As she is not here, so Professor Dr. Junaid Sarfaraz will receive her certificate and cash prize as well. We now move to the poster presentation competition, which highlighted innovative ideas, impactful research, and effective scientific presentations. Winner of undergraduate category is Madiha Pandit from Italy. As she was online, so we will send each certificate to her after the summit. The winner of postgraduate category is Shazia Toki, and she's also online, so we will send each certificate to her after the summit. Now we'll come towards the lightning talk competition, which challenge participants to communicate impactful ideas with clarity, confidence, and innovation within a limited time frame. The winner in the lightning talk competition is Mohsin Iqbal from Rehman Medical College. Kindly come forward to receive your certificate as well as cash prize. Mohsin, there was a question from judges that why you choose the name MedBro. The success of today's session was greatly enhanced by the guidance and expertise of our moderators, who facilitated insightful discussions and meaningful engagement throughout the summit. Now, I would like to invite the panelist of this event, Dr. Rizwan Gul, to receive. We are pleased to recognize our moderators as well and invite them to receive their certificates of appreciation. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tihar Karim to come on stage and receive his certificate. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Maruf Ikram Shah, Chief Organizer of HEAL Summit 2026, Head of Department of Medical Education at Rehman Medical College. Thank you so much, ma'am, for organizing such a nice event. At the end, I would like to request our respected principal, Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman, to receive his certificate.
Behind every successful summit stands dedicated leadership, careful planning, and unwavering commitment. In recognition of her exceptional efforts in planning, coordinating, and leading HEAL 2026, we are honored to present a certificate to the Chief Organizer of HEAL Summit 2026.
May we invite again Dr. Maruf Ikram Shah, Head of Medical Education, Rehman Medical College, to kindly come forward and receive your certificate.
As we conclude this ceremony, it is our privilege to express our sincere gratitude to our distinguished chief guest for honoring HEAL 2026 with his presence and support.
Now I request our respected principal, Professor Dr. Mukhtar Zaman and Professor Dr. Tariq Saeed Mufti to present shield to the chief guest of this closing ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for our honorable chief guest.
With this, we conclude the prize distribution ceremony. Thank you so much, sir.
We now invite Dr. Maruf Ikram Shah, Head of Medical Education at Rehman Medical College and Chief Organizer of HEAL Summit 2026 to deliver the vote of thanks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, faculty members, healthcare professionals, students, and friends. As we conclude the HEAL Summit, it is my privilege to offer a sincere vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. Over the past 2 days, we have explored the intersections of healthcare, education, artificial intelligence, and leadership through thought-provoking discussions, inspiring presentations, and meaningful conversations. More importantly, we have built connections that have the potential to create lasting impact. To all participants, of whom very few are present here right now, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of them and a gratitude to our keynote speaker, panelists, moderators, facilitators, and judges for generously sharing their expertise, insights, and experiences. Your presence and contribution have been central to the success of this summit. A special acknowledgement goes to our colleagues and students from medicine, dentistry, allied health sciences, Rehman College of Nursing, and Rehman College of Rehabilitation Sciences for the interdisciplinary focus group discussions on day one, which highlighted the power of collaboration across professions and reflected the true spirit of HEAL. We are also very grateful to the presenters who contributed to oral and poster presentations, showcasing innovation, scholarships, and commitment to advancing healthcare and education. My sincere thanks to the leadership of our institution, Rehman Medical Institute, our sponsors and partners, and especially our organizing committee, faculty coordinators, volunteers, technical teams, and support staff. I will like to mention Amida, Faizan, Saklan, Hidayat, Arif Khatak, Dr. Zulfishan, Dr. Amri, Dr. Sadia, Dr. Maham, Dr. Rizwan, Abbas, Dr. Shifa. I can just keep on, Dr. Mevish, Dr. Khadija, Dr. Alia. I can just keep on taking name and Saad Azmat. Shahab, thank you very much. The summit may be ending, but the conversations and partnerships it has sparked are only beginning. Thank you for being part of HEAL. We wish you safe travels and look forward to welcoming you again in the future. Thank you and Allah Hafiz.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for arranging such a nice event. This formally concludes the proceedings of HEAL 2026. I respectfully invite our Honorable Chief Guest and distinguished